homely, humble churches of Muscovy. Here I feel almost as if I'm in a secular palace. There's something almost sickly about the surface of decoration in here. Look at those great trompe l'oeil classical columns. They're almost like sticks of barley sugar.
Just because you're ahead of your time.
Somebody's going to write this book.
Pretty much guaranteed that any game in the back.
Dude, what fun.
And when every other angle of that story has been examined to death, somebody's going to look at that back.
Out of the west side, Sally Diggins.
And the reason you know that this is true is because you can see it happening in every other area of history. Interesting. Revisionist history is a classic term. Whatever view of history 200 years ago stays the view of history and only ever changes. Yes, sir. Things really were, though, of course, Now, most of the time, that's an advantage. Most of the time, it allows you to dispassionate super stats. But it comes at a cost also to something in the story amongst the socials. Once you stop knowing these once you stop having information, upside of the third way, loss of love. Those people are going to pick at you most of the the sense of evil and outrage. Today, what you say good things about Adolf Hitler. Who cares about the good things? Look at the bad things he did. Specifically ran into this situation. Is the teacher who taught us the Chinese history? Long strategies and tactics and stratagems and theories and processes he's writing and reading in various places on the pages. What about the execution is over and over is all about the nasty things that the murderers did. Specifically, in the story, the nasty things that they did to the Chinese people. And when I asked him why this was something that we over my brain, because the paper didn't have anything to do with tactics and strategies. He said, how can you divorce the military that made all of that Holocaust possible from the Holocaust itself? He said, if you were writing a paper on the German Wehrmacht in the 70s, which found the Holocaust I say yes because it has nothing to do with the Holocaust. One is about this angle of history, the other is about the pieces that they're not creating the Holocaust possible. Socially wrapped up in something because the Chinese this pain and suffering left over from terror conquest was seen as strength and emotion. Somehow, deaths and hunters were still every Chinese was I came back to some of the stuff from the story. We're in a period where the things we don't know suggest everything's in close, right? But we're in a particular swing of the pendulum, I'm sure correct itself over time on the subject, where historians and others are writing about this subject and minimizing the deaths completely. Considering that this is one of the greatest incidents of human-caused mortality in the planet's history, minimizing the deaths here would be like minimizing the deaths caused, as a direct result of the existence of the Nazis. Like saying, yes, lots of people died, we all know that, but make sure you focus here on the economics in Central Europe, blah, 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 blah. I tell you why it's a position because I'm a fan of these people. I want to talk about them. These same people, these people. I've been interested and fascinated by them forever. I have an affinity for them. The problem is the stuff I'm reading today has swung so much to the other side of the classic image of the Mongol rapist and pillager 100, 200 years ago that I almost don't recognize the people anymore. I'm reading books that I don't brush off. Don't read the 50 million deaths. Brush them off. Sentence here or there saying, yes, the Mongols did great damage in certain places, but that's dwarfed by their impact on globalization and trade and commerce. You call it the classic trade-off of empire. There's a great line at the time of the Roman Empire about the so the Romans create a wasteland called peace. Just because you kill all the people and burn down all the houses doesn't mean the trade routes will run fantastic. These are some of the classic empire traders, and many of the greatest historical figures, greatest Americans, are people who get a lot of credit for their achievements based on stuff that happened that they never intended, byproducts of their historical events. And if you took away those byproducts that was credit given to them by their historians, their whole role to me the most. Take Alexander the Great as a perfect example. Alexander the Great is one of the most admired historical figures of all time. There are many historians today who run against the Great, trying to point out to how it's totally unnecessary. About the things that some guy like Alexander the Great gets credit for, it's all stuff that he never intended to have happen. Read your history books, and Alexander takes this fantastic killer army, kills untold numbers of people, conquers all these territories for himself, in this future. His Macedonia, Achilles, glory. And this has the byproduct effect of spreading Greek culture, for example. Alexander's conquests are known, for example, for spreading Hellenism to the east, which then triggers the Hellenistic age, which is one of the great ages of mankind. And so, therefore, whatever Alexander did that was terrible as part of his conquest is somewhat balanced out by this positive stuff by bringing, Sophocles' drama and lifelike statues and art to Eastern Rome. When historians do that, they are shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it afterwards. They're acting as though that was somehow Alexander's intention and deserves credit for that achievement. Instead, it's a byproduct. They never intended it at all. They take away all those byproducts from his achievement. He ends up looking like a very different character. Take Julius Caesar, for example. Here's a guy that conquers modern-day France. And as destroys the Celtic domination, kills millions of people. It's been called a genocide. Does it for his own personal gain, or money, or political power in Rome, for the rich class in Rome? And Julius Caesar is often credited for bringing modern-day France into the Latin Mediterranean cultural sphere of that era, so to speak. Culture and literacy and all these things to that area. If you were to walk French for the day, was it worth it that the Romans killed all those fellow peoples that brought you into the cultural sphere of your Roman life? Didn't know any of the people on the Celtic side of that. That'll make that possible. How many Celtic deaths is the introduction to Mediterranean culture? How many Iranian deaths is the spread of Hellenism? Well, if you don't know them, it's hundreds of thousands of years ago. The number of deaths really don't matter anymore. We're still benefiting from the fact that Hellenism spread. If you take away school, these byproducts of this historical conquerors, things like the spread of Hellenism, these conquerors end up being a lot more people who came to the sea and inflicted a horrific amount of killing and suffering on others for no reason. This abortion is conquest is all by itself. If the conqueror in question happened to be an ancestor of yours, you might indeed be considered. It's interesting how countries will associate their own greatness with the largest spread of their territory, the greatest domination over other peoples. The high water mark nations is when it covers the most territories and most people and you can be the most victorious in that, whatever it is. We still have information it just started in there. Elusive parts it sometimes takes to achieve that. Historians are just as susceptible to looking at the bright side of conquest. They will almost argue that sometimes these people see these people of some historians over the ages have been agents of change. There's a term in economics that I think applies here: creative destruction. The best way I think of to describe creative destruction's concept is when you think of an old forest, one that's rotting and bug infested and choking the life from the ground. Nothing can grow, it's just stagnant, dying, not going to waste. And a fire comes and burns everything. The ashes generate the soil, the clearing allows the sun to reach the ground. The space that's been created allows new seedlings to pop up and create the conditions for new growth generation. We historians of history cast certain individuals in that role of historical arsonists for new colors. The world is stagnant. All these cultures are literally in rotted houses that just can't seem to fall from their own weight. And then Alexander the Great comes in with gasoline, lights the whole region on fire, and creates the conditions for the next world to spread. Julius Caesar does the same thing. All of a sudden, those people who never had any intention of starting a new world for artists get credit for that. And as generations pass, we forget the names of all the people who died to make that possible. All of a sudden, these people don't deserve maybe a good label attached to them. Look at their reputations for what they did. Begin looking increasingly bigger and private over the ages. The figure that I want to start the story with today falls into the same category. It's a category of people that you have to call great men in the classic sense of great objection. Great men of history. There was a historian, also as part of years ago, named Lord Acton. Lord Acton had a great line. He said, great men are almost always bad. And when he used by these people. Let me ask a question to you this way. Would you be willing under certain conditions to murder and kill an innocent woman or child? If you said that you would not be willing to do that, you are already been a potential great person for the system. At least in terms of even the most humanistic comes to personal. I think of a guy like Jimmy Carter, president, who might have been so humanistic that he was had a hard time doing his job sometimes. A guy who builds habitat and community houses. Here's a guy who probably was responsible for less deaths as an American president than any other president I can think of in modern times, and yet there's still certainly quite a few people who die because Jimmy Carter made a decision. The other, I think, I'm not the potential great person in this. Some of these had to be willing to kill millions. How should history treat them? Instead, historically necessary to go around writing the dead movies, decaying societies on fire so we can create the conditions for revenge. Entering the seed of the story. The seed of the story is one of your perception enemies, especially in terms of achievement. Certainly in terms of gifts. It's not the beneficiary of some wonderful luck in terms of his work. He's not the guy who's the best movie in the world and the ambulance will be played all set. He's born into a plan of problem has to remain given the name of one of his father's defeated enemies. It was called Temperature. It was a mom. And the only history that exists from anyone who might know of the birth of this person is called the secret history of all claims he came from his mother's room, clutching a black blood-clothed size of a knuckle. That is symbolic of where this story is going to go. And if you find yourself in this situation, that's really the best of the story now. Because it is deadly and tragic. If we think of the Mongol side of it, it also gets glorious. At the same time, it's hard not to think about how many people might have survived this time period with a child not being born. Somewhere between 20 and 50 million people exit this earth during this child's lifetime as a direct result of what this child does, the decisions this child makes. It's a touchy subject, too, because this Temujin is the greatest figure in Mongolian history. He's revered as the founder of the nation. He's the George Washington. He's on their mind. But why George Washington would kill millions and millions of people? Because our founding father comes at a time that was so pejorative and genteel, it was called the Enlightenment. More power bigs, they bowed to each other on one side of the family, on the other side of the war. The general of the defeated side with the hand of the sword, the victorious general, off in the hand, symbolic, genteel or gentleman, conducting affairs. Americans didn't have a founding father who came from, say, the Dark Ages, Middle Ages, where the manners and customs of the time were rougher. Mongolia's founding father comes from one of the roughest times and roughest places you can ever imagine. We're all a product of our environment. This guy is Exhibit A, but that can literally transform the story. This Temujin is born in Europe in the Middle Ages. 1962, maybe 1967. It's not exactly time. This big thing over knights, crusades, Christ. He's born into an environment that has changed, surprisingly little in more than 1,000 years. His pastoral nomadic lifestyle is shared amongst a wide range of people, stretching thousands of miles to the west of Israel. He's born in this geographical feature on the Eurasian landmap that's known as the steppe. The steppe is like an ocean with water. It's the size of two Atlantic oceans almost, and side by side, east to west, stretching from the plains of Hungary all through the Pacific Ocean, surrounding China on two sides, consisting of geographical and weather patterns that just are not conducive to the growth of big cities. This area lends itself to a certain lifestyle, but the Mongol are just one of many, many peoples who exist in that lifestyle. You should think of it like the Great American Prairie, stretching for 5,000 miles. Sometimes you're in grasslands, sometimes you're in savanna, sometimes you're in desert-type climates. There are some mountains here and there, some big ones in some places, and there are some rivers here and there, a lake or two. But by and large, this is a harsh environment that's flat for the most part. The weather changes moment by moment. You can have snow in the middle of July. It means they will not be off your rivers at all times. Of course, is the key feature. Somewhere historians argue over this more viciously. Somewhere between 1000 BC and 4000 BC. These nomadic groups of people, probably in what's now modern Ukraine, did something that will change history in major ways and will prove that human history is not always about humans. They will domesticate the horse. There will be nomads of Eurasia with their hands on the horse and integrated into their population. An entire new era of history begins, one that has only ceased to be a reality on the geopolitical scene in the last 500 years. They will create a relationship, maybe is the best word, because some people call it an alliance between humans and animals. Call it a master-slave relationship. But somehow, these people that had to walk in the Eurasian steppe in prehistory, all of a sudden thrive. This whole flat expanse of ocean with the water taken out of it seems to lend itself to horses. And pastoral nomadic societies all around the world tend to focus on a certain animal to base their society around. There are peoples known as donkey nomads in some places, other peoples known as camel nomads. These peoples of the Eurasian steppe were horse nomads. These horses became such a part of these people's cultures that they developed skill sets that allowed them to stand apart from other riders in the world. Just like my H.G. Wells out the sci-fi imageries 100 years ago. And he had this fascinating book where he was talking about how human beings in various environments develop skills and mechanisms to cope with that environment that give them almost special abilities. A role-playing game we call it special ability. If somebody comes from a mountain culture, you can see things that person can do in a mountain culture that we thought others can't. For example, some of the changes would be physical. Their lung capacity might be increased growing up. Low oxygen environment. You think of the Shermans who pick people up in the mountains, Himalayas. You're also going to have cultural knowledge that's transmitted by their mountain people. The best ways to survive in the mountain, where you can find food in the dunes and the hills. And you're also going to have training, years of experience, as you grow there. Those factors apply to these people on the Eurasian steppe too, who start riding their horses at age 3. Ride them constantly. Develop a relationship. It is hard for us today to understand one of these places where we're cut off from our forebears. The modern world, we don't have the same kind of relationships with. in most of world history. There are some things that people 400 years ago would be able to relate more to people of thousands of years ago than they are able to relate to us now, because they still have certain connections to animals that we didn't. Take transportation. If you wanted to travel overland 200 years ago from one city to another, the fastest speed you were able to go is the speed of a horse. That's the same speed that would have been your top speed 1,000 years before that, and 1,000 years before that. Get an idea of how unchanging this dynamic was and how long something like the horse was actually cutting-edge technology. The Mongols lived 500 years after the Huns, lived 500 years after the Zhong, lived hundreds of years after all these people had societies that seemed virtually the same. Minor differences here or there, especially since they had a tendency to raid their neighbors, and as their neighbors changed, the stuff they stole from their neighbors changed. So they might have a more updated wardrobe, because instead of stealing from the Chinese in 200 BC, they were now stealing from the Chinese in 500 CE. The stuff you steal is more modern too, but the lifestyle was relatively unchanged. Temujin's Mongols would have been very much like Scythian tribes in more than 1,000 years before. The pastoral nomad lifestyle was a tried and true lifestyle. It didn't have to change very much. After all, it had been in existence a heck of a lot longer than the lifestyle of its sedentary rivals. People who lived in cities and practiced agriculture were, historically speaking, the new kid on the block. The way Temujin lived, that's an ancient lifestyle. And it creates people with special abilities. And you see these kinds of special abilities anytime you find native societies, tribal groups of people live sort of more close to the earth. You think of the Native Americans or the tribes in Africa, all these people that could track and have what you would call special abilities, because the Apaches, just their ability to hide, their ability to track, their ability to find. These are all great advantages. Nomadic tribal peoples needed all of them, because they were constantly rubbing like sandpaper against their settled society neighbors, or against their tribal neighbors. Tribes on the steppe often fought with one another more than they fought with anyone else. But when they fought societies like China and Byzantium and Rome and these Middle Eastern societies, Persia, they were fighting societies that are sort of like our own, in the sense that they're constantly developing new technologies, constantly learning military science and building off of experience from the past, learning, having huge organizational advantages over the tribal peoples. To compensate for this, the tribal peoples used their native ability. This alliance with the horse was really one half of what made the steppe people so formidable. That was the other half of the equation was necessary to turn this into a weapon system which one of the most famous in all world history, was the bow. Steppe nomads or horse archers, most famously. All the tribes you can name from world history, from the ancient steppes, based their whole military riders and bows. People were so good at it that you must think of an army composed of nothing but trick riders from some circus. Those are the only kind of people who come close to your average steppe horse archer's abilities on horseback. And not just trick riders. You have to imagine trick riders who are also expert archery marksmen at the same time. I mean, the steppe nomad was able to famously shoot birds out of the sky in flight. Think about how hard that is. As a matter of fact, we're told that the Mongols specifically, although regional tribal peoples in the steppe also had the same situation happen, we're told that the Mongols were trained not to let their arrow fly until that precise moment in the horse's galloping motion when all four of the hoofs were simultaneously off the ground. They're right to aim just like this. And relationship between Mongol and horse, again, I'm assuming this is a typical steppe thing, reminds an observer from a subtle society more like the close relationship between, say, a shepherd dog and a sheep herd. These horses were told, and historian Richard Gabriel says they would come at a whistle, which is something right out of a long range. But he also says that they would follow their owner around like a dog. This is really handy if you're a Mongol trooper traveling. Tons of extra remounts, which is what they did, 3, 5, 7, 20 sometimes extra horses with each trooper. You have to actually herd those horses and keep track of them. It's really hard to do in the army. They follow you naturally. That. It should also be pointed out that the women in the Mongol society, again, like women in other steppe society, were far from helpless when the menfolk were away. In fact, the steppe is the original ground zero for where the legend of the Amazons comes from. And there were tribal societies in the steppe, for example, the Sarmatians, who had women who fought in their ranks. Supposedly weren't allowed to get married until they had killed their foe in battle. Their sons. So the Mongol women were told could shoot almost as well as the men, if not as well as the men, and ride as well as the men. After all, they were in the saddle virtually just as often. And it was they who trained the toddlers of the Mongol tribe, boys and girls, how to shoot and ride. So if you were an enemy of the Mongols, and you stumbled on a Mongol when you came, the menfolk happened to be aware. It wasn't as much of an advantage to just be facing the women as it might normally be. I should also point out that this Mongol bow was like a bow flex machine, a weightlifting machine. It was a 160-pound pole. And the Mongols supposedly could shoot 12 of these arrows a minute and had 150 arrows in their quiver. We're told that at the openings of battles, they sometimes expended their whole ammunition load, relatively quickly. How many times could you pull a 160-pound bow back before your arms went into it anyway? You have to imagine these people as muscular and ripped from the strength of their hands, all of their arms into their neck and shoulder muscles in their back. These are sinewy, strong people who shoot all the time. It's like using a weightlifting machine. In battle, they fought like a swarm of bees. They would give you nothing to really lash out at. They were pursued in battle. They often just ran away, shooting pursuers as they did. They provided no solid object that pursuers could get their hands on, and they couldn't catch them because usually, of course, these horse archers had a lead on them. So you would just tire yourself out if you chased them. You would get away from the protection of your formation. You would likely fall into an ambush, since that was the preferred tactics of all these horse archers. Their favorite, by the way, stratagem. And everybody knew about it who fought them regularly, and they still fell for it time and time again. It must play on some pattern of human emotion. This is what they call the feigned flight. The feigned flight is exactly what it sounds like. It's a fake route. The Mongols, especially, had a unit that was designed almost like a great unit of actors. They were to go up there and almost suicidally, fight with the enemy army, and then turn around at a certain command and flee in terror. The records makes it sound like they were kind of taught to do a good job of making the enemy think that they were scared running away, and the enemy were pursuing these magnified called an ambush. Until the invention of gunpowder, no society will ever get a really good way of handling these horse archers on the battlefield. The best way of handling them is to hire some just like them. Or find some tribe that's an enemy everyone will fight and get them to help. Or lead them into terrain that's not the steppe. And if you can get these people out of their element, they're a little like, a bunch of Atlanteans who have an underwater civilization. And they're really powerful in the water. But if you get them out of the water, they weaken. As a matter of fact, all of these steppe conquerors, they sometimes conquer these societies and settle down, and kind of become agriculturalist and settled people themselves. And they would quickly lose all their, battlefield edge. A generation or two later, all of a sudden, they don't have steppe nomad horse archers anymore because they don't live on the steppe. This would be a recurring problem, and one that later steppe civilizations would figure out. You have to keep sending people back to the steppe or they lose their special abilities. As dangerous as these horse archers were, though, on the battlefield, they really only presented terrible dangers when they were unified to big confederations. These individual tribes would coalesce under a powerful, hateful agenda, and then they went from being a nuisance to being an existential threat. This happened many times in history. Mao Zedong did it with the Xiongnu, TRUMAN did it with the Turks, Attila did it with the Huns. But the greatest of all these unifiers in all history happened to be that Mongol boy who introduced a lot of the temperature. It's possible his name doesn't ring a bell, which is understandable because once he unifies these tribes, he's going to be given a name. Temujin grows up in Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is simply one of the most stunningly impressive figures in all history. And you have to judge him almost completely on what he did because there's so little actually known about the guy. He's one of the great mysteries of history when you think about it. Nobody as large as he was is as little known as he is. He comes from a time in the high Middle Ages where you would expect to at least know what it looked like. Think about kings from this era and how much is known, whether they're Chinese or Byzantine or European. He's a greater figure than any of them, and historians don't even know what he looked like. They don't know the years. They don't know how he died. They don't know who he was buried. He's a very mysterious figure. We don't have anything from him directly that you could legitimately say he said. Everything is from later writing. Somebody said, this is the oral tradition, write it down, whatever. There are no proclamations that you could specifically say, Genghis Khan said these words. Exactly like that. I mean, there's some tantalizing clues that he would have had red hair, for example, in two Persian stories. He was surprised at his grandson. He thinks because of right to inherit his red hair. Also, supposedly he had cat's eyes, or the eyes of a cat. Some people his eyes were blue. I choose to believe that cats have eyes of sorrow. It's not that unusual, though, to have that be the case. As a matter of fact, green eyes and red hair, you can still find that occasionally in the population today. It's one of the wonderful ethnic things that you'll see in this mix of different peoples on the steppe. You see the different features that you would expect to find on a person who turns famous for having a strain of people who have blonde hair, green eyes, and Turkish features. Those are the greatest National Geographic after Middle Eastern features in the air color because red blue eyes. These are the examples of genetic that happen on the steppe. You have people from 3 or 4 major different racial groups in the same tribe together and mixes of all of them. Genghis Khan made an Asian feature of unusual physical proportions. He's supposed to have been big. He also had red hair, green eyes, or swords, or Now, physical features aside, what makes Genghis Khan so impressive is that he's almost like watching a human version of a piece of metal, beaten and over, hardened into his final form. He grows up in an almost perfect laboratory experiment of survival of the fittest in play. He's not handed an empire and a perfect army like a guy like Alexander the Great gets handed to him. Genghis Khan works for everyone. By the time he unifies all the tribes, this guy has lived through a life that it defies all the odds that he was even alive. Forget that he managed to work himself up to such an exalted level. His life, as related in the secret history of the Mongols, so take it with a grain of salt, is one adventure after another. It would make a great movie. It's not without its dark side, though, biased as it is of the portrayal of the Mongol Khan, the image of Mongol Khan. Here's a guy who's assassinated his brother, his older brother, with the help of his younger brother, when they're still kids. Shot him full of arrows because he stole fish from him. It was the final straw. older brother been lording himself over the two of them for a while, so Temujin and his younger brother sneak up on the older brother as he's sitting there in the grass. The older brother perceives that they're there and basically says, you know, are you sure you have to do this? And if you do, spare my younger brother, would you? And then they shoot him from 2 sides. The mother freaks out and calls them destroyers. It's almost as she knows her son's destiny. Genghis Khan is going to be one of the best examples history provides of one of these people you could call a creative destroyer. The impetus of that creative destruction that we talked about earlier. If the world is a tinderbox at this point, Genghis Khan's going to come through and light it up. He was this age's greatest historical arsonist. And those who say that the climate was ripe for a good regeneration, thrown to become intolerable. Women were being, there's no law and order, raids were constant, everyone was fighting with everyone else. Life was miserable. Temujin himself had been kidnapped twice in his life. Everybody in the story seems to have spent some time in the custody of their enemies. The women often came back pregnant. I mean, the whole thing was intolerable. Now, there are 2 schools of historical thought on this. One is that this was an unusual time. The law and order had broken down because the power of one unifying tribe had disintegrated. The other school of historical thought is that any time where there wasn't a law and order on the steppe, those are the exceptions to the rule. And that normally it's like the Wild West out there. What Genghis Khan's early life consisted of was pretty normal. Regardless of which school is correct, the admirers of Genghis Khan pointed out that he was bringing law and order to the region every time he conquered another one of his tribes and absorbed into a confederation. He was bringing the benefits of that power. Sure, it's going to cost a lot of people, but you have law and order, peace and commerce and justice when you put a central authority in place. Make no mistake about it, though, this guy is a disciplinarian. And the Mongols were ruthless. After destroying the fighting ability of one tribe in battle, he forced every male to walk past a wagon. And anyone who stood higher than the linchpin of the wagon had creates cover. With his rise to power, Genghis Khan destroyed all tribes. Ironically, one of these tribes, Genghis Khan, every male of the age of a child, will actually lend its name to the Mongols. The Mongols first appeared in Europe and the Middle East. They would be called Tatars or Tartars. That's the name of the tribe that Genghis Khan cut the head off, essentially, during his rise to power. It's exactly what happened to many other tribes. His defenders will point out that the creation of nation states is not always violence-free. We acknowledge everything that is part of creating a kind of climate where law, justice, and commerce, and all those things, the sense of personal security, is breaking the power of all these independent tribes, and especially their ruling aristocratic nobles who don't want anything to do with kowtowing to Genghis Khan. This is all part of creating the empire, the proto-nation state. And the Chinese are becoming aware at this time of Genghis Khan because the Chinese are always trying to stay abreast of what's going on in the various power struggles on the steppe. Chinese foreign policy for like 3,000 years is all concerned with how do you keep all of these nomadic, dangerous horse peoples on our borders from combining into a powerful, dangerous confederation. Use barbarians to fight barbarians. Same strategy the Byzantines were using, on the other side of the steppe. Keep the tribes divided, keep them fighting each other, play one off against the other. If anybody looks to be garnering too much power and authority, find some adversary that also resents it and use them to cut them down to size. When the Tartars are being problem that there were supposedly historians estimated 350,000 members of the target group. When they're becoming a problem, the Chinese enlist Genghis Khan's help, supposedly, to help break their power. They will continually interfere in step affairs, and Genghis Khan's rise to power begins to concern them. And if they hadn't been aware of how significant it was becoming by 1206, Genghis Khan himself made it obvious. He had to declare. One of the seminal moments in Genghis Khan's life occurs at a Mongol assembly. It's called It happens on the bank. It's a giant affair with huge tents of people coming from all over, mostly the Mongols, to proclaim Genghis Khan the ruler of all who dwell in felt tents, is the way it's spoken. All that is pastoral to exist on the steppe. Now forget for a moment that there are tons of tribes to the west that have no idea of the existence of the Mongols, who have direct contact with places like Russia, and who have no idea that this assembly is going on, have never heard of Genghis Khan or anything. They are, without knowing it, now subject to his dominion. And when his representatives eventually find them and point out that they are, their choices are to submit or die. Any sort of wavering on this makes them rebels. Ignorance of the new laws no excuse. And many tribes will essentially have their duty pronounced on them for not knowing that at this 1206 get-together on the bank of a river, their existence was put into the hands of a sovereign they've never heard of. Nonetheless, many of the great tribes of the Eurasian steppe were covered by this and understood what was going on. What was going on is this was the proclamation of a new steppe confederacy being formed. The worst nightmare of all of the settled society of the steppe. The only time these tribal people became dangerous to their entire way of life is when they combined. And all of a sudden, this leader was Genghis Khan. Which everyone argues about what that means. Historians are going to take sides. Anything universal or oceanic, there are other interpretations. His name was Temujin. His title was Genghis Khan. And now, Genghis Khan, at least in his own mind, ruled everyone who dwelt in felt tents. If you had a different opinion, you were going to have to fight him. Now, the actual get-together where he's proclaimed, emperor, basically, is important for a lot of reasons. One, right there and then, he issues proclamations that basically begin the process of breaking down old tribal barriers, of turning the traditional culture of the steppe into something that's more organized and more like, as I said, a modern nation state without buildings and cities and any of that. A nomad, pastoral version of a structured society, turning it from tribal to something perhaps more feudal. And changing the leadership of all these tribes from people who got that way through their birth to people who Genghis Khan deserved it. It's still an entire society devoted to Genghis Khan. But now the people that are most devoted to Genghis Khan, who are most competent in serving his interest, are the ones who get promoted. Your bloodline doesn't matter anymore. Genghis, by the way, was the descendant of, great Mongol nobility once upon a time. And he grew up because of the reason that his father, when he was maybe 9, in circumstances that were anything but normal. Those years of privation and talking. So, good people at all levels, and this is one of the things that truthfully sets the man apart. He has an amazing eye for talent. When he spots it, he grabs it, puts it to his uses, and he doesn't care if it comes from an enemy or from someone who just shot his horse out from under him or whatever. He thinks you can help him. He's going to bring you in. The second you make a mistake, the second you screw up, the second you turn against him, you're going to be robbed the second. But Genghis Khan tended to foster amazing amongst the people that he brought into his circle. It trickled down to the very lowest levels of society, too. Whenever cities are sacked, the Mongols will go through the city and find people and question them as to what they can do. Can you read? documenting, right? Make records. What can you do? Anybody who's got a skill that would be useful to the Mongols, they just grab them. The truth of this is that it was sort of the opposite of what happened with the Khmer, which came from you have middle classes who have the education or skills that the Mongols was executed because those people were contaminated and wiped out. The Mongols had if you can be useful to them and all those skills were useful, you might survive the Soviet city. Those that didn't get pulled out of useful. Any other step in confederation over time was their corporation capability. Had skills above and beyond what your typical nomad had. Now, to give you a feel for Mongol society, we see history. This apparently was a book that was only to be shown information about their heritage. Some of them got out because of translations today. And much of it is a very heroic story about the laws of Genghis Khan. That's debatable about how useful that is for history. What isn't debatable is how this document, only a generation after Genghis Khan's life, reflects Mongol culture and values. You get an idea of what was important to them and how they thought. Some of it is symbolism is sorts of writings. Some of it is very clear as to what the mentality was. Now, all during this 1206 Kuro time, it's all Genghis Khan laying down laws and rewarding vassals who've been good to him and all that. But a few years before this, he's proclaimed Khan of the Mongols. And in the secret history, they sort of run down the oaths that are made to him when he's made great Khan. Listen to this and get an idea for the cultural aspect of the Mongols during this time period of steppes as well. And then they moved the whole camp to the shores of Blue Lake in the Uralgu Mountains. Altan, Kukar, and Sasha Becky conferred with each other there, and then said to Temujin, "We want you to be Khan. Temujin, if you'll be our Khan, we'll search through the spoils for the beautiful women and virgins, for the great palace tents, for the young virgins and loveliest women, for the finest geldings and mares. We'll gather all these and bring them to you. When we go off to hunt for wild game, we'll go first to drive them together for you to kill. We'll drive the wild animals of the steppe together so that their bellies are touching. We'll drive the wild game of the mountains together so that they stand leg to leg. If we disobey your command during battle, take away our possessions, our children and wives. Leave us behind in the dust, cutting off our heads where we stand and letting them fall to the ground. If we disobey your counsel in peacetime, take away our tents and our goods, our wives and our children. Leave us behind when you move, abandoned in the desert without a protector." Having given their word, having taken this oath, they proclaimed Temujin Khan of the Mongol and gave him the name Genghis Khan. I often reread that passage when thinking about the Mongols to remind myself that no matter how much it's in vogue to talk about the higher mind motives of Genghis Khan, if you're reading the stuff they wrote themselves from their own value system during that period, you can't ignore the desire for loot. And by the way, it's not a Mongol thing. It's not a tribal people's thing. It's an everybody thing. I mean, first of all, look at any of the Germanic tribes. They're looting until the cows come. But you could just cover it up a little bit with a veneer of civilization. And it doesn't look so much like Anatolia Range or Caesar or those people. It doesn't look like Napoleon's looting. He spreads Republican values across the European continent. He sure as heck is. There's a wide stream of goods and people flowing from the conquered territories back to Paris, or from the conquered territories back to Rome, from the conquered territories back to Macedonia, or from the conquered territories back to Genghis Khan, which happens to be camping today. And listen, part of this story that's hard to get around, but is almost completely ignored today by many of these historians that portray this as some 100% positive thing, is that this is a story that has a lot to do with rape. A lot to do with rape. As a matter of fact, DNA tests have shown that more people in my listening audience right now are probably direct descendants of Genghis Khan, direct descendants, father to son, than of any other person in history before that time. 1 in 500 Asian males are direct descendants. 15 to 16 million people are direct descendants of Genghis Khan. It's also pretty good bet that many of you had female ancestors that were not there in this mixing of DNA that makes you a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. There's a pretty good chance that that wasn't voluntary. You have to be careful with something called the secret history of Mongols, because I don't know if it's the way it's originally written, or the way it's translated, or just a cultural difference in understanding. But the secret history will call people who are obviously raped victims wives. And it looks a heck of a lot more legitimate, maybe more like a harem where they have 50, 70, 100 wives, but at least they're all wives, right? Gotta get past that. For example, there's a wonderful story that's indicative of this whole thing that happens to Genghis Khan as he's consolidating his power in the steppe. He's busy wiping out Turks, mostly Turks. The Turks were perhaps the most dominant ever steppe. People call the Ninth. When the Ninth decided to go against Genghis Khan, their ruler Khan has a mother, and this mother makes a statement that's recorded in the secret history about how the Mongols just stank, and how they were filthy. Which, by the way, they have been very true because apparently they had this prohibition against washing clothes. Some historians think washed and wear these clothes continuously until they just rot them off of them, and obviously you wash them. If that's true, wow, they probably did stink. She said this over the secret history. She said that the most beautiful and pure Mongol girls, if they would wash their hands, would only be fit to milk their cows. And in the secret history, Genghis Khan defeats this tribe in battle, kills their Khan, executes their population. According to the secret history, they gathered them all and they went to the mountain range and they disposed of them. This mother of the Khan that made these statements about the Mongols smell was brought before Genghis Khan. This is how the secret history goes. Lastly, Genghis Khan commanded that Garisu, Taeyang's mother, be brought before him. He spoke to her, saying, "It was you who said the Mongols stink and their clothing is filthy. If we could only make their most beautiful girls wash their hands, they'd only be fit to milk our cows and our sheep. Then why are you here?" And Genghis Khan took her as one of his wives. Now, this kind of meshes with a quotation that was probably not said by Genghis Khan, but that he's famous for saying. One of the greatest pleasures in life comes by conquering their wives and children by these Mongols. It's a well-known thing that probably was never uttered from the Khan. But that's exactly what that incident recorded in the Mongols' own history of themselves seems to indicate some pleasure. Taking revenge. Here's a woman who is the mother of the Khan that Genghis has just killed. He's then wiped out her entire people. She hates Mongols, the smell of them and everything, and now he is making her his wife. That's torturous, and it's certainly rape. So the Mongol historical records talk about wives realize that that's not always a voluntary relationship. Again, it should be pointed out that this is no different than most other conquerors during ancient times, Dark Ages, medieval times. The Romans did stuff like this all the time. The point is that because the Mongols are perhaps the greatest conquering nation, perhaps the greatest series of conquests ever, and were the most successful, the rapes matter because the Mongol there's a higher percentage of rapists in the Mongol army, just more success conquering people. Than probably any other period you can think of, simply because of the vast scale. A lot of DNA got spread around.
Listen to this one, kids.
Has to be considered.
Jewish parents.
Female characters were taken advantage of in a tragedy of its own. It was a tragic period for the steppe peoples, the rise of Genghis Khan. Whole peoples were wiped out. That's the destruction. Benefits there. Genghis Khan brought to the steppe the Korean destruction. 1206 in the spring, high assembly in the old. He unveils almost as things or something. He supposedly unveils his coat of arms, his fantastic. This is designed to create that justice and personal security on the steppe that's invisible. The penalties for many of the violations of this new law code are draconian. They will cut your head off any number of things. One thing, people like the Europeans want this unbelievable level of obedience.
Listen to this one, kids. Kids, listen to this. Listen. Listen, get your fucking ears next to the speakers. Push, perhaps.
So you get 5 chances before you get fined. Most people got no chances. You screw up once, pick that string up, pick it up in front of your right, and switch it off, and put your heads on. Intended to foster a high level of obedience. And the draconian nature of these laws and the fact that they were rigorously enforced created a step that was probably a better place to live in terms of peace and security and justice than anyone had known for a very long time. The cost was very great. The benefits perhaps worth it. Step was nonetheless. What Genghis Khan now had created, this step confederation, another step confederation, had been sought by the people of Central Asia for some time. So you have to think of the fact that it was proposed. There's one thing from a viewpoint of Central Asia to seeing Central Asia. There's another thing entirely to look at that same development from one of the sedentary civilizations that bordered the steppe. A place like China, you just see years, centuries, more than a millennium of foreign policy attempting to prevent just this from happening. Genghis Khan Sumerians managed to disarm the steppe. But once you deal with the disharmony of the steppe, once you create this confederation of tribes, what do you do with it? This becomes a place where historians start to diverge. What Genghis Khan's motivations were, what did he want to do there? What did he want to do with this unbridled power? What he ended up doing was turning his attention to these Chinese states. The question of why. It's vital. The standard view is that China was on his radar because China was where all the people was. This confederation of Eurasian lands required the Khan to deliver the stuff when it came to promised benefits, and they had sort of a trickle down from those benefits reaching the average Mongol. All booty taken belonged to the Khan. The Khan would then distribute them to various nobles and others who thought deserved it, then distributed to their followers along the line. Some historians think they have a lot of pressure at all times to keep this flow of stuff coming, and that the more loot is very important, the Mongols got their hands on the more loot they wanted. Dynamic where you had to keep meat conquest coming so you could keep the flow of goods heading to Paris. I've seen other theories where historians say drought conditions and climactic problems on the steppe may have forced these people into rubbing up against their neighbors and disagreements and eventually warfare. Steppe societies always sort of rubbed up against settled societies and settled culture and values were so different, often involving things like raiding and slave taking, that oftentimes it was hard to remember conflicts breaking out. In his book Russia's Steppe Frontier, Krakowski has a whole chapter called The Sociology of the Frontier, or Why Peace Was Impossible, about the sandpaper-like relations between steppe peoples and societies. The tribes sometimes were impossible to stay with these colonists and settlers and those to the steppe. Steppe peoples go back to history that had a very similar relationship with some societies to sense of betrayal and rape policy for sometimes they betray and sometimes they believe and sometimes they believe all at the same time. Some of the revisionist historians who like to downplay will suggest that the Mongols were simply responding to the retaliatory trade policies of the Chinese. The steppe peoples always lived in China and some societies and so sometimes the people like the Chinese, the Byzantines, the Middle Easterners put the screws to the steppe peoples. Some historians would suggest that's a reason right there.
3 more months.
Yes. So sometimes it's retaliating towards bad trading practices, and oftentimes portrayed these days as fighting a sort of a defensive war. Romans are said to have conquered defensive or in the fit of absent-mindedness, exhibiting a trend in some historical thinking to put the Mongols in a similar category. Conquered the trade dispute. Now, the Chinese had traditionally divided steppe barbarians into two types, what they call cooked and uncooked. The cooked barbarians were the ones that had already absorbed some of the Chinese culture. It made them easier to deal with and softened them somewhat and became more tractable. You could negotiate with them. It also helped in some ways to eliminate some of the rough edges. Savage barbarians when they first showed up in the steppe after a couple generations next to China. Now they become Chinese. The uncooked barbarians were ones who were farther into the interior of the steppe, had less direct contact with the Chinese states, and who were considered to be more barbaric and more dangerous. The whole goal was when one of those new societies appeared was to cook them as soon as you could. When the Mongols formed this new federation, you get an entire steppe society led by Chinese terms, uncooked barbarians. Extremely dangerous. And the first of the Chinese states to come in the 71st was a place that I mispronounced the name. It was called Xishan. So these were more Chinese states in existence at this time. It's a little bit confusing. Suffice it to say that in the periods where China is strong, their borders encompass a huge area. In the periods where the Chinese dynasties are weaker, those areas shrink and ripped off pieces. A certain center core that's still Chinese, but with other areas belonging to dynasties that becomes the borders. This period is a place called Southern China. In the south, it's still truly Chinese from Taiwan. In the north, the traditional area of Manchuria and Beijing. This area is so vulnerable to attack by steppe nomads that it's often under their control. Some historians are dynasties like conquest dynasties. And things like the Great Wall, which is so famous, are put up in these areas because this is a completely vulnerable spot which many times called in this period. It's under the domination of a people called the Jurchen, originally from Manchuria, and a group of steppe forest. They ousted a people called the Chitan, who were almost later called proto. In the west, there was another Chinese state called Xishan. Now, this was a sort of a Buddhist, Tibetan, Uyghur, Chinese mix of a place, but it was the weakest of the three current big Chinese kingdoms. This is where Genghis Khan decided to attack first. For the first time in his life, Genghis Khan's now his army against a very different kind of force, the armies of his settled societies. He's been fighting for decades, fighting against other pastoral nomads and steppe. Fighting troops very similar, the tactics very similar to his own. Genghis Khan's Mongol army is not some brand new thing on the scene. Which was one generation back. Normal evolution step. Kind of cheapen real thing. So effective. So his leadership starts off with Genghis Khan. Was probably the finest military strategist who ever lived. Remember, tactics are battle. Strategy is what happens on the large maneuvering to get to the battlefield.
Let's get the west side.
To be a great strategist like Genghis Khan was, and to have a nomadic steppe army at your disposal is to put the perfect weapon into the hands. You know, the man who knows how to use it. He's like a great swordsman, and of all the weapons you can handle, the sword. The Mongol army was probably the most strategically molded army until the invention of the internal combustion engine. Nothing like a steppe army. Best steppe army to defeat them. First of all, they didn't have a supply train most of the time. Every now and then, but most of the time, especially in this period when Genghis Khan was leading, the Mongols had no slow train of wagons and civilians and support, elements to slow them down. The entire army is mounted and it moves at the speed of a horse. Each Mongol soldier is self-sufficient. Oftentimes, the army would drive herding animals with it, which is happening. Is to be in control of the flocks of sheep and other animals that kept the army fed. But even if the army didn't have these animals trailing along with it full speed, they didn't need it. The Mongol society built around the horse, as it was, meant that these horses that the Mongols were riding carried everything they needed to live. And the Mongols didn't just have one. Each cavalryman had at least 3 rifles. After management was already as on campaign, it kicks up a lot of dust. This is a big army of animals outnumbered people, 5, 6, 7 to 1. But you could live off those animals because they were the same animals the Mongols often lived off of when they were in their encampments. First of all, the horses were all female, or you could milk them. Mare's milk was a staple of the Mongol diet. They could even create their famous alcoholic beverage outfit. They also had no problem borrowing blood from the horses as needed. This is an age-old slow tactic. Slicing horses down, cup underneath the stream of blood that comes out, mix that with milk, and bring it on down. There you go. These Mongol armies could so quickly that the settled societies couldn't do it. They would appear out of nowhere. As a matter of fact, a lot of historians believe that the reason that chroniclers and settled societies always thought these Mongol armies were huge is because they would see them everywhere and never think that they could be the same elements being seen over and over and over. They just really fast from one place to another. They assumed it was another unit entirely. I had a teacher once that said the role of a good strategist is to win the battle before the army arrives on the battlefield. If you're superior, not the Mongol army is beautiful. Genghis Khan was the great strategist. That's a very tricky battle. These Chinese states inherit right now. One other aspect of Genghis Khan's leadership is it ability to spot other great leaders and to incorporate them into his forces. And we touched on this a little bit earlier. No matter how great of a leader Genghis Khan was, he's one man at the top of the pyramid. The Mongol army is so well led at every level because Genghis Khan makes it a point to grab any gifted people he sees and impress them into his forces. He would find enemies. One guy who turned out to be one of his greatest generals of all time was actually a person who supposedly shot his horse out, the Khan's horse out from under him. And when he was brought to the Khan, he admitted it, which the secret history says Genghis Khan said most people admit to that. Guy turns out to be a gifted general. Genghis Khan puts him to command some of his forces. This was the general. It was the arrow, just because of that. The horse. Genghis Khan's generals are Jebi and Subadai. Jebi and Subadai probably both belong on the top 10 greatest generals of all time list themselves. So imagine if you yourself belong on that list of Genghis Khan, and now 2, maybe 3 of his underlings belong on the list too. That's an amazingly well-led army. And all through the ranks, Genghis Khan was promoting people based on their ability to own. This was a departure from normal practice on the steppes where one's relationships and alliances and family and all that sort of stuff determined, you're moving up through the ranks. You can think of a system like the British system in the 17 and 1800s where, you could buy commands because of the ability of your parents or your family. That was normal practice among step tribes to Genghis Khan during this system of inheritance and benefits all through the army's leadership. Centurions and sergeants down there. He was training the next group of great commanders with his Imperial Guard, and his generals were some of the best who ever lived. And there are parallels again. I'm sorry to bring up Alexander so often. These world conquerors sometimes have some intriguing similarities. Alexander the Great was maybe the greatest tactical general of all time. And yet around him was a core general staff of people who were unbelievably gifted too. They have their own name, known in history as the Tiaras. And these commanders were so august that when Alexander dies in the 10th age, they split his empire up, each one taking a nice giant hunk and ruling them as kings. Guys with such august names who start whole dynasties like Ptolemaic dynasty, Ptolemy was one of Alexander's second marriages. The Seleucid dynasty, Seleucus was one of Alexander's second marriages. Guys like Antigonus, Lysimachus. It's a huge group of amazingly good commanders. So often in history, military history buffs like yours truly become engrossed in weapons and armor and formations and whatnot of these armies, forgetting that these are just tools and weapons in the hands of men. And sometimes you can win against the other guy with completely inferior weapons based on your ability to use them and plan for an outcome. There's a Mongol saying that sort of sums it up. An army of donkeys led by a lion. Defeat an army of lions.
What are you so gangsters? Why? Why do you do that? I don't know. I'm bored. I think it's funny. You're sexy. No. What the fuck is this shit?
Utilizing his most famous technique, which is a standard technique of most generals, known as the indirect approach. Don't attack him from the front where you think you're going to come from. Go to great lengths to come from a direction he's not expecting. In this case, the western Chinese state run by people called the Taoists, Xinjiang, thought that the Gobi Desert could not be crossed by an army of human beings. They would die and leave their skeletons somewhere in the vast wasteland. Genghis Khan not only gets through the Gobi Desert with his army just fine, but arrives from a direction unexpected against this Chinese state, ready to fight. And the Khan's arrival from, the Gobi Desert area was a sign of how serious this was going to be for this Western Chinese state. They had dealt with Mongols.
Find the most. Let's start the tanks to the other sea.
Territory in 1205 and 1207. In 1209, the Mongols were coming not as raiders to steal, they were coming now to conquer. This was different. This was an existential threat. Before Genghis Khan, as we said, you get these nuisances, raids, which will kill people and take away slaves and burn towns and steal stuff, but it doesn't threaten the integrity of the state. Genghis Khan now is here to conquer this Western state. That's a whole different thing. That's exactly what
I've never seen such a pimp before.
Happened if all these tribes were consolidated.
Maybe James Bond show.
In 1209, the Khan arrives from the Gobi Desert ready to take down the Western Chinese state.
You shake your head.
Some battles are fought between different kinds of armies. Now the Mongols have to deal with disciplined Chinese infantry and infantry blocks. It's a whole different kind of situation. Now, it's no problem on the tactical battle. The problem comes when the Chinese retreat to their cities. The Mongols have the same problem virtually everywhere. Not just every barbarian army anybody's ever run into has. They have a problem with walls.
What up, I'm a broken boy? How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp?
The Mongols really have very simple to conduct sieges. They will actually just storm some of these cities, losing lots more people than they're used to in the process. This war in Western China becomes a testing ground. They get a chance to see on a much smaller scale what it's going to be like if you decide to take on the other two big Chinese states, because this is a smaller version of the same thing. The Mongols try their hand at siege warfare and fail this. What they do is they take lots of prisoners from these territories and begin to do something that they will use throughout their conquest. They take the civilian population and they make them into cannon fodder. In this case, they have this very dangerous idea to dam up the Yellow River and then unleash the water onto one of these cities that they're besieging. They don't want to conduct this dam building themselves because it's extraordinarily dangerous, and they make all these civilians that they've captured through it. And halfway through the process, the dam bursts. Now, it has a good and bad effect. The bad effect is that the Mongols don't fall. Conducting the siege, and the water's up to their horses' shoulders or something, they can hardly conduct operations anymore. The upside is that it tells the people in Western China that this is eventually a losing battle. You should give up now while you still can.
Look at your west side, thanks for putting down the blood.
To exist, this Western Chinese state must go on, but they give the Mongols an incredible strength. But perhaps more important, in terms of the strategic vision of things, Genghis Khan had solidified the Olympus points by reducing this Western Chinese state to a vassalship. He eliminated the chance for it to stab him in the back if he took his arms elsewhere. And it looked like he had a plan to do just that. In 1210, he calls a conference of all his commanders back to Mongolia. Tells everyone that they have to attend or else. Says, one who remains in his own locality instead of coming to me to receive my instructions will have the fate of a stone dropped in.
God damn it, yo. Smells like a so athletic. Kids, we're gonna have to call the Nevada State Athletic Commission to these motherfuckers so athletic.
Things like siege craft. They need to build scale runners. They need to each of them have their own little contingent of troops whose job it is to besiege walls. Why would you want to do that? Well, because the great plum money, gold, everything you could ever want in the world was sitting right over nearby. And it was so ripe for conquest that it had already been conquered over and over again by ones similar to his own.
Ja.
Russia, or for Russia's answers, and I know one thing for sure. As the old Russian proverb says, life will never be just a walk through an open field. St. Petersburg was founded at the start of the 18th century in imitation of the great Western European cities. Russia had never seen a place like this with its elegant classical facades. It was part of a great cultural project to end centuries of isolation. But when Russia opened its doors to Europe, it didn't just let in new ideas about art and architecture. It let in a host of other, even more dangerous ideas. Ideas that would lead to bloodshed and eventually revolution. Almost 2 centuries art was turned out. This is the story of Russia's journey from royal excess to mass rebellion. All of our art went from being the support of the state to an agent of its destruction. For centuries, Russia had held off the infection by tales of the West. St. Petersburg received the knowledge of the lost time. Rather than parts of Russian history, Elizabeth the Great, she was great in her own way, and she certainly left her mark on Russian culture. Because while St. Petersburg and the admire its wonderfully elegant architecture, what really marked her taste is how St. Petersburg built. It was Elizabeth who really decided what it would look like. Elizabeth was positively enormous huge of pleasure. She loved parties and lots of nights. She was a style. In the 1740s, she was up to the table, but on the street. Elizabeth was no mere follower of fashion. She was one of the most dynamic, students of art and architecture in the entire 18th century. When you look at this, when you realise that she causes the world of Russian art prosperity and flourish. The intricate forms was the Baroque style pushed to this extreme level of fantasy.
Where's Sheeny? Sheen. Remember when you would call him Sheen? And he'd be like, hey, Marky. I'd be like, hey, Sheen. And he'd be like, hey, Marky. And I'd be like, what's new, baby? He'd be like, hi, Marky. Just went in my Operation Barbarossa. I'd be like, oh, that's tight. Very cool. And like, I know. You're feeling too. Like, oh, cool, dog. Oh, off to Torrance. Really? Oh, God. I was off to Torrance. Why? Why not? Hardcore street. Dude, these fucking Japanese. Yep, Ben. Supernova in the east. Josh! I'm a supernova in the west, motherfucker. Whoosh.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Go to audible.com/hardcore to find get started.
All right, John. Come on. What are those planes called? Japanese zeros. You're making Japanese zeros, baby. Really? Oh, motherfucker. You're building Mitsubishi zeros. All right. Mitsubishi zeros, dog. Mitsubishi zeros. Mitsubishi zeros. There should be like two Mitsubishi zeros. If you could get, Shig, if you could get 350,
Especially around the Philippines. The young Japanese soldier values for the 20s.
it'd be incredible.
He's dropped off,
I don't think you can do it, but
heavily jumping with the Americans. He's told to dedicate the hammer allied activities in Iran. Continue fighting until he hears orders to, contrary by the commanding officer's supervision. Soldier. Load up. Asian contingent switch that around with hammer. Follow his orders until his commanding officer tells him to lay down his weapons.
Japanese zeros.
Eventually, come out of the jungle into a clearing. hand over his sword, stand at attention. The guy who ordered him into that jungle in the first place formally dismisses him with honor. This happened on the 9th of March, 1974. 1974. 29 years after the summer. This guy, fighting, shooting at, being shot at, killing and injuring the locals for 30 years. 29 years after. Came out of the jungle, came out of hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a well-maintained working rifle, and hand grenades. Dismissed him as commanding officer 29 years previously.
What up, boys? How you living, baby?
Was apparently
Hope you're kicking ass, take care. Shout out to Wesley.
Government official shows up at his office and says, "That's not one of those soldiers 29 years ago, and he's still living there, and he won't come out of the jail." He was officially by hippie kids with a soldier called hippie. He was looking for wild handbills, resistance bees, the abominable snow. Oh, no, This is a once-in-a-lifetime Robinson Crusoe shipwreck kind of anomaly. He's not able to reach out. There's another one. 1960s. There were a bunch in the 1950s, and in the 1940s, after the war, sometimes all villains were still fighting. It's almost 3 years after the war, and a couple of hundred of these Japanese soldiers with their heavy weapons fighting. What is that? What accounts for that? It's not just the military. It was happening on places like Nepal, for example, Saipan. There were people still running around days after the war in Hiroshima. It was fascinating. The war was solved. They had been interesting cultures on the planet. All modern industrial societies, culture. Stretched and shaped alongside by the cultural influences into diverse versions of ourselves. National Geographic sees many different colorful cultures and subcultures. Differences of humankind and how wonderfully pliable they are to the cultural influences. Determine how we like to dress, what we think is attractive, little marks of status, all kinds of things. Now, aggravate that by all the eras humankind's ever been around, right? So not just the diversity of exotic different places all over the world, but all of those places all throughout history. You can see this.
Yo, dog, what did you say?
Just about everything is this. You can see all kinds of different versions of it. Take the physical version. Some of those tribes from time to time used to like to practice something that's
Where
hidden.
you are,
Sort of the counterpoint to China, which was popular in some circles and some
right
territories.
on. There you go, setting up.
Same thing with hands.
Nice to
In
think
other
of.
parts of the world too,
Yeah,
sometimes cradles, for example,
I remember what you
tribes
mean.
have cradles that will shape
So I'll be fair with you,
certain
Russia. Yeah, it's 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Said Rabbi Rothschild. 3921 Claremont, CLAREMONT Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Gotcha, bitch.
like beard, getting right out of an egg. Big, elongated skulls that go way far to the back. I wonder what they must have looked like.
God forbid.
This is pretty wrong. Kind of monstrous. No, that guy looked hot. So it's like question, right?
Color. 5 out of 4.
Sometimes it's not.
3, 26, dude. Dude, each one of these is a Mitsubishi Zero, dog.
Civic attitudes that most societies consider to be positive to such a high level of denial and intensity that too much of it is quite in the context of life, greater good. These are all things that most societies, all sorts of cultural ways to encourage, not just recognize. Citation. Somebody was extra brave, extra heroic, did something other than the person giving the award would say something like, for heroism, bravery, or sacrifices above and beyond the call of duty. Normal people can be asked, normal times, right? Those expectations above and beyond the call of duty. The way the cultural purity in society evolved in such a way so that there's almost nothing that is above culture expects, encourages, only approves of a level of sacrifice on the part of every man, woman, and child in that society. Most other cultures reserve for their most elite military units. Welcome to the Japanese was raised here. Back to Japan, Coast At that time, if a soldier who had been taken prisoner later managed to return to Japan, he was subject to a court-martial and a possible death penalty. Even if the penalty was not carried out, he was so thoroughly ostracized by others that he might as well have been dead. Soldiers were supposed to give their lives for the cause, not grovel in enemy prison camps. General Hideki Tojo's instructions for the military said explicitly. The instructions, quote, he who would not disgrace himself must be strong. He must remember always the honor of his family and his community, and he must strive fervently to live up to their trust in him. Do not live in shame as a prisoner, die, and leave no ignominious crime behind you. When he used to go off to war, one of the things he takes with him is a family dagger that his mother says, if you're captured, use this to kill yourself. I tried to think of any other mother sending her son off to war in any other major power in the Second World War with that kind of advice. It's interesting, isn't it? Very distinct and different culture. Some might have a counter-argument to this, but the reason these Japanese overcuts were continuing to hold out was for doing all the country. Not that most of these people said they didn't know the war was over. So maybe it's more of a sense of not getting the news. But The counter argument to that has to do with the fact that these people were often told explicitly in different ways that the war was over, and they chose not to believe it. They chose not to believe it because it clashed with their mental indoctrination. For example, Hero Nona, he had family members who flown in at high expense to the Japanese government because Hero Nona was still killing people. After the war, he's not just sitting there in the mountains by himself, no. He killed 20 to 30 Filipinos. So that leadership wanted to tell this person, you can spend a little money to make it happen, and you kill people in wars, but not believe you have to finish papers. Here's how he puts it. The search party left behind newspapers and magazines. Most of them were recent, and a lot of them contained articles about the Crown Prince's marriage. The newspapers, which covered a period of about 4 months, made a staff nearly 2 feet high. We thought they were reprints of real Japanese newspapers doctored up by the American Secret Service in such a way as to eliminate any news that the Americans did not want us to see. This was all we could think so long as we believed that the Greater East Asia War was still going on. And in a way, he writes, the newspapers confirmed that the war was still going on because they told a lot about life in Japan. If Japan had really lost the war, there should not be any life in Japan. Everybody should be dead. When I arrived in the Philippines in 1944, the war was going badly for Japan, he writes. And in the homeland, the phrase 100 million souls dying for honor was on everybody's lips. This phrase meant literally that the population of Japan would die to a man before surrender. I took this at face value, and I am sure many other young Japanese men my age did. He says, I sincerely believe that Japan would not surrender so long as any one Japanese remained alive. Conversely, if one Japanese were left alive, Japan could not have surrendered. He continues, after all, this is what we Japanese had all vowed to each other. We had sworn we would resist the American and English devils until the last single one of us was dead. If necessary, the women and children would resist with bamboo sticks, trying to kill as many enemy troops as they could before being killed themselves. The wartime newspapers all played this idea up in the strongest possible language. Struggle to the end. The empire must be protected at any cost. In other words, 100 million dying for the cause. He says, quote, I was virtually brought up on this kind of talk. When Nona got back to Japan, some of the things that I read, some of his later actions, he was less than happy with what had become of Japan after the war was over in terms of their national values, their intense because of his period in the 1970s. The rest of the world was still a very distinctive culture and very committed to, shall we call it the above and beyond ecology. You have to be very intense about that always. Some of the things are very serious. Like things like Japanese products, because you're really intense about getting it done right to a guy raised by the standards of Onoda's era. This was not good. They lost something. And let me tell you what they probably lost, and the rest of the world will consider this to be a good thing, and I think modern Japanese would, for the most part, too. They weren't all prepared, every man, woman, and child, to sacrifice themselves anymore to the level of the world's greatest military units, right? And when Spartan hoplites die on command of the emperor, like Spartan hoplites, these people in the modern Japanese world were much more sensible. But in Hiro Onoda's world, there's a level of insanity that's starting to happen, and it's really complicated, but it kind of explains why the Japanese are this very distinct and different major power in the Second World War, and why there's certain unique elements to the Pacific War against Japan that just wasn't present in the other theaters, because as you said, the Japanese were. Quick little rundown might explain some important things. By the way, Japanese culture is much debated, as you would expect, extremely complicated, and definitely a place to be left to experts. But let's just say there were some pretty obvious things that we should take note of that might help explain how you get such a distinctive people. And let me use a word here that I like. I like the word intense. I'm going out my stepfather's generation, and he fought in the Second World War. He believed that this regime and this government and this society that turned out a guy like Hiro Onoda was turning out fanatics. And that's a word that's much used amongst allied troops, fanatics. They are automatons, they're robots. And I should point out that wartime propaganda played into this, but Americans kind of had this image of both the German opponent in the Second World War and the Japanese opponent as robots, but different kind of robots. The German robot was like the Vision in the Avengers, cold, robotic, mathematical, efficient, precise, and deadly because of it, right? But there's a coldness and a logical nature there. The Japanese is the other side of the robot spectrum. They're like foaming at the mouth, crazy robots. They don't stop. Their little finger will come after you if you leave that alone. I mean, they're ready to die for the emperor, excited to die for the emperor. They're a cartoon character that's extremely dangerous. Where a fanatic is a wonderful way to avoid having to look beneath the surface and any of the human motivations that might be involved. Where a fanatic is just an A to B, is a knee jerk in terms of the depth that they need to be examined. But real people that might be extremely motivated or feel extreme pressure and societal cultural coercion to do something, for example, fly an aircraft piloted by them suicidally into an enemy ship. Those people might have some really interesting motivations too, some interesting points of view. What do they think they're doing? What sort of a range of options and choices do they think they have? This becomes a much more human story when you realize two things. One, any of us could have been born there. There's a certain randomness, even if you believe in a deity selecting everything about you. They could have selected that you ended up in Japan in the 1920s. Go to school with Hiro Onoda. Besides that, there's a certain understanding that what happened in Japan can happen again. It will happen differently. It never looks the same. But look at the elements involved and wonder if you can't imagine them being filtered instead of through a Japanese cultural filter, the cultural filter of your society, used the same way, turned to the same kind of uses, and maybe turning out the same kind of intensity that the Japanese really seem to exude all throughout the story. Now, let me point out there's a wonderful phrase that was used by a rabbi to describe the Jewish people once, but I love it because I think it's a wonderful shorthand phrase that applies to a bunch of different, very distinctive people on the planet. And the Japanese are certainly one of those. So I'm going to substitute the word Jews for Japanese for this. But the rabbi said, the Japanese are like anyone else, only more so. I don't know if I got the exact word correct, but the line is perfect because it denotes the level of intensity. Right? They have all the same human qualities as you do. They just have them at a higher intensity level. Right? You think you're a good gardener and your garden looks done when you're done, raking and taking care of it. Well, go look at a Japanese garden. You feel like you didn't do anything. Right? The intensity with which they pay attention even to the little lines in the dirt. I mean, what happens if you take this intensity too far? Dial it up too high. Even if what we're talking about being intense about are things that you normally consider to be positive today, less intense level. You got patriotism, you got duty, you got love of country, sacrifice for the state, all these things that so many people today would consider positives. How high do you have to turn the dial up on the intensity level before they backfire on you? You're a superhero for this conversation because it just happened to me. But I got another one because Japanese holdouts to me, isn't that sort of like a Japanese version of the Captain America backstory? Right? He's a Second World War person from the 40s, gets put to sleep essentially, gets awakened in the modern world, and is continually contrasting. The last thing he sort of remembered, in his mind, it was like last week he was in the 40s with the world he finds now, the values and all these modern different things. Aren't all these holdouts who are like gone for decades, aren't they all like Captain Japans in that sense? I mean, the Japan of the 1970s, despite the rock music, the blue jeans, and the longer hair, that would have been on display for this Japanese war veteran. But the Japanese in the 1970s were still like everyone else, only more so. But in the eyes of someone like Onoda, it seems his attitude was not more so enough. So let's acknowledge a few things right away. The first thing is it's one of the oldest tropes in history that people look back and pine away for a golden age that they missed that really never existed. And old people do this anyway. So you probably got some of that going on. Let me also say that I know from personal experience, because it's the era I grew up in, that in 1974 there were a lot of World War II veterans from the United States of America that didn't look too fondly on the direction American culture was going, or think that the intensity level of devotion to ideas like duty and honor and patriotism and self-sacrifice was strong enough in the American culture of those days. So in a funny way, these major opponents in the Second World War, the Japanese Imperial Army and the U.S. military, would have had something in common if they were reminiscing about the kids today in the early to mid-1970s. And on the surface, there does seem to be a little something different, doesn't there? From the Japanese to the Allied perspective, if you're pining away for the golden age on the Allied side, you're pining away for the things that brought you victory, right? For the kids today, you know, have more honor, patriotism, love of country. We can do great things. Remember when we did the war, we won the war, but the Japanese didn't win the war. The war was a tragedy for them on so many levels. So why would you look back on the values that kind of made you the kind of country you were, that you could fight a war like that fondly, if that's what it led to? Perhaps the devil's advocate counter-argument here is that yes, while these specific values and the intensity of the era, so 1 to 10, 10 being most intense, the Japanese during the era hero Onoda's growing up in are in 11, and yes, that got them into trouble eventually. It led to Japan's downfall as a great power. The counter-argument that can be made is Japan never been a great power, had it not been for the very specific, distinctive nature of the Japanese. And let's understand, this is a people not quite unique, but darn near unique in the period of colonial domination by the colonial powers of the Western world. They managed to avoid that. They did not avoid it because anybody was going soft on anyone else, or because Japan wasn't a tempting target to snap up. They avoided it because they created the kind of society and military that made it impossible for somebody to snap them up. And they did this while coming from way behind in the technological race in almost miracle-like fashion that I think you are getting my take on this for good or ill. But the intensity of the Japanese character is in large part, I think, a factor in this. You start talking about like national characteristics, it gets very easily into weird territory, the racism type stuff. But it's not the Japanese racial thing that accounts for the way they are. It's a cultural one. It's carrots and sticks. But by the way, full disclaimer here, there's going to be a lot of race talk in this program, not because it matters to me or because I think it's important, but because it matters to the people in this story, and they think it's important. The late 19th, early 20th century is one of the high watermarks of, let's call it global racism and the pseudoscience of it. And it will impact this story. To give you just one example, without going too deeply, there will be cases where we'll just take white Western society. I don't use the terms that are popular at the time period because that's going to keep us grounded. Right? We'll use the terms they used contemporaneously. But there will be white military powers that will get badly hurt from misjudging the capabilities of a non-white power simply because in racial terms they consider them kind of subhuman. We don't have to worry about those people because listen, they're white and they're monkeys. And the payback for that karmically is to get your rear end handed to you by a bunch of people, that you underrated because of some weird construct of racial superiority that warped your perception of reality. Perception of reality eventually meets the real reality. And there was some payback there. More on that in a little bit. My point is, we'll get to the racism thing and we'll talk about race because it matters in the story. It's very multiracial in an era that's very racist. In this case, though, how do you figure out who the Japanese are and why they are the way they are? Well, first of all, this is a subject for experts. Obviously, Japanese culture has been much debated, even in the United States. I remember as a kid when they started outselling so much on cars, a fascination with this Japanese corporate culture, the way they did things. So this is a much talked about thing. For a person like yours truly, I can only hit the big points. There are some obvious things that you can look at and go, wow, that must have affected the story. I don't know how, I don't know to what degree, I don't know how it mixes with the other factors, but boy, you can't ignore that. There's a couple of those I want to get into here because it helps explain how we get to where we are. Every society in the world, right, is a blend of old and new. In the case of Japan, the proportion of old to new includes a lot more old than most places. This is by design, and their history kind of consciously shows not just how they preserve this distinctive way of life, but how trying to preserve their distinctive culture can get them in trouble where they then need those qualities of intensity and everything we were talking about before to dig them out of a hole of their own creation. There's this interesting dynamic between the Japanese wanting to remain distinctive that causes problems that their distinctivity requires them to help them get out of. Without going too deeply into that, let me explain a little of the background here. These big events that reading Japan for Dummies will help you understand. First of all, we all get the idea that geographically speaking, Japan has the opportunity to be different just because they're an island nation, a series of islands. Having that little bit of water that cuts you off from the mainland allows you at times, sometimes depending on the situation, long times to keep the ebbs and flows and tides and sometimes storms raging on the big continent away from your shores. Now, the fact that you're an island does not determine in any way, shape, and form how you develop. There's lots of different ways you could go for lots of different reasons. I mean, take a look at something on a map that theoretically should be pretty similar. Take a look at Japan on a map and then take a look at the British Isles. Theoretically, these places should be somewhat analogous, shouldn't they? And yet, the Japanese will have periods in their history where they, as much as possible, try to limit contact with the outside world. That's just the way they want to go for reasons that are understandable once we get into them. And the English and British, in a larger sense, are just the opposite. A very outgoing country might be a good way to put it. So outgoing that by the time we're setting up this story we're getting into now, they directly or indirectly control a huge chunk of the globe. The Japanese culture is, of course, ancient, dates back to really early times. And the relationship that probably has meant the most in Japanese history to the development of that island nation is the one that they've had long-term with China, the Jupiter of East Asia. If you ask a Chinese person, they might say it's the sun. Not a necessarily impossible to justify point of view either. If you think about China basically being the superpower of East Asia throughout most of human history, except for certain periods of time where it reaches certain low points in power. When the civilizational stock market dips for the Chinese stock, most of the time the China of the world is at least as powerful as today's modern day China is, and it helps keep things sort of stable. I had a Chinese history professor that said that if you wanted to make an argument, you could perhaps say that the entire Second World War and the pre-Second World War in Asia is a result of China's historic weakness during that time period. And it's interesting because if you think about modern day China plugged into that era, you can't imagine any of that happening at all. Instead, the normal powerhouse of the region, the Jupiter, is eclipsed in the time period leading up to the Second World War, which creates a vacuum. But like my professor said, if you wanted to, you could probably get a B+ on a paper and try to tie that together with the reason that everything was happening. You have a vacuum in China and a very wealthy territory that seems to be available in an era where the great powers of the world probably could be compared to a bunch of ravenous sharks looking to snap up an increasingly small and dwindling supply of yummy territories. That, of course, later on in our story, case of the Japanese relationship to China, I had a buddy that compared it once to a big brother, little brother relationship, which I thought was kind of compelling. Here was his thinking. He said that China, of course, is big brother, and for most of their early relationship, little brother tags along, learning from big brother, pretending to be big brother, emulating big brother. But at a certain point along the way, as they both mature, there comes a time in their relationship where little brother can reliably kick big brother's ass. And that changes the nature of the relationship somewhat. If you're looking at this, though, through the wide-angle, long-view lens, I think you have to say that the relationship, despite the occasional sibling spats and pirate activity, has been peaceful and mutually beneficial, especially beneficial if you're looking at this from the Japanese point of view. Because like all of China's neighbors, they benefit continually and in an ongoing fashion over the centuries from Chinese innovations. Off the top of my head, I mean, think about writing that the Japanese take and convert to a Japanese style, but it's from China originally. A ton of philosophical ideas, an entire governmental organizational sort of template, religious concepts till the cows come home. My goodness, how about the most Japanese, as I think about an institution of all? The emperor itself might be an innovation taken from China, maybe as far back as like the 7th century AD. What's funny though is like all foreign innovations, the Japanese managed to take these things and turn them Japanese somehow in a way that instead of changing Japan's distinctive culture, somehow is just woven into it. Now, there have been opportunities in history, we shall call them historical close calls, when Japan could have fallen victim to the same outcome that many wonderful, distinctive cultures all over Eurasia fell to at one time or another. And occasionally you get these great historical blending opportunities, sometimes that occur against the will of the people being blended. And this will take those wonderful, distinctive cultures and sort of homogenize them. You're talking about recently, it's a blended sort of thing, whereas a place like Japan is a wonderful, distinctive single malt. Most of the time, the little bit of water separating Japan, as we said earlier, from being a part of these great blending opportunities. But in the late 1200s, you have a couple of close calls. The Mongol conquests are going on, and they're blending cultures all over Eurasia with each other against their will. They will run out of room to conquer any more in East Asia. They run up against water eventually, but the Mongol manifest destiny being what it is. By the time Genghis Khan's grandson, the great Kublai Khan, is on the throne of China, he'll launch 2 amphibious assaults over the waves on Japanese islands. First of all, imagine that for a minute. Late 1200s, tens of thousands of troops over the waves, and you don't just have to get them there, you have to supply them the whole time they are there. And for a significant amount of time, and we're talking many weeks, the Japanese will fight these armies to a standstill, an absolutely ferocious defense. Now, in the defense of Mongol admirers everywhere, this is not a Mongol army issue. When you think of it, most of it is a bunch of Korean and Chinese auxiliaries who are conscripts and don't want to be there because, after all, their countries have been conquered by these same Mongols. Nonetheless, a ferocious defense that provides time for Mother Nature to intervene twice. Now, let me tell you, as a military history nut, looking at this battle shaping up, I'm like a boxing fan who's bought the pay-per-view and is very excited about this conflict, only to have it end in a Japanese victory by disqualification due to kamikaze twice. The kamikaze, of course, the famous divine wind, the wind of the gods, this wind that comes up and so badly damages this Mongol Chinese fleet twice that it has to call off the invasion and go back home. When you think about what would have happened to this distinctive Japanese culture and how it would have been strangled in the cradle that the Mongols conquered Japan and homogenized it and governed it with officials that might be from 45 different peoples. I mean, bring in a good old Russian governor to control Japan for a while and see what happens to that distinctive Japanese single malt whiskey, when you start adding all these other elements. So that's why it's an important historical event. This kamikaze is, of course, the deciding factor, but the Japanese military can't hold off these Mongol forces as long as they did. They never have time for the weather to intervene. So the key to the whole thing, and Ground Zero was the Japanese organization and military system. It was a cultural system, one might call it an organic system. It was similar and is often compared to the broad contemporary system in Europe. The Japanese, during the Mongol or Chinese invasions, were in a feudal stage, it's often said, at the same time when Europe was in a feudal stage. It's a really dicey subject. I mean, a lot of people complain about trying to fit the square peg of Japanese culture into the round hole of the European historical template. I mean, the context of things like knights and feudalism is a European context. The problem is it's the best analogy for Europeans to understand the situation in shorthand, even with all the problems attached to it. Maybe you can say both Europe and Japan starting to explore the early ideas of statehood and that kind of thing. Both cultures with a hereditary warrior class that made up an aristocracy that had a bunch of fighters who, as individuals, compete for the title of most dangerous warrior of all time, right? If you were a military historian, where would you place samurai, the core of the Japanese army, for hundreds of years, the cutting edge, the same way that knights were in Europe? Hard to not place samurai in the top 10. A lot of people make an argument for the top 5. I think you have to put samurai on the top 10 list based on morale alone. I don't think there's ever been an army that's had higher morale than what samurai bring to the table. I mean, even knights, who I love, and will fight to the death. It happens all the time, but not usually. Usually, when you kill enough knights, they rout. That's an unusual thing to happen to samurai. They are more willing to die than perhaps any other troop type you can think of. And if you find troops that are as willing to die, usually it's a small group of special elite or unusual fanatical people, the berserkers over in the old Scandinavian armies or what have you. This is a huge chunk of any Japanese army. One of the best comparisons, I think, that does sort of fit when you start saying, okay, what's similar about knights and samurai is that the real thing when it comes to these kind of warriors, the real deal as they were in history, is different than the way they were romanticized later. And we all get this. I mean, think about King Arthur for a minute, and courtly love, and jousting, and the Holy Grail. I mean, think of that kind of the sword in the stone. Think of the romanticizing of what was certainly, I mean, if you're comparing the Knights of the Round Table, in the late 19th century works to something like real knights, well, think about how much the reality differs from the romantic version. Well, the samurai had the same situation going in the 1400s and 1500s, for example. This is the golden age of samurai warfare. Not the golden age of samurai, the golden age of the real thing, warfare. The gritty, bloody, grimy, horrible, and let's be honest, venal sometimes, warfare that is the real thing. You have samurai who fight all the time during this period because there's a lot of wars. Sometimes you're fighting the Chinese, like we said, but most of the wars are with other Japanese armies and with other samurai. There were hundreds of thousands of these guys, and they fought a lot. In the late 1500s, there will be a lot of fighting. Japan is in the process of some very big wars that will lead up to a big battle, famous, the Sekigahara battle in 1600. There was like 170,000 people supposed to be there, and when one side beat the other, it was the big pushover capsize moment when Japan kind of gets unified. That's a very quick sounding process the way I said it, but that battle tips things over to a point new government that sort of unites Japan. The government is called the Tokugawa Shogunate, sometimes referred to as the Bakufu. I hope I mispronounced that name properly. I believe I did. Now, as the name implies, the country is nominally run by something called a shogun, translated often as like generalissimo, military dictator, a hereditary, usually, by the way, military dictator. Japan's history, look at a timeline, it's littered with these shogunates. And when the shogun is running the show, the emperor is a figurehead. Now, the dictionary may say that the shogun runs things, but in reality, he's dealing with a bunch of local lords, these people called daimyos. Japan during this time period split up into about roughly 200 separate little areas. And each one of these areas has its local lord, and they raise their own taxes, they raise their own military forces, they owe allegiance to the central government, but they have broad ranges of powers to deal with everything in their own domain, their own way. You can see why maybe people can be forgiven for applying the feudalism tag to that, because on a surface level it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? The entire period is sometimes known as the Edo period. Edo being the old name for Tokyo, and that era lasts from the early 1600s to like 1868, some 250 years. That's going to leave a mark, culturally speaking, wouldn't you think? And the fact that it's going to go on until the time of Hiro Onoda's parents or grandparents means that it's going to leave a mark that persists even on the soldiers fighting for Japan in the Second World War. It's an immensely influential period. And part of the reason it's so influential is it's a time where the cultural head binding is particularly tight. And the Edo period is known as, I would suggest, a double-edged sword, a good and bad kind of thing. On the good side, in the early 1600s, I'm not sure there's a cleaner place to live than Edo, Japan. For a mild germaphobe like myself, probably the only place I could go back to in the time machine if I had to run away from the present and take refuge in the past, where it would be totally freaked out. Pretty safe, very safe compared to most other cities of its size around the world at that time period. Pretty darn literate, very artistic, population flourishing, but it also has a level of cultural repression that it would be difficult for modern people living in the free world anyway to put up with. In one story I was reading, it said that Edo, Japan has most of the features in the embryo of a totalitarian type state, in the early 1600s, including things like thought police. One of the things they crack down on is people who aren't particularly happy staying in their place. They will lock in a system that keeps people in their place. They're all about the status quo. And if you violate that, the repression can be particularly harsh. They will, in a sense, weed out malcontents and people that cause trouble, and particularly non-conformist types. I should point out that if you're comparing early Tokugawa Japan to other countries, for example, go to the West and see what they're doing. They're totally up in your intellectual business there too, weren't they, in the early 1600s? I mean, they got heresy trials, they're burning people at the stake. You don't have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of thought. So not that different in the early 1600s, but over the entire course of the Tokugawa Shogunate, things are going to change on the other side of the world. And by design, they're not going to change anywhere near as much in Japan. Now, the reason that this period is particularly harsh on internal dissent and free thought and all that has to do with the priorities of the Bakufu, because they're less concerned about some foreign invasion coming from Eurasia, like a bunch of Mongols or something, than they are about somebody domestically overthrowing them. They're kind of afraid of the common people, getting weird foreign ideas in their head that make them uppity. They're also afraid of people like themselves, other samurai, because history shows that they're the most dangerous class to fear if you're the ruling elite. Your own people are the most likely to kill you. So in a peaceful society with no outside threat, The Tokugawans are worried about something happening domestically. The Japanese are worried about dangerous foreign ideas undermining their society, corrupting their population, leading to astray, might be the way they would put it. Their answer to this is to close Japan to the rest of the world. That's what the Tokugawa are famous for. And of course, that's not really what they did when I was growing up. That's the way the history books put it. Historian Mary Jensen points out that it's a sign of the ethnocentricity of that era, that you would think that closing trade with the West is the equivalent of cutting yourself off from the entire world. Because the Japanese still, most of the time, trade with China and Korea and places like that. But in an attempt to keep Japanese society from being polluted with these outside intellectual contagions, they shut down trade with most of the rest of Europe over time, it should be pointed out. But nonetheless, that's how they're going to try to address some of their worry about the population getting uppity and agitated. The other thing the Tokugawa have to get a handle on, and that they're known for, is solving the samurai problem that they inherit. After all, if you're famous, as the Tokugawa are, for bringing peace to Japan, maybe for the first time in a sustained way in hundreds of years, what do you do with all those professional warriors that are part of a hereditary, aristocratic warrior class whose entire role in society is to be the fighters, in a time of widespread, sustained peace? It's actually a big problem, and there's a lot of economic points that are brought into this discussion. So you bring out a history book and it'll say something like, well, this is an economic class now that has nothing to do, but they suck up an enormous amount of resources, blah, blah, blah. R. Taggart Murphy had the best thing I ever saw, though, when he was discussing, let's call it the human side of this. And you think about it and you go, well, I can totally see that. It's the problem of having a bunch of people who grow up emulating the great warrior deeds of their samurai ancestors, who train for war all the time, whose whole point in the society is as a warrior, and who never get to use their skills. Anybody who spent 5 minutes in a martial art knows the feeling of wondering, as you sit there and practice even the most basic rudimentary moves, I wonder what this would be like in a real situation. So imagine with these young, Murphy doesn't use the term, but it's implied, testosterone-fueled, ambitious young Japanese people who only want to achieve what their ancestors have achieved. Their ancestors lived in a wartime environment, and they live in a peacetime environment. Imagine how well the idea of idle hands are the devil's tools works for them. So they had to have, one of my histories have a great way of putting it, they had to have their energies redirected into another part of society. What were you going to do with all these samurai? How were you going to justify the cost to society? Give them another job. And the Tokugawans take this warrior class and they put them in the bureaucracy. And they start having them do management jobs. They become the sort of the organs of the state. And the part that's kind of interesting to our story is they kind of do it in a way that implies or mandates, I don't know what the right term is, that they take their samurai values with them into their new jobs. It's even weirder than that, though, because it's during this period now that the samurai don't fight anymore, that they actually kind of double down on the ethical standards. They get more conservative, more unyielding, more militaristic. Part of it is because they're romanticizing the earlier past now, so they actually think that the samurai they admire from the warrior period had higher ethical standards than they really did, and they're going to try to live up to those. About both that paradox and the fact that, hey, listen, warrior ethics work well on the battlefield, will work well in the bureaucracy, right? So because you don't put Japan in the shackles of the past. There was, in fact, hardly any occasion for samurai to put their martial training into practice. As the actual experience of battle receded into the mists of history, the ethos of the samurai became paradoxically ever more rigid and militaristic, with stress on absolute loyalty to the superior, preparedness to carry out any order even at the risk of death, and a disdain for softness and physical comfort. End quote. He continues a little later. Quote, but it was not just the austerity, the whole samurai ethic, the disciplined, unquestioning response to any order, the personal rectitude and contempt for moral or physical laxity served just as well to shape a compliant bureaucracy as it had originally done to form a vigorous military. End quote. Now, obviously, there's an incongruity here, though, over the stakes involved in different environments. If you're adopting an intensity level that seems apropos to a battlefield environment, a situation where people can die, there's life or death here if you don't follow your honor, tradition, all this kind of stuff, and now expect those same kinds of standards of intensity to apply to a situation that is not life or death, can create incongruity. And if those were never even really the standards in the days that you're admiring anyway, that makes it even more unrealistic, doesn't it? We said that the 1400s and 1500s were the golden age of samurai fighting, but the 1600s and the 1700s are the golden age of creating fleshed out samurai of mythology. Where he's not just a warrior, he's a Confucian scholar, he's a literate, ethical judge of the rest of the company. He's a poet, a flower arranger, a calligraphist, and many other things. If you look at this from a class perspective, various mentions have an interesting point suggesting that some of the non-samurai people living in Japan might have seen them more like an occupying army that stayed generation after generation. Interesting counter way to look at it. It's worth pointing out, though, that the samurai had many different grades and ranks, and at the top ranks, these are the guys who have been running the country, the big, powerful samurai, who are never going to have to worry about their place in society. But at the bottom rung of samurai, those people can be practically poor, just keeping their head above water. Now you put them into the Japanese version of the DMV job, and life is tough for these people, and it's squeezing them, and it doesn't feel so special to some of them to be samurai anymore. They certainly often don't remember too much how to fight. I read a quote from somebody writing in the 1800s that said the samurai are as weak as women now. They just sit around and do nothing. There's no martial training at all. But the expectation level of conduct could be life or death. I mean, one of the things that we should get through quickly here is the Japanese propensity, you see it on display the second at the time for suicide. This also can probably trace back in large part, especially the military version of this to the samurai, where a battlefield ethic might require you to do something that extreme in some situations. It gets looking at the fanatical needs applied to situations that are extreme. What started as a ritual sounds to me
I get the feeling that if I don't empty my piss pirates within 24 hours, within subsequent 24 hours, I can smell the piss approximately 2 feet away. Look at this one. We built 8 Japanese zeros. I don't really like that as the analogy. Here's the thing though, with any analogy, when it comes to war, basically, every civilization has fallen. So, Empire Japan, except those that are still there. That's what I was thinking. It's like a Mongol invasion. What the fuck?
RMB will be enlisting according to their respective procedures.
As I said, for closing Japan, they don't really close an independent chunk off trade. Eventually, down to Germany, one Western power, the Dutch. They've got the Dutch isolated in one corner, now the Soviet And eventually, they got right off the coast. They connected to a little ramp, a samurai garden ramp. Basically, you have to show your names in language Japanese on the mainland. And they're worried about all kinds of things. Like the number one intellectual contagion between they're worried about is Christianity. Japanese Christians, which is funny. They won't go on until the problem the Japanese had with Christianity is the same problem that a lot of other places have had. Look at how the problem Rome had, for example, before Rome went Christian. It says, just like Judaism, or the supreme, or the certain kinds of emperors have problems with that, right? Japan, the problem that the Tokugawa saw is, listen, your loyalty is to the daimyo, your lord, to the shogun, parents, or there's a whole Confucian hierarchy here. The whole part of it is to people who are allegiance to, loyalty to, devotion to. And there's no place for some Christian god at the top of the food chain. So it's a threat. It's hardly the only one, but it's the most visibly obvious one, and it's something that bothers shogun patriots about the Europeans entirely. They get confused too. They would ask a lot of questions about Protestants and Catholics to try to understand the language, and eventually they were so confused they just basically said, pops up over your houses, you're all out. And think of all the stuff because it's not engaging fully with the rest of the world and the European powers. Just off the top of my head, there's Enlightenment, French and American Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, all the revolutions, 1848, Marx, all this stuff. And remember, these things are tsunamis. Many places social revolutions, other things, big wars. All you can say, the way the people experienced them at the time they happened, is that at least they got them one at a time, usually, and in the right order. So sometimes you have time to recover from one tsunami, the next one hits you, and time to sort of incorporate, absorb the lessons, what have you from that era. In Japan, eventually will have to join the rest of the world. They're going to get all that stuff at once, out of order, and they're not going to intellectual resistance. They're like America's at first contact with action contagions, but the intellectual ones, that's how the theoretical problems that the Japanese writers and whatnot are actually talking about in the 1800s was the body of shogun ideas and system of government, not really it's John. Theoretical happened. Japan's hard you don't get to stay closed anymore. The story about it called this the policy of seclusion because it doesn't really mean closed, but basically to the people who showed up in Japan, this is American thing, by the way, as far as he's concerned, they're closed, and that's when we stop. So there will be two visas by that. During this time, Japan. Oh, they were never really closed, so they can never really be open, but those are the terms of the embassies and sometimes thrown into the gunboat diplomacy category. Japan necessarily wanted to do this. It's just a sign of the historical twilight zone moments. Military history of the dire needs. He talks about Matthew Harris. Just a few minutes were showing up and fighting a completely medieval kind of people and military waiting on the shoreline. Dyer says they are no guns. Parents of Johnson says they were guns, but makes it sound like they were taken out of a museum. So perish in some disease as a society, they all have like swords and spears and body armor and that kind of thing. That's a pretty cool contrast right there. That was a motion on the Japanese side because we rest of the world, the West shows up and forcibly opens Japan. Japan finds out how outgunned it is. So outgunned, can't stop these Japanese foreign barbarians from imposing their will on Japan. And they will quickly, just the United States, everybody kept comes in on. You realize Japan was open for business, so let's throw some unequal treaties there. At the same time, recently posted on China. I think it's safe to say by 1860, you see in Japan that is potentially on the road to being a colonial victim. His inability to resist powers. The United States was really a great power during this time. Call them a higher second tier power at this time. The inability of Japan to resist that was almost like a strong breaks the camel's back. They were already kind of certainly finding it tough to roll. It's 250 basically human beings. And so, not being able to defend Japan's interests over a period of years, they would have in mind for them. The next government in Japanese history is never going to forget their job was as mission to defend Japan's territory and interest and culture. What happens after the Tokugawa era in Japanese history is known as the Meiji Restoration. Meiji, by the way, the emperor during this time period. Restoration refers to those who went to build. It's a story that is akin to Tolkien's The Return of the King, but this is the return of the emperor. In effect, acknowledging the fact that under this military dictatorship, the emperor really hasn't been in charge. This explains why everything goes on the handbasket. So when you return things to the way they're supposed to be in harmony, respect to the golden age when the emperor runs things and the emperor's certainly in situations where the emperor did do these things very unusual. Distant past, nonetheless, it sounds good to everybody, right? But the emperor in charge. How much the emperor's actually running things was challenging. Mostly samurai class oligarchs are running things. It's unclear. But there are powerful dynamic individuals who are part of this wave of Japanese reformers who take over the government and try to crash course in modernization in order to survive. This is part of empirical science. Back values and intensity levels from the time period to such a disastrous end result as the end of the Second World War. You might come back with the line, sure, but if you don't have these values and that intensity, you're going to need restoration. Clear-eyed, long-range visions of these people take control of Japan. Restoration is the fact that they clearly understand this adapt or die dilemma that Japan is in. The same as a whole lot of most victims of colonialization are faced at one time or another. Because what ends up happening is when potential colonizers show up and meet you, there's a clock ticking. At some point, you have to be able to resist the encroachment or taking over this time period. And the Japanese, by the way, when you wake up to the rest of the world, this is how they view it. This is a total dog-eat-dog world. There are predators, and there are prey. They desperately prey in situations that they find themselves in. To the predator one quickly, and you don't know how long we have. Most of these countries that turn out to be going victims, our taggart workers said they were going to places that are going to this. That sounds like a pretty low estimate to me, but even if I added a few more list, it's instructive. He said the only three places that were direct or indirect Western or European colonialism: Ethiopia, Siam, which is Thailand, and Japan. And the reason why is because this adapt or die dilemma is almost impossible to eliminate. Most of these countries that fell to colonial powers could have overcome them given time, but we don't have time. Because the amount of stuff you have to do to ramp yourself up to levels so that you can compete and resist these kinds of great powers takes too long. Because it's later part of the 19th century, in order to maintain a first-class military by the great power standards of the time, your entire society has to be organized in a way to gird it as a foundation. It doesn't seem like that, but that's the way it is. And so find out when you got to catch up real fast, or somebody's going to be resistant to the shores and fight us. That takes longer than most places have. Ancient restoration rules are this clock ticking. So they mammoth amount of change, and they make it as quickly as possible. That's what makes this one very ancient government, which is usually called ancient oligarchs, literally called the cabal, working in conjunction with the emperor. They're trying to ride the tide of returns. And now, understand the situation. But they only want to adapt as much as they have to not die. They still want to preserve Japanese culture as much as they can. Right? So they're not the total down the cultural headline to that level, but they still are the oligarchy. And though they want to promote more men and merit and they feel like that's necessary, they don't want to go crazy. They're afraid of the masses. They're right. So they want to go as far as they have to no farther. What happens when you have a society that's modernizing with ancient restoration? You accomplish so much. Basically, governmental decisions are hard enough to imagine. I can't imagine my country any of the top five. Because resistance ideas. But forget that. It's one thing to stroke of a pen or go to brush say, we're going to start doing this now. It's another thing to have a culture, and not just a culture, a traditional culture, and not just a traditional culture, a culture that the government has encouraged or unnaturally tradition element to it, and saying, okay, guess what, we're modernizing now, and we're doing it quickly for our own survival. Count from operations. This transformation of age restoration, in addition to all the government changes, all the major things on that level, he talks about what it's like to just see how Japan changed in terms of its culture in like a decade. And he talks about the samurai guy who taught him the Japanese. And he says the guy had a sword and a ponytail. That's what Japan was like when he first got there. He says, I distinctly remember his words, the Middle Ages, as a machine. He says, I distinctly remember the Middle Ages. And then he says, less than 10 years, this is all of them. These people were English, and all the talk is all the stuff in the 19th century. Bicycles, the Ceylon, spears of influence. Think about what that does to a culture, because you can transform a society. The constitutions which the Meiji provide, the parliament which the Meiji provide, courts and banks and finance systems. This is amazing stuff. Right there, the intention of launching industrial revolution. All that stuff is hard on any society. Think about how hard it was on the ones that got to have all these historical moments happen one at a time. Right over the Japanese extra traditional culture gets to have all this stuff happen in like 10 years. This is the story about the Meiji Restoration, which is very interesting already. But in such an amazing time period, we have very sobering stories. There's some of these Meiji oligarchs, some of these really dynamic figures like George Washington. Turks playing on the state, Turkish state. This is amazing. These people are all kinds of figures that are formidable. And some of them will live on as advisors, advisory Some of these guys will still be advising Japan on the course of action that should take into the 1930s, which puts it squarely on course to go right into our story. Think about how they cast them for war talents. So if I said to you, listen, you're in an adapt or die situation, you have to modernize your society as fast as possible. What's the job? What do you do first? The Japanese did it smart when they about it. Is they looked around and they sent out observers. Go all the Tokugawa regime could be very insolent. This is like 180 degree turn because they have to. The government sends out observers to students all over the world, and they have to come back and report on what all the different countries do well. Right? This country does industrial production well. This other one does agriculture well. This other one does military stuff well. Whatever it might be. And the Japanese copy them. As I said, smart, right? They'll do the same thing with their government. The way the Japanese are looking at this, there's a predator or prey law of the jungle thing going on in the 18th century. The job the Japanese see for themselves is to convert themselves from something that's seen as potential prey to something that's seen as obvious predator. So the Japanese want to be taken seriously by the other great powers, so they have to also copy some form of government that the great powers have. What is the template that they're going to build this new modern Japanese government? Oh, it's a conscious effort to create a modern state. You have lots of choices. Say, examples, don't you? You sort of run the gamut, the entire spectrum. You go all the way on one side, and you have like a miniature French system, God forbid, the American system, and rights of man, a parliament, representative to some government, these kinds of things. Or, in the case of the Japanese process, can we say that the Meiji Restoration giving Japan some soft landing, probably France. So maybe go to something more military muscle building in the Constitution design. This is the Prussia is active and will soon become united Germany. This is a transition period. But either way, it's a muscular military involvement in terms of states, Kaiser, called the Supreme Warlord. That's the kind of thing autocratic which we want. Or you can just go, turn the dial all the way to the other side and go full Tsar if you want to. Tsar of Russia, of course, during this period. And on the right, this whole fashioned throwback to the divine right of kings. His position is divinely ordained in the social hierarchy by God. This is not personal Christianity. Like the Japanese theology is seriously wrapped up in Christianity. Presenting to these people as one step below deity. Tsar's regime is also notably hostile to all this talk of democracy, all this social agitation that bothers the Japanese oligarchs as much as it bothers the Russian leaders. The Japanese reform system actually takes the whole idea of the Tsar wrapped up as the chosen man of God one step farther, creates an emperor that is God, creates his own about works. A historian talking about how this would have to take the Shinto sect of Japanese religions and work through state purposes, but they're going to do this with a lot of things. From one Shinto, one samurai past, one Shintoism, one past, just like everyone else, only more so. Go look at the 19th century, 20th century textbooks for kids. It doesn't matter what great power which country you go to. The books could all be entitled, have your flag on it, entitled to say something. Here's what's so great about us. Because that's what they kind of sound like. And if you open them up, I want to remind Americans, because I grew up with just the feelings of this left. And if you open up those books, for example, how they portray George Washington. would not call him empty-headed. He was portrayed, and I think people believe this, as a guy who never lied, as this archetype figure. I guess we can all understand it. Very romanticized. There were no witnesses. He was portrayed as almost as God, I'm not saying, you know what I am. This is part of national mythology. So during this era, in Japan took this and turned it into a level. First of all, the outdoors are certainly chosen by God, and they wrapped the emperor into a war version of Shintoism that got warped over time and turned him into a god. Full disclaimer here, had you done a public sampling of Japanese opinion 100 years ago and asked people history whether or not the emperor was a god, I'm going to guess here that you get somewhere in the 85% range that says yes. Anywhere? I don't know that that's going to be true at all. But the point is that this was an existing thing that the government, for its own state purposes, like most governments anywhere, took and used. And they used it by wrapping the entire organization of this monster. Now, in terms of the power of the emperor figure, all I can say about that is good luck to determine that. And it's such a key point in the story, too, because it's so rich. Who's responsible for this or that decision has intended horrible consequences? But where's the buck stop in the system? You're not going to be able to put your finger on it. There's several layers of veil cover the way the Japanese government works. Some of it pretty deliberately at the time. Some of it to insulate the royal court from money, distribution, politics, and civil power. When I was a kid, the history was taught that the emperor during the Second World War was like a precursor to a military dictatorship, not unlike a 20th century version of the shogun. Nowadays, there are surprise history writers to interpret it suggest that's not true. Well, maybe it's a conspiracy theory that I was growing up. Isn't such a conspiracy theory. I think the emperor had his reputation altered. Engineers and scientists who had worked for the Nazis did in Operation Paperclip. So maybe the emperor an okay figure to be a post-war figure on the global geopolitical goal chessboard is to launder his past by saying, hey, this thing is a military dictatorship and he never the power. The way the system is designed, this base restoration system, the emperor is supposed to be like the top of the apex of the Japanese social hierarchy. He radically controls everything. He has the power to reach down through layers of democracy and create justice and solve problems and cut through red tape. With lightning a single fingers. But as they say, when one person is in charge of everything, everybody's in charge of everything. And you can see how this gets the entire nation state in trouble, for example. Look at the relationship in the system of nature restoration, constitutional system of the emperor to the armed forces. The army and the navy of Japan don't owe their allegiance to the nation state of Japan. They owe their allegiance to the emperor personally. In fact, they're kind of taken out of the realm of politics altogether and put into his hands for his uses as he sees fit. What if he could never get involved in the situation? What they're doing is that the political leaders have no control of the military and say, hey, we're going to answer the emperor. The emperor stays in his room. It doesn't bother anyone. It's a little like that. Potential power of the emperor versus the reality of the situation. I can't help but say it's a major life. Look at incredible hope is that major life. My apologies to those who made that stuff. It just seems so perfect in this situation. Because when the guy wants to, it seems to be almost like way back in the ancient times. They have all this latent power, but they don't use it. So it's the Hulk, but they don't turn it into the Hulk very often. That inconsistently do. But when you do think about it, it's one of the things that war crime investigations after the war around the story of Hurricane says they wanted to know from the Japanese emperor is they were trying to figure out if the guy had the power to stop the war. All he has to do is turn into the Incredible Hulk. It's like a war will end now and the war ends. Why didn't he end it at the beginning? 4 millions of people that die, right? It's very frustrating for people in the West look at the society and try to figure out where the lines of power are. We're very comfortable with a couple of different things, right? First, if you say you have a ruler and like a Magna Carta, Constitution, dictates what they can do, we totally get that, right? Bring in the magnifying glass and the Texas, you can't do this, you can't do that, this other stuff is talking about. We get that, we have a lot of that. Unfortunately, we also have a lot of the other trying to get that too. You know, that one, that's the Pharaoh God, Julius Caesar, Joseph Stalin, you know, the Genghis Khan thing. You have nothing to put down because there's nothing to do. Total power. Japanese emperor is neither one of those things. What seems to be bound by what used to happen called. And with those restrained uses power, right? Something that's bound by things that are not things that are very difficult for outsiders to perceive. Because for much of the study, you have to have cultural antenna set to the Japanese setting. Most of the time, through amazing decades of studies, but so the outsider didn't go first to understand the Japanese emperor, this court protocol, the tradition, and a bunch of other considerations is binding to him as a Magna Carta or a constitution, some other trying to figure out how the emperor military, how they all interact with the prime minister, parliament, privy council, the general, and all these other elements of that society were driving crazy. It looks like the people at the time understood it. But I couldn't even think about a shorthand to describe it. So one of the rare times I went to look for somebody else's shorthand to describe it, and they ended up on Wikipedia for the first time. It was perfect. They described this government, remember, we had mutations and where the lines of power is described as a mixed constitutional hyphen absolute monarchy. A form of mixed constitutional absolute monarchy would mean that the term absolute monarchy sort of makes the rest of that phrase work. Here's the wild part. That is what it is. That's a good description of it. But that's not a description that really makes any sense or helps you figure out who's in charge of the place. One thing you can say is that by rejecting a deity or a religious level of power into this state and this culture at this time period to purposes for state purposes, imagine at the intensity level that he gets when you normally were serious and passionate about it, never in this case. That was not a product, that was a feature. And I don't mean to say, because I think most of the religion, on the contrary, for example, most of the public let's imagine for a minute that instead of them being truly much more cynical power mongers who are just doing anything just to keep the people under their virtue. What an amazing tool inside here. The emperor is divine is. Look at how it lies to the state propaganda. Look at how it completely changes logical calculations. Odd parameters that turn your mind against you. Rational mind, for example, right? Pillars in the system drilled into the heads and increases in Japanese students as they grow up. And the emperor is responsible for all the decisions that are made in terms of charting the course of the nation and the policies. And also that the emperor is basically superhuman. There's no logical choice to make in terms of accepting the government's view on things in the course of the nation. Anything else doesn't become illogical if you apply those parameters to the engineering business, even questioning the authority. This is basically God. They see things from a higher perspective. You're an idiot to say that for your position, you should be questioning that level of authority. By that level of authority, that's the most intense you got. Of course, starting the public school system, copying great powers, some of the secret sauce that made those great powers dominant. But they also needed a literate population to man all those institutes and all those other things that were going to support their modern military. So it was a no-brainer. But so we'll say, juxtaposition. The question always comes to the fore is what do they need? In this case, as in every country, it's pretty propaganda, state stuff. In the Japanese case, more intense than most. And it's the way that the United States may have had a bit of a hero worship. George Washington, did you know they had a little bit of a worship what the Japanese have promoted? Think about how this I'm just thinking about differences in how long the country has to inject national knowledge into a population. These Japanese children, increasingly, if you boil it down to the subject matter, they're all learning things that we teach patriotism, love of country, sacrifice, honor your parents, respect authority. These are all values that all the school systems in Japanese imitate and teach. And the Japanese parents at the time probably would have approved of. There's no doubt in brainwash you with your mind and your salary. You're going to walk a mile. Let's understand. These logical calculations say it's the smart choice to make. Power, if you're a realpolitik dictator type, you might not have the kind of system of population. Now let's remember the number one goal of this economy. They have to deal with all this other stuff is kind of a means to an end. If you can't defend yourself from the outside power, what do you think you do? None of this other stuff matters, right? Age restoration has to be a modern the same general way they would do all each other. Well, they come to them and they get their help and they buy stuff from them. So it's smart. On plan, right up to 1870. The French military, they will eventually teach them the Germans. Many countries do. So all the time, the Cold War, Germans will send advisors over there. Uniforms, tactics, doctrine, training, leadership. The officers back to the police in Germany and send them back to teach everyone else this relationship is very classic. What is creates a forever German stand in the modern Imperial Japanese army. Because we all know history's been a pretty good demonstrator that just because you give a whole bunch of the best stuff to some other military doesn't mean they're going to fight well. Because there are two sides to the equation. And one side's sort of easy to fill, the other side's a lot harder. One side's quantifiable, right? You can spend a certain amount of money to get this job done. You can provide this many riflemen, you can provide this many hours of training, this much support, and all that stuff can sort of be figured out to the decimal. But the other side of what's going to be a successful military is something as bedrock in terms of values as whether or not your people are more than willing to die, whether they will fight on the battlefield long enough to make that investment in the stuff that they carry worth it. Two armies that line up on the battlefield across from each other. One has the best police, most dead standard stuff, the other's on sticks. What the side of the devastating stuff doesn't want to fight, what you're referring to, they don't have the injuries and they just that line of all my investment. But how do you inject or create or artificially stick or recreate those in a blend military? But what if you had a shortcut available to you? What if you already had an indigenous, long-standing warrior ethos and tradition of your own, just sitting there not doing anything? Could you reanimate it, repurpose it, clone it? Could you customize it so that it meets the needs of the late 19th century, early 20th century regime? If I told you that a state was pushing these values, what would you think? Values like courage, benevolence, politeness, selflessness, sincerity, honor, loyalty, self-control, and a strong sense of justice. That's called an inventive way of the samurai describing these virtues that have sometimes been ascribed to Bushido, the ethical way of the samurai. Your kids were learning those kinds of things in school. Probably that was a good thing. What the government of Japan is trying to do is they will make and change considering these things pre-existing in Japan. Well, Bushido goes way back on the term itself in the late 19th century. But this will be another traditional Japanese thing that the modern state will take on for its own purposes. And according to Medish, if I understand correctly, he's basically saying that amongst the wide-ranging intelligence and the various aspects of Bushido, you can find almost everything out you want, but the state will make the ones that most correspond to things that would help me. For example, finally settling one of the most influential called Bushido theorists out there, who has boiled Bushido down to just simply two things. You can see why the state would like a guy like this validated his viewpoint of Bushido, because he boils it down to love of the emperor and patriotism. That's not a bad thing. The state's book to refuse to public school thinking children. And they continue doing so at much more text level where male children from that public school grow up and become part of the military. The father of the second prime minister, David Tojo, told the gathering of educators in the 1890s that they should totally familiarize themselves with how the market does everything against the arguments and finishes. And all these educators are doing in public school is preparing the kids to join the army, so they used to have to teach the kids that. Now, we should add that in addition to this wonderful hotline and philosophical point, there's much more grounded, understandable reasons why Japanese soldiers might be reluctant to surrender or flee. Things like demands by Japanese generals sometimes that say, it does this. So real world concerns too, but you point out lots of other armies in history have killed deserters and, still out. So there's some combination about what's going on here. That ends up creating the Japanese military. From the very beginning, people in the Japanese army have around probably the best armies out there. And it will only get higher as time goes on. Remember, this military really exists from like the late 1870s, 1880s, it was built. And of course, in 1945, it all comes to an end. But in that time period, you will go from instantly and higher than should be expected morale to unbelievable fanatical levels of morale. For comparison purposes, because we all know that the German armies was very hard. The book Implacable follows his strange world of ignorance and marvelous compared to this morale guard. The Japanese situation is often just a question of victory or death, they write, quote. Surrender was unthinkable. In Tunisia, when the German Africa Corps surrendered in 1943, the British captured more than 120,000 German soldiers, including a colonel general and his staff, 12 generals in all. The Allied liberation of France in the summer of 1944, they write, added another 200,000 Germans. As the war progressed, the Allies captured so many German officers that the British set up a special residence for them in the English countryside. During the final weeks of the war in Europe, more than 1,500,000 Germans surrendered to the Western Allies. In contrast, no organized unit of the Imperial Japanese Army surrendered during the entire Pacific War, until they were ordered to do so by the Emperor after Japan had formally agreed to capitulate. This, they write, was a record unprecedented in the annals of modern warfare. As we've already pointed out, there were a bunch of Japanese soldiers. Just because the war ended didn't seal enough reason to surrender. So this is a pretty high level of morale. can't say that this whole Bushido injection, which some people compare to an ideology, others to more like a religion, you can't say that this is the reason why, but you can say that this thing was definitely using the idea for these purposes. The morale of the Imperial Japanese Navy would also be behind some of these Bushido ideas were injected into that as well. Now, they may have flirted with another advisor from another way, but in terms of military destroyer, mentor, in the 19th century and 19th century, there's only one choice anymore. That's the best is the Royal Navy. The sun never sets on the British Empire, never said that it's the Royal Navy that protects that. The Japanese became a English Navy. Same thing as on land, tactics, doctrine, strategy, leadership. Long-term service of Japanese officers on board the Navy ships that go back to the traditions of the Imperial Japanese Navy started to bring. The Japanese would buy some of their bigger ticket items from the British until they can build their own. So the relationship is designed to make up for lost time and quickly ASAP create an adaptation in Japan. Our Tiger Bird is a reputation of power. Tourism nation state. It's probably going to require a little probably a little. It's one of those things that starts down that road. It's tough to stop sometimes. It's like the potato chip commercial. You can't just eat one. Like that, other countries and territories too. Once you get one of them, it starts to feel kind of good. It's funny because India, was qualified to talk about implementation of special but it doesn't sort of work. Nation states and nationalism doesn't look like Japan's about to look just all parallel like classic drug addict psychopathization. I think it's a wonderful benchmark in Japanese history because they go simply trying to make sure they don't get these shark infested waters looking around themselves. Sometimes you develop an appetite for those things once you start it looks like Japanese dangerously cold imperialism. And it's not hard to see how it happened. After all the countries Japan wanted to be like and emulate, the club that they wanted to join the great powers, all those guys are hooked to it already. Belgium's got a problem. For a long time. Even older than that, the United States, which denounces other people's imperialist ventures while swearing to violent transfers of territory. Mexico, seizures of Hawaii and whatnot are not indicative of a growing problem, but will begin having a larger public problem. The Spanish-American War, Guam, the Philippines, Cuba, and other places will just sort of fall into its lap, I guess. Can the president at the time, should I or should I? Take this violent feeling on imperialism. It was a jump somehow. Might have been adrenaline. Now, Teddy Roosevelt does not strike me as the intoxicating substances, the mind-altering substances kind of guy. But if you told me he had an addiction or might be likely to develop one, to muscle growth steroids, well, shoot, I wouldn't be too surprised by that. In fact, as I look at all analogies, I'm suicide, but that's kind of what we enjoy sometimes, right? You look at this analogy of these countries, it kind of looks like steroids to me. Take Japan, for example. It's a country that in their mind should be stacked up with all the great powers. We can hang with anybody, but then they take a 250-year seclusion break from the gym when they next encounter all these other great powers. They're huge. Look at how they must have seen Britain on a map. A lot of comparisons between a couple of violent nations, interesting, distinctive people, all these kinds of stuff. But that's where the comparison ends, because Japan comes out of seclusion. Britain controls a huge chunk of the world. They're obviously juicing on something. But Japan goes on a crash course to catch up. Now let's understand when we say getting addicted to imperialism, we're using those phrases for countries. What do you get addicted to as a country? Well, let's just really go over this quick because I think we all get it. But how about raw materials? How long have people been invading and conquering places to get somebody else's stuff? In this modern era, you also have these unequal trade agreements which can lock a colony into, turning over large chunks of their raw materials and wealth and reduced or non-existent rates of exchange. Prestige in this era is huge. A bunch of countries and latecomers to the colonial party who will take the few leftover places just so that they have another place, another notch on their belt. The reason those places weren't taken by great powers, they had nothing anybody wanted. The last thing they have is that they add to your prestige. I now have 6 colonies. The last time you saw me, we were in 9 out of 5, but moving up the world. Now, those are the things that attract you to these countries in the first place, right? What's the first reason you start using the steroids? Well, I was just dabbling. I want to get I was recovering from injury. I needed the raw material, the trade position, and the prestige to be with the guys. It's all understandable. But when you get involved in it, you kind of commit and you get sucked into something deep. This is why I like this analogy. I mean, it sucks countries into the whole lifestyle of things like capital investments you can make as a country, or your companies do, or your companies in conjunction with the country do, put it in railroads, mining, development, all these different places you can get to have a stake. A stake that if people start saying, listen, we'll change your world, if you do the best for us to leave this area now and turn it back over to the locals, you're going to have a lot of powerful rich people say, wait a minute, what about our investment? That's, of course, just money. What about lives? The lives it takes to conquer these places and the lives it takes to make them conquer them. For example, the Japanese will get their hands on Taiwan at a certain point by some sort of treaty deal, but the people in Taiwan were asked, and the Japanese was quite a few people trying to pacify that area that supposedly we should pay for them. Just handed it over. This becomes not just a cost you have to pay to play this game, right? An entry fee in colonial games. It's a cost you have to keep paying to stay. And it provides another investment that keeps you from having the flexibility. If the times dictate that it'd be better to give up this policy of colonialism or sterile use, somebody's going to say, wait a minute, my son died conquering that territory. Are you going to make his sacrifices meaningless? Are you going to undo everything that his life bought up? You see how that sucks you in as a country? Remember, too, that the Japanese are seen as European powers sort of at the height of the good times while they're riding high in addiction. They've degraded to taking steroids and they're taking a lot of cover themselves in big oil. They're getting their hair bleached and they look great. You're not seeing these countries down the road. On the downside of this addiction, you're in old folks' home prematurely with all the health care problems and the steroids are gone, the muscles are shriveled, and they look and feel awful. When the Japanese look at the French, what's called Indochina, for example, modern-day Vietnam, they see the French sitting there having the Vietnamese served in restaurants in a wonderful colonial existence. Well, of course, the French pay them back by giving them French culture. It's traditional colonial trade-off. The Japanese will not see the French 90 years from this time period. When in the 1950s, they're fighting a vicious insurgency by the Vietnam trying to keep the French out of Vietnam. Talk to the men. But of course, by that time, in the 1950s, the Japanese are in full recovery mode after a global intervention put an end to its steroid addiction. It's half-century-long steroid addiction. If you wanted to go back and trace the roots of how it began, an initial taste that seemed so consequence-free, that got you hooked and led you down in the terrible path, the rise and fall of Japan's imperialist addiction. It starts with Korea. It was just sitting there, wasn't it? Like a dagger in the heart of Japan, as the German advisor from Bismarck told the Japanese government. the Japanese had already treated Korea very shortly after it was opened up against its will by the Western powers to that exact same treatment, and then foisted the same sort of unequal treatments on Korea that the West had foisted on Japan. So Japan learned quickly. They were ripe for trying out what the Western powers were building their muscles up with. First he freed out Korea. In the 1870s and 1880s, the Japanese involved themselves more in the internal Korean politics and dynamics. Korea is generally in the sphere of influence of the great Jupiter of the region, China, but increasingly as the Russians have advanced all the way to the Pacific, they have more of an impact too in that area. But to the Japanese, this is a key. If this were a game of risk or something, there were no morals or ethics or anything involved, right? People suffer terribly in this time period. But let's imagine people don't matter in a risk game. If you're playing Japan, take your rating. During this time period, the Chinese and the Russians are in a much better position than you are, so what do you do? Well, in 1894, somehow, Japan thinks that over the sphere of influence control of Korea with China. In 1894, it's called the First Sino-Japanese War, and it is really the first time this new army in Japan, since they opened up, needs Japan to fight somebody else. Insurrections, First teacher one. Outside observers, for the most part, believe that China will crush Japan. Both China and Japan have undergone military modernization for kind of the same reasons, although they find themselves dangerously vulnerable to Western technologies are working to catch up. The opinion out there by most people was that China had done a better job, including having a fleet of the way this is the time period when race and all that stuff is important. They had the most powerful Asian fleet in Asia, it was thought. Stunning, absolutely stunning campaign. The Japanese just rolled the Chinese on land, and it's much more shocking probably for observers at sea, where they destroy the Chinese fleet so terribly that historian Jensen says China won't have another water navy for 100 years. The Chinese admiral commits suicide on land. It's interesting. The Japanese are so dominant, they're dishing out casualties at 10-to-1 ratios, 15-to-1 ratios, and you can't label any single advantage as being dominant because, if you sort of delve into it, but the Japanese seem dominant sort of across the board. Both Chinese and Japanese militaries have modernized, but the Japanese have done it in a lot better way. They made better choices. The Chinese have gone with the commander system. It didn't work. It's a coming out party on the world stage, and it is shocking to Westerners. Don't have a lot of respect for Orientals to begin with, but if they have respect for any of them, it's China, even though they're fighting off pieces of China and whatnot. But until then, China still represents most of these institutionalized this great culture theoretically. These Japanese are nothing but upstarts, and these Japanese go into this war with China and end up winning it. Well, less usually, which is less than 1,500 men killed in combat. Less than 1,500 men killed in combat. It's astounding. Chinese numbers are 10 times that or something. The war with China and lose less than 1,500 men killed. The downside of imperialism seemingly that small, anybody could get into that. First thing that the Japanese got out of this war, which they clearly wanted from the emperor down to the average Japanese person on the street, was respect, prestige on the international world stage. The other great powers sat up and took notice. In 1885, Lord Charles Beresford was quoted in the Times of London saying, quote, Japan has, within 40 years, gone through the various administrative phases that occupied England about 800 years, and Rome about 600, and I am loath to say that anything is impossible with her. en route. There was a lot of admiration, but it was still tempered by this idea that, yes, they were pretty amazing for Oriental folk. I mean, it was almost a racialist view of things. Well, they have moved themselves up to the top of the food chain amongst their people in that part of the world. I mean, that was the progressive way. There were people around the Russian Tsar. This is going to sound like racism, folks, but we're talking about one of the most racist periods in world history, and it impacts decision making. The people around the Russian Tsar thought of the Japanese, and there was one quarter, they're just yellow monkeys. Okay, well, what happens to you if it's your job to deal with yellow monkeys, and you're trying to figure out how many troops you're trying to make conscious decisions about how you should behave, but your view of reality is so tainted by your racism that you can't possibly imagine these people doing it. And that's what a lot of the other people say. The Japanese were able to do this to the Chinese because obviously the Chinese were racist. Heck, they'd never be able to do it to a white nation. If China here opens up the door to them having a problem with their first European nation, because Japan gets a peace treaty extracted from China that is like hitting the jackpot in Las Vegas for the Japanese. First of all, the terms are that they get a ton of money. It's like the equivalent of 4 years of Japan's total budget handed over to them. They also get the island of Taiwan, which is huge, and the surrounding smaller islands. Right? So here's Japan's first colony. They also get an agreement that they will sort of have the sphere of influence control of Korea, and in order to make that work, they have to get this peninsula, which is strategically very important. So it's all part of the deal. Japan has sort of had this coming out party. They're in the great powers now, and then all of a sudden, I love the way Art Taggart describes it. He says it's the equivalent of having 3 old seasoned lions come in and steal the first kill of a young leopard who's just learning how to hunt. Just thinks he's hit the jackpot. No. We're going to alter the terms of the deal. Send the 3 lions, metaphorically named France, Germany, Russia, known as the triple intervention. Those 3 powers come in and tell Japan that they can't extract the treaty from China that they want to. For the sake of the peace of Asia, they say, in reality, Japan figured that all 3 of those countries had their own ideas about things in China that they wanted, and so they told the Japanese in no uncertain terms, giving them no choice by the way, we'll have China pay more money than the original deal called for, but you don't get to have that important strategic peninsula that has that port named Port Arthur on it. Now, I should point out something about Port Arthur before we go any farther, because it's germane to the story. Port Arthur was the site of a terrible massacre in the Sino-Japanese War, which just ended. In it, the Japanese army went in and killed men, women, and children. Between 1,000 was the low end we see, and the high end possible number is 20,000. That's a huge gap, obviously, but there are other people that take much higher than that. But there really aren't that many people. Just not that incredible, but just know that the incredible numbers go much higher than 20,000. This is important, though, is because you will see on display things that both look medieval to modern people in the late 19th century and things that are going to be reminiscent of incidents we'll see over the Second World War. The Japanese go to Port Arthur, and 3 rationales, just so you know, good for this, good for the other, basically, situations like in the Second World War. You got them at the time, you get them today from ultranationalists. There's 3. One is that these incidents happen when atrocities were committed against Japanese troops. Some soldiers kind of lose their lives for a while. This is understandable for troops in combat. And then it's not something the army itself condones, but it's understandable, right? So the atrocity. The second thing you'll often hear is that the press is reporting that these are civilians, but they're really enemy soldiers who are trying to hide from our troops and live to snipe at them and everything from behind buildings, dressed as civilians. So all these people that look like civilians are really enemy soldiers. And the last thing you will hear, reliably, is that the numbers are inflated. Now, there is some potential truth to the numbers are inflated, because in the same way you have ultra-nationalists all around the planet now trying to revamp the way the world views perhaps we'll call them negative chapters in the history of their military that they're rightfully proud of, but every nation has them. I mean, the Chinese, for example, have an interest in magnifying Japanese crimes against Chinese citizens. The Japanese, if they're patriotic, have interest in seeing the numbers in the best possible light. It's all understandable, but I'm going to let historians argue that sort of stuff. I'm just going to try to stick to the facts and I'm going to try to keep multiple sides. But here's what an eyewitness, and there were several Westerners in Port Arthur when the massacre happened. Here's how he described it. Just so you know, you can take this description out of this time period, this event, substitute it for any number of incidents that happened in the Second World War, and you know that it wasn't really then, because they have the tragically familiar agreement. This author used as the massacre of Port Arthur, the first Sino-Japanese war, described it this way. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday by the soldiery in murder and pillage from dawn to dark, in mutilation, in every conceivable kind of nameless atrocity, until the town became a ghastly inferno to be remembered with a fearsome shudder till one's dying day. I saw women and children, 3 or 4 in the streets, more in the water, bodies strewed the streets in hundreds, perhaps thousands, from could not count, some with not a limb unsevered, some with their heads hacked, cross-cut and split lengthwise, some ripped open, not by chance, but with careful precision, down and across, disemboweled and dismembered, with occasionally a dagger or bayonet thrust into private parts. I saw groups of prisoners tied together in a bunch, with their hands behind their backs, riddled with bullets for 5 minutes, then hewn to pieces. I saw a junk stranded on the beach filled with fugitives of either sex and of all ages, struck by volley after volley, until I could say no more. That's worth going through a few thoughts for me. The first one is that there's nothing unusual about an event like this, is that history books are literally stuff going back to the beginning of time, right? Yes, sometimes it seems like it's not, but start to finish. Things are starting to change in this period into right in the 20th century. And you can't necessarily get away with things that people got away with forever. Nation states were monarchies, powers, kingdoms, warlords, whatever you want to say. You know, what's that old philosophical experiment with a tree falls in the forest and you don't know if you can make a sound? Well, if some terrible massacre occurs, some out of the remote region, and no one ever hears about it outside the locality, it doesn't really matter. Well, in this time period, we're coming into the 20th century here now, we have telegraphs and communication on that level. It's starting to really matter. First of all, good luck trying to keep it a secret that account just read you slipped out, didn't it? He wasn't the only one. And that happened 500 years before this time. Second important point is when it slips out, and people in other countries hear of it, they have the ability, enough of them, and they're angry enough to make real their anger. This will be a part of the story too. Public opinion in other countries begins to try to make you conform to their standards that, by the way, are changing rapidly in the 20th century. Another standard that's changing is the outright idea of the right of one country to conquer another and take it over. This has been pretty well established and understood in the 20th century. It starts becoming uncool, especially amongst the cool powers. Fashion ones like the Germans and the Russians, and of course now the Japanese, still take other more sophisticated powers and still do that. It's morally wrong. Establishing protectorate, someone else safeguard help visit themselves. Require one layers of diplomatic cover to conquer or control areas of the 20th century. Nation just take them over. Well, there are still powers that live by the rules. Public opinion price for doing that. I should also point out the training of the Japanese military was unlike the training of any other great power military. In fact, it's hard for me to find any organized military in the late 19th or 20th century that trained their soldiers the way the Japanese were trained. Here in the U.S., for example, for a long time, I don't know if any one of the Marines, for example, used to have combat ninja. Basically, you have your sticks with padded ends, so you're fighting, hand-to-hand combat like that. Japanese in the Second World War, I don't know if it comes into this period. I have to be very honest with you, trying to find research. I don't know if it comes back in this period. But in the Second World War, in the 1930s, Japanese troops will often be trained on live people. There are photos, I think, horrible. You can go and see online. Japanese soldiers bayoneted in training exercises with the other recruits whose turn is not now watching, bayoneting Chinese prisoners whose hands are tied. There's multiple photos of Japanese captains or whatnot tied to stakes at bayonet practice and sort of. And there's an account by a Japanese officer who talks about his training involving having to slice the head off somebody. And if you look at paintings of the Sino-Japanese war made by Japanese artists, there's something that show mass paintings of Chinese captains with samurai swords. Japan's victory over China had big ramifications because it was the equivalent of throwing blood and chum into the shark-infested colonial waters and telling the rest of the world that the recent victories by Britain in the Opium Wars and whatnot wasn't a sign of temporary Chinese ability to take Western military technology. It was the beginning of the end of this Chinese imperial dynasty. It was obviously some sort of a rotten house, apparently after the Japanese kicked the door down. That led to something called the Boxer Rebellion in the Western territories. Troops of 8 powers, only one of them Asian, guess who it was? Yes, the Japanese. And they sent as many troops as everyone else put together. Basically, throwing their lot in with the club. You belong to the club, right? Looking at a map, they probably had more right to be in than anyone else. The next big foreign policy milestone in the war story involves the Japanese get involved in 1904 against the Russians. The Russians were one of the 3 lions that said, for the peace of Asia, you can't have this Port Arthur area. Just not right. And forced the Japanese to give in. The Japanese always thought that Russia really wanted it for themselves. Within 3 years, the Russians had taken it, confirming the Japanese suspicions, and they started fortifying Port Arthur the whole thing. So in 1904, the Japanese had decided, for all sorts of reasons, that they still needed to control this area. They launched, let's just call it a pre-aircraft version of a Pearl Harbor on the Russian Far Eastern Fleet, having torpedo boats go in there and attack Russian ships about 3 hours before war was officially declared. In short order, the Japanese will destroy the Russian Far Eastern Fleet. The Russian leaders around the Tsar were so caught off guard by this, they didn't think that the Japanese would attack them like you'd have it in an attack of white power. Send the fleet that they have in the Baltic fleet from up near Finland, all the way to Japan. Teach these Oriental people a lesson. It takes months to get there, and when they get there, the Japanese beat that too. In stunning fashion. It's not like a close fight at all. Boom. On land, it's more of a harder slog for simple reasons. We're like a decade away from the First World War, and all of those lessons in the first year of the First World War, like charge machine guns, the impact of defense, and all the stuff you're going to learn the Japanese get to learn against the Russians on land, and there are horrible photos showing just walls of Japanese soldiers dead in front of these fortified positions because they're often led by an officer with a samurai sword. They blindly and fanatically charged. You don't have to do yourselves as samurai to do that because all the European powers will do that in less than 10 years. Nonetheless, what you see here is the Japanese is finding out that the cost of this path on which they have embarked to emulate the colonial powers is not going to come as easy as the war in China. They're not going to lose 1,500 or less dead. Down the road here, it's a commitment, and against the Russians and the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese lose something more like 40,000 dead. The Russians too, by the way, it's nasty. World War I fighting before World War I, and it's all the early war stuff where everybody has to learn the terrible lessons about charging into artillery fighting. It's nasty. And there's disease too. There's all these weird times. It's a terrible problem. It also, and this is another lesson in modern war, the great powers will learn very soon. It takes a horrible toll on modern war. It does on your economy, and the Russian economy, the Japanese economy, instantly start to feel the pinch and then the stretch. And it gets to the point where the Japanese secretly go to the American president, Teddy Roosevelt, ask if he can give both countries massive over something. She does. It's the Nobel Peace Prize for, by the way, when a decent number of people in Japan think that the American president in this peace deal ripped the Japanese off. That they essentially won this war, but they didn't come out of it with a treaty. Did anything like hitting the jackpot did. The first Sino-Japanese War looked more like a treaty for countries that had a tie rather than one, at least where the Japanese people were reading a biased press that magnified their victories, thinking that they had dominated. So all these lives, all this money, beat the Russians in all these battles, not get significant territory or big financial indemnity. The terms of the agreement in the Russo-Japanese War were public, violent riots. People will die. The population there, pretty much every district, if you want to point out, people there take it as another grievance. The Japanese are holding on to grievances like the Rain Man character did, the same name, they remember vividly, shall we call it the Truman intervention screw job, the Sino-Japanese War, a bunch of Western powers who were settled for someone else doing that to them, treat the Japanese in the way the Japanese took personally. We saw this change in the rules of the game, the Japanese started making often saw in racial terms, maybe not incorrectly. Now it was happening again. And not only was it happening again, but it was happening despite the fact that the Japanese had taken proactive measures to see that it didn't again. In 1902, they signed an alliance with Britain. Part of the reason they did it was they were hoping that if you have a great power on your side, a bunch of other great powers won't come in like they did last time and try to steal your kill. So Japanese War, it looks like it made no difference, and your kill got stolen again. Goes on the list of grievances. But it's very possible that the Japanese citizenry had unrealistic expectations. This is the kind of archetype that describes what Japan wanted itself. The wars here is far from significant friends court. Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War was, if anything, even more striking than its triumph 10 years earlier over the Qing Chinese. For the first time since the fall of Constantinople, a non-Christian, non-Western power defeated the forces of a Christian nation. Both the Japanese Navy and Army acquitted themselves brilliantly, with the Navy sinking much of the Russian fleet off the coast of Korea, while the Army's battles on the Korean Peninsula, culminating in the siege of Port Arthur, led to Japanese mastery on land. Some of the consequences of the two wars were similar, right? Like the Qing, the Tsarist regime never recovered its prestige. Its defeat set the stage for the 1917 revolution. Meanwhile, just as Tokyo had picked up Taiwan as a spoil of the earlier war, so the 1905 settlement finally put Korea into its orbit. Tokyo had to use an ugly trick, he says, to force the abdication of Korea's king, Gojong, in order to legally convert Korea into an outright colony. But the trick, he says, was probably no worse than what the United States had done in 1893 to overthrow only Lappi and incorporate Hawaii into the American Empire. Japan, he says, was behaving pretty much according to the standards of the time. More to the point, for more than 40 years, he writes, the The country had transformed itself from a tottering polity into the preeminent nation-state of Asia, and the first non-Western country in centuries that the great powers had admitted into their ranks. But the bill for that transformation had not yet been paid in full. It turned out to be far higher than anyone at the time could imagine. The reaction to Japan's victory over the Russians as history says runs the gamut from outrage to admiration. Because the Emperor, German Kaiser, something he calls the Yellow Peril, Asian people like ants who join together someday, swamp Christendom. That turned out that looks like the Japanese had emerged as the tip of the spear that lead the Asians to swamp Christendom. But you have a lot of other European states that all of a sudden they become admirers. Some of them in turn they become fans of the Japanese after the victory over China, but after the victory over Russia, a bunch of them show up in Japan. In a way, historians say they come to bring power cards official, and you think they actually change. You know, a lot of the ambassadors that are sent to your country, all of a sudden, things like the United States, the Japanese are taking over Korea or not, like that. Experts and diplomats are like, absolutely, they're doing secret Philippines. In other words, to be special consideration as an credit as opposed to credit. Now, another thing that is from the cold victim, like the Koreans, is from the awful thing. People suffer terribly. So, from their viewpoint, this is the good thing. This is the tragedy. It keeps them from themselves. They would be seen by the Japanese government the same way colonial victims were often seen by other countries. Sometimes, especially colonial victims are of a different skin color, they always seem less than certainly less than Japanese. Second-class citizens from the get-go. But finally, there's another interesting introduction. So, other non-white victims of colonialism. She's seen something that inspires them. They've seen the non-white power punch the great powers in the nose in a way that they only dream of, and it gives them an opportunity to teach them the Japanese help to that down the road. They're saying the Japanese emergency is the beginning of reality of a bunch of ideas of some kind of pan-Asianism. It's basically the Kaiser's worst nightmare come true. In a way, that helps a bunch of people who love to get from non-Asian powers to in places as distant as Turkey, Iran, and India. Over the several years following the war, Japan's victory over Russia was invoked by modernizers and anti-imperialist activists as an inspiring harbinger of their own possibilities for nation building and independence from the West. This is going to this is a real thing, the idea of how this might be a way for colonial victims to throw off the yoke of their oppressors with the help of powerful people in their region, same skin color, but from a racial standpoint, an opportunity to be seized, right? And there are Japanese intellectuals that the entire, political history of Japan, people argue this should be what Japan does. Free the region, become the economic powerhouse, the diplomatic superpower, and all these things to which Japan could have gone. It's an opportunity, it's a tragedy. If you're looking at people like Sakura Hayanagas, who wrote a book called The Pacific War, who said this in the late 1960s, and one of the things is to try to figure out whether the Japanese public could have avoided the terrible descent into war. Well, this is the time period that makes for sense in so many ways, because the Japanese public just, they're almost entirely, not entirely, almost entirely supportive of Japan. But how that will manifest as peaceful leadership versus, some sort of military domination, that's what's being discussed. So, seems to have been the lost opportunity. If Japan had been a champion of Asian nationalism that really desired independence and progress for its neighbor and had joined with China to liberate Asia from Western imperialism, the subsequent history of the region would have been vastly different. Japan would have identified the Chinese nationalism, helped to end foreign domination, and made a real effort to create enduring good relations with the new China. Unfortunately, Japanese leaders chose the opposite course of action. They competed with the West for a place at the imperialist table, a slice of the Chinese value. I say nations intoxicated with just alternative history possibilities. Can you imagine all of the rebel things that were going on all these different continuation during this time period? If somebody had a single swoop come in and form an organization, line system framework, and just say everyone can join right now, that's what we're missing. All of those peoples that is some sort of military, fight off the military from great powers. All of a sudden, that's what you have in Japan. So the possibility is if it took off, could be involved in some historical pattern. There were a lot of things working against that. Number one, the Japanese were not about the Japanese were not about to submerge themselves in some sort of grand Asian United Nations relations with one a bunch of powers. The Japanese were themselves as it's one of those head and shoulders of the world. The Japanese are starting to get some, I would say, byproducts that others might say necessary precursors of colonialism and independence. The Japanese are some sorts of racial superiority tendencies that all the other colonial powers that are colonizing Asia to attempt. Like we said, concepts like that in the Japanese state or psyche of Asianism for its own purposes. Concept called East Asian prosperity. That's one of my major professors at college. This is the marketing front that Japan uses to disguise their war aims. But that's a very simplistic, outline way. Because truthfully, a lot of people bought into this idea, whether or not the government did, and some of the people in the government certainly did. Giant Asian by sacrificing Japanese soldiers their lives for the greater good. You have to kind of live up to that on the ground. You can't clothe yourself in Asian liberation, treating people officially annexes Korea. Russia. 5 years later, they just take it over. It's the first real colony of Japan. Of course, they have Taiwan for a while around here. So Japan goes from being country right about joining among the great powers to one of them. A lot differently than countries they wanted to be like. The Korean economy becomes a subsidiary of the Japanese economy. For the purposes of the Japanese economy, Korea are treated like second-class citizens. Sometimes they're treated like chattel. Sometimes are horrible. Sometimes have the gall to get out and right to be shot down and protest. This is not the kind of thing that goes on in East Asia. Prosperity is very hard for sure. It's come out. Discusses this with the Japanese history and something else. Word of materials. This is called The wars for control of Korea exceeded their objective and escalated into a general advance into China. Policies towards Taiwan and Korea became more ruthless as pressure increased on China. Resistance to annexation in both areas was mercilessly crushed. I discovered, he writes, a vivid example of that cruelty among the papers of a military man assigned to Taiwan who after the island ceded to Japan. It was a photograph, he writes, of Japanese troops beheading two pigtailed Taiwanese rebels who apparently had been captured in a skirmish. The horrible scene foreshadowed the atrocities committed in every area touched by Japanese forces during the Pacific War. Now, the Japanese certainly committed atrocities, although widespread, but we should make some cultural allowances, I think, should we, for differences. For example, let's take something that bothers allied soldiers and awful lot of Republican too. The idea of cutting people's heads off. I find this particularly hard myself. Let me tell you what I mean. Imagine what videos of both names taken off of the body of the Japanese soldier. The photo was forwarded. Press outlets in the United States widely published. Light was huge, there's no way to describe how beautiful it is. It was society at the time. It helps us know. I think you can call this film arguably top most upsetting photos for the Allied population. Germs and stirring after white-hot anger. The photos were taken in Australia, Canada, captured by natives and sent to Japanese on the island, Japanese interrogated. So the beach was saying, the photo shows a wire full of bone. It's like a sticky line. I don't think it's actually wrapped around his head, so it looks kind of particularly long for some reason. He's got his arms pinned with the rope. There's a semicircle of Japanese soldiers watching, and Australians crosses his head. There's Japanese officers running, and he's swinging the samurai sword down. Talking about stroke. Now, let me point out there's going to be some cultural elements that I have to deal with. Since the same sort of cultural elements that the Allied populations had to deal with, the Allied soldiers had to deal with, cutting people's heads off is illegal, straight up. It's barbarian, sadistic. Looks like something European countries, for example, haven't done since the 1600s with Japan. It was last. What was their development? Let's remember this is a cultural difference. Places like China, they were still pretty comfortable cutting people's heads off too. And if we're getting into this on that's how we made our cutting people's heads off. Right this or wrong, so that theoretically, if they had just taken this poor Australian commando and did what most countries would have done to spies, to be honest, what that's going to do. Spies, which is the spy, Russell's they had just shot this poor guy. Never heard much about him. They cut him off on his head. And it freaked everybody out. But you know, the other side might not have seen anything like this. And in fact, even other countries were being able to steal something. It was the owner demonic, he might not have much of a problem. Because theoretically, all we should care about is the suffering, right? If you shoot somebody, if you cut their heads off, it's probably pretty close. If they hang them, we should probably be forced. People got hung all the time. So you can take your top 10 photos from the Second World War that. Here's the part though that might be interesting. That it's apparent, if my research is correct, because the guy who was doing the execution, Japanese officers swinging that sword down, because tied up, captive, asked somebody to take the photo of him, because he wanted the photo. Ask me this, if you had to kill somebody in your life, sometimes people have to do that. Would you like to have a photo of you in the process of doing it to save for later. Last week, we read something surrogate or something that psychologists analyzed. Thumbs up, head, shows a particularly cool picture by the method itself. Well, by the time 20 century rolls around, great power, that looks like a weird sign of something that could suggest that everything we talked about so far, all these cultural elements layered on top of each other, working together to achieve needs in some quantifiable way. Help explain all this. There's this interview that suggests the kind of all things sadist. They tend to come out for understanding reasons. But it's stuff like this that make allied armies think differently from the Japanese in terms of the level of hatred and intensity. The Germans, the allied powers do not like the Germans. It's different. It was like this place. If you look at the story in 1905, 1906, at the end of the Japanese War, you realize that the Allied armies fighting the Japanese is only like 35 years away. You try to figure out what's going to happen. What do you even have to disagree about, right? This is where our historical analogy kind of comes back into play. If Japan's taking Taiwan, Korea is like taking some software steroids, the ones that make you bigger, but you're not going to turn it into a Greek commander like that. But on the upside, you're not going to kill you. It's still okay. The Japanese are going to get like the same taste, tiny piece of something that has the potential for they to expand and continue to do it to make that as big a country as they want to be in terms of resources, wealth, territory. Downside, of course, like these sort of hardcore, effective steroids is they also have the potential to kill you. Japan's empire's cause of death is now this hidden story. As part of the settlement against the Russo Japanese War to litigate railroads, become the salvage. Mining concession, just a little bit bigger yet. At the time, called it's controversy makers and this is part of Japanese propaganda to legitimize their influence in the region. But we'll call it nature to understand what its regions are on the term. Its name supposedly for the ancient people were one of the many northern-ish Chinese Spanish people take over China from time to time. Traditionally, here we fall to a sort of general Chinese influence, but the Russians have sort of supplanted them in the last 20 or 30 years as part of this general dissolution of China to keep great powers from fighting on chunks of it. Which, by the way, emphasized like Texas, Louisiana, Alabama put together, lots of coal, lots of iron, potentially huge amounts of weight, like we're talking the United States breadbasket type amounts of weight. The entire area, which the Japanese only have a tiny piece of South Asia, is the entire area borders several different countries and several different cultures, and you're looking at Germans, the Fury, several different ethnic groups or races. It's mostly Chinese, by the way, but this picture area touches Korea, it touches China, it touches India, it touches Europe. It's a huge area. Maybe not to give it what they don't want in terms of raw materials or space or customers in the emerging market, but also large consumption to kill you. Attention to draw your TV is ever present. several different places in the story at the same time. It's like a Wild West with spies. It's like Berlin used to be when I was a kid. All the spies in the world supposed to come out meeting at one area. That's what this area around the South Picture is developing. Helps them like that. Those people work to develop things that people work for. There's some shadow workers, and they're just trying to see what the opportunities are to expand a little bit. Initially, it's not much of a problem. It's just that little area that the Japanese apparently have a right to develop. In a narrow sort of way, hotels, missile stops, infrastructure to support hotels, and becomes homes for the hotels and schools. The hotels kids. These Japanese companies, in conjunction with the Japanese government, by the way, it does rely on colonized India. It was a corporate affair initially. Transfer to the government's thing. Similar pattern in Japan. But the development in this region is phenomenal. It happens at a time when China starts to fall apart. Talk about pieces of it being ripped off and story. This is the era where just fragments. Countries and pieces of warlords are running the show, and some parts of it at times can be almost a little Wild West-ish. Governments in power, 2 years later, other governments in power, every now and then, the old government comes back and it's wild. But the Japanese have every right to think. Might be protect someone to defend Japanese citizens and Japanese investments in homes that they send invitation. Another group, which they call the Army, these people claim part of the giant trap the Japanese government system provides them the opening and the doors to disaster story. No one knows this right now. A couple more landmarks in the destination. One of them happens in 1912. 1912, the Emperor Meiji Restorations, named after dies. He's replaced by his son, Taisho. His name is Yoshihito. Taisho. Japanese history and part of this world against something wrong. Now, exactly what was wrong with it is not publicized. This is trying to publicize God. The idea that you have imperfections. Not to do a part of it. But some people just say it just wasn't up to the task. This is his father. Hirohito's father, the crown prince Yoshihito, the emperor of Turkey, was unable to continue Meiji's legacy. Physically weak, indolent, and incapable of making political decisions, he was utterly lacking in knowledge of military matters, even though he was now the commander-in-chief. Less than 1 month after Yoshihito's accession to the throne, at the start of the new Taisho era, the press reported the appointment of extra doctors to the court. In December 1912, Admiral Yamamoto, I believe it's Ootd, told General Matsukada Matsuyoshi that when it came to recommending a successor prime minister, Emperor Yoshihito, quote, is not of the same caliber as the previous emperor. In my view, it is loyal not to obey the Taisho emperor's word if we deem it to be disadvantageous to the state. It continues, quote, thus, without any institutional change having occurred, the accession in 1912 of Hirohito's father became an important turning point in the conduct of state affairs. This is the nature of force back. Power does too. Something interesting. Question the system. He got the power. That's your emperor. default choice when the emperor is not up to the task. That's not being defined as being system. So the 1920s were very different elements of the system trying to sort of jockey for a larger position of power in the state. Now that there's a vacuum, sort of where the emperor is supposed to be. More on that after the brief interviews known as World War I. First World War is out of Asia. It is a very obviously it's a catastrophe. It's a charm house. It's a nightmare. Asia's not that bad at all. In fact, the Japanese get into the war. The Allied lines are pretty good. They get into the war. On the Allied side, interesting to note that both the Italians and the Japanese will fight the Allies against the Germans. The First World War, they'll switch sides in the second. In this case, the Japanese, this is a wonderful opportunity. And the jackpot, they haven't made it since that First War in China, the first side of the Japanese War. In this case, the Germans don't have a lot to win. Asia, but what they do have is almost undefeated. So you can argue who came out of the First War best, and I think the two candidates that are the most logical choices here is the United States or is it Japan. The United States came out of it much stronger. And they did much better than Japan did, but they paid a much larger price in doing it. In a short combat operation, the United States lost a lot of people compared to the Japanese lost virtually nobody. But we didn't sort of but if you look at the Japanese acquired as a result of taking over German positions in Asia. What did the Germans have? They have interest of China, basically. That was nuts, right? Remember, 1900, the Marx were only commanding China. The Japanese take over the German chunk of that. And they take over some island chains in the Germans. They have the Marshall Islands, they have Marianas, and they have the Carolines. If you know your Second World War history, these are some of the most important battlefields on the Pacific War. And if you look at the map of Japan and its possessions before the First World War, and the same map afterwards, you notice that there's these gained Pacific Island Empire, which Japan would later consider sort of its Pacific defense perimeter as a result of taking over these German possessions in Asia. 1950, sort of always looking as everything continues to support the Western Front. The Japanese go to China and issue a bunch of demands. The Chinese are falling apart during this time. The Japanese almost have a chance to say, so what can we do? And the demands suddenly, basically, they start to basically turn China into beginnings of a colony of Japan. This frees the Chinese out. They're in no position to resist the Japanese themselves, but they appeal to the great powers. The Japanese are forced to back off on the most outrageous of these demands, but it begins to settle the conflict with the Allies. This time, they have much of this participating. In 1970, what happens to Russia then, right? They have a revolution, a provisional government that can almost go maybe in a democratic way for 5 seconds, but then that collapses into the Bolshevik Revolution, which collapses into the Russian Civil War, which ends up with the communist victory. And this brings everybody out. Japan, just about everywhere else. Now, they stop and point out 2 things. One, there is no way for us to understand how much the Bolshevik Revolution scared and freaked people out. Our attitudes toward this now are so much calmer than people back then. And the more traditional and conservative society, the more threatened you might be by what was seen at the time period as a utopian experiment. By the way, one of the things that were very interesting Ireland, the United States, for example, Western Europe looked at the Bolshevik Revolution as something potentially positive. But But to the Japanese, communism was extremely scary. And one of the things that was not emphasized in the series when I was growing up, talking about the Nazis or talking about the Japanese, was how much at least they believed in their people, how much the materials that they used as propaganda for their own populations sold this idea that they were these anti-communist warriors. So much of what they did was based on fighting communism. Nowadays, the histories are very clear. You read the material. What are they writing from? What are they talking about? This communism stuff scared them so much. One of the arguments being why Japan has to be able to take over more of Manchuria is to move up into this territory along the border. Used to be Russia, but now it's a place called the Soviet Union. In case we have to fend off communist hordes. There are communist plans in the rest of the Japanese history. They will never get all this through. The largest army in Japan by far is standing by just in case. So text. In 1918 November, Japan, like much of the powers, Western powers that down. The Japanese take this as a sort of argument against all these high-minded talk. There's a lot of Mussolinianism going on. It comes from this high-minded stuff. The First World War rocked the country. There's this attitude that this must never happen again. So there's a lot of, remember, the early version of the nation. What's more, there was a lot of impossible to understand each other's what's all about. That's the problem. There was also a sense that the world got sucked into those wars was competition over colonies and things like that. Crocodile in the water was playing such an important role in the story. It seemed to be why the First World War happened. So, one might change people's attitudes in terms of having not having colonies. One of the things is change the way you have to speak about them, talk about them, refer to them. You can't talk about dominating the culture, talk about protecting safety issues. It's a different way of sort of speaking to other people. Why you have things like veto power foreign policy in the country. The Japanese are watching all this stuff to sort of right. Now, it kind of does sort of just strike me that group of people in Japan think we should be working with China. That group is sort of resulted all throughout the 1920s. The 1920s are sort of exciting in Japanese history. In terms of sort of stages that one would expect true democracy to go there. Where Japan wants to true democracy to go. Expect the stage that Japan has in the 1920s to happen. It's a crucial stage. It's the stage that those intellectual contagions brought over Pandora's box by the American family over Japan. The 1850s. We've all had a chance to sort of dig, see, bear fruit. 1920s is a real time. It's a time when all the arms control that country start to lose control of the country. It's back to the fact that the Japanese are embracing sides of democracy that are a little bit sometimes messy. They are breaking not such a protest in this parliament, which was supposed to just be a rubber stamp position. The country is contentious. Political parties started developing, and you begin to see an interesting development, which is that the Japanese really take to political parties. A lot of those men get into the ebb and flow of confrontation, the ideological battle, the discussions, and all that stuff, but there's a chunk of Japanese society that's just so turned off by a couple of these political wrangle, how difficult it is, how it seems to, put part of the country. They also don't like some of the things that they see manifest in their society, which they also kind of attach this to the current system. They don't like the materialism, earnism, just values the same life reality where it's just pretty good to just have one. These are what we consider to be actually this their place in Japanese society. Super patriots. These people like the character of traditions, talk about a nation taking emergencies as we see coming up from water too fast, you get the ends get left behind in society. Not just the house, they have a way of in different ways. All the time, some things that rearms countries, dangerously radicalism, institutional powers, definition of radicalism, like people to post, wasting tenants and disgruntled labor, tripping feminists and radical students, seething minorities and outcasts, mocha and mobo, anarchists and communists. To many within the governing establishment, it appeared that the country was coming apart at the seams. In the 1920s, the disruptive consequences of modernization, the competing attractions of innovation, the dislocations inherent in industrialization, the tensions associated with loans of living, and the stresses that accompany imperialism were imploded upon one another. The tumult of the 20s, alarmed many bureaucrats and members of the mainstream parties who sought ways to restrain more extreme forms of radicalism that seemed at times to threaten the very existence of the state. Japanese state leaders were paranoid, more repressive, and a perceived threat coming from the left side of the spectrum. In Japan, that includes like bomb-throwing Bolsheviks and anarchists to moral writers who question the divinity of the emperor, or militarism, or women's rights activists. It's a broad group of people that sometimes gets thrown into a similar so these forced these inaugurated to go after writers and leaders who were jailed, sometimes tortured to death in prison. It's a tough time to question the status quo from that political side of the ledger. 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, Japan, other sides, extremists didn't have that kind of problem. Part because some of them were in government already and in the power structure, especially when you got down to like the junior officer level of things in some military circles. So they weren't outsiders, they were kind of insiders. The other reason why is every time the government tried to get one of those super patriot type societies or groups, those groups would basically wrap themselves in the flag. You couldn't use they don't love the emperor. Excuse on them, you love the public behind you. Because their response is, no, we love the emperor, we love the emperor. We love the emperor in our extreme actions here, in our willingness to be all of the mind. For the emperor proves that we love the emperor. That's a tough one. And you will see a lot of things that are done by these ultra-nationalist groups. They'll get off with, like, sometimes little hand slaps. It's very fun. Some of the greatest things you will never run into is patriotic groups that start off as heroes. Secret societies are born for to come out of the open. There's one called the Black Dragon Society. This is another one called the Dark Society. We have one called the Cherry Blossom Society, which sounds beautiful, but those members of that Cherry Blossom Society kill people. The only assassinations in Japan, rising ground started in the late 1910s. We have Prime Minister in 1921 who was assassinated, another assassinated in 1942. Head major corporation assassinated. And these groups are killing these people as a way, one, to get them out of positions of power, and sometimes they do change the course of the way things go by taking out a key person. Other times they do it as a way to send a message. There's the other people out there. It's an intimidation. And Americans call government this is a government by assassination. And oftentimes the assassins are members of these groups. What do these groups want? Well, they go back to the goal days that never existed. These groups are generally known as money. Generally, strongly anti-communist. They're strongly pro-military. Giving interesting powers on organizations don't have too much. Japan and Asia. Japan, the Asian Revolution against Western supremacy and superior nature of the Japanese people. Its spirit. They love parliamentary democracy norms. Vile politicians who are corrupt, but they also have a big problem with the business and corporate interests sometimes. The Zaibatsu corporations and governments are part of the for development purposes. These people see them as a Western infection. They destroy traditional Japanese societies and ripping off the populace, right? Taxing them to death, squeezing them to death. The peasant class is doing a lot of their sympathizers to become that from idealistic peasant see what's happening in their little villages and whatnot, and are outraged to join a group like this because one of the things they want to make it all better. That is to put the emperor back in power like it was in the good old days that existed. And he'll fix everything justice-wise, back to the samurai virtues. There's a couple of figures in it that were so revered and held in such awe by their subordinates that there's almost a dead god-like element to a couple of them. Big fingers, pushing these ideas, and thinking what they want is to expand the Japanese power and ensure that confrontation with the Soviet Union and the Far East. So layers of the Japanese sphere into kind of a vibrant, possibly explosive sphere. These are vibrant early Rabbi colors. Several major historical wild cards that get played on Japan in the 1920s that were really tough for democracy to flourish anyway. In the 1923 something horrible earthquake, and it affects a couple of major cities. The rest of the country is like 150,000 people. Tsunami. Massive tsunami. In 1924, the USA decides they're going to pass some immigration act that the Japanese see as particularly discriminating against them. The United States is almost oblivious to the fact that the Japanese and the other side are not taking its rules, goes right on the plane and in 1927, there will be a financial crisis that throws Japan into turmoil, and 2 years later, everyone gets hit by the Great Depression. That's a hard sort of soil to try to introduce democracy. Yoshihito, who's not been seen in public very much since like 1920, his son Hirohito, is sort of taking his crown from his well. December 1927, Yoshihito dies. Hirohito takes over. They don't have any more. Here in power, theoretically, perhaps working with some sort of activist role in the system, should he want to. Japan does play a part in several major between the two wars arms control agreements, specifically shipping. This absolutely infuriates the multinationals, I guess as you might imagine, for sensitive trying to address for the Japanese constitutional system, the one that prevents the political leaders from actually controlling the military. Pretty amazing. Think about it. Representative system, right? Mr. Warnock has described how this created a situation in Japan's China policy. What's called a right of supreme command, effectively one and their own answer to the emperor effectively. Chinese policy to begin with, structural and political weaknesses within Japan conflicted the development of a clear-cut policy. First among these debilities was a lethal flaw in the modern Japanese constitutional system. It centered on a link between a theoretical supreme imperial throne, supposedly the source of all political legitimacy and authority, and an ill-defined locus of political responsibility. It meant that any institution in the Japanese state could, if it had sufficient practical power, pretend to act in the name of an inviolable emperor, and thus assume a supreme decision-making role. With one critical exception, however, no institution could claim an actual constitutional right to do so. The exception was the armed services, right of supreme command, which made the services directly responsible to the emperor and to no civil authority. It thus gave the army and navy the legal authority to act and speak in the name of the imperial throne, as the throne was not constitutionally responsible to any other institution than the Japanese state. The services could theoretically act as they pleased, without check or interference from the civil government. And if only it was that simple, though, because then it would just make the Japanese division of power in the system like a lot of other states, right? We have an army on one side, elected officials on the other. We don't necessarily say eye to eye, but they are two camps. The Japanese military isn't unified at all. Starting at the top, where the services don't get along with each other. Now, inter-service rivalry between things like the Army and Navy in most militaries is pretty common. But the Japanese, once again, are like everyone else, only more so in this regard. The services really don't like each other, and really don't see eye to eye, and can only unify sometimes when they're talking about their right to control things or their right to receive piles of money. When it comes to specific things, they have total disagreement. The Navy sees the next war in the Pacific against the United States. The Army sees the next war as an expansion venture and eventually to confront this new Soviet Union along a border where Japan controls the entire venture. Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, skipped full size. The system, those two services are equal, and they're totally under the control of the civilian government. So who referees disputes between them? Maybe a more complicated question is, who referees disputes within them? Because neither the Army nor the Navy are even unified as a service, they're factionally. The Army famously has a faction that these are unofficial things, by the way, although certain officers become associated with it. So it's not a good comparison, but it's the national political parties. You're not officially one or the other, but you know general government, which is Republican. In this case, one of the factions is called, or known as the Imperial Way faction, called the These pronounced terms, certainly. That these people are the ones who buy into like the super patriot stuff. The cherry blossom societies are thinking it's almost religious. It wants to go back to the golden age, wants to be tyrannies of all the liberal democracies, the politicians, and the corruptions, and just go right back to a show of restoration. Return of the emperor's total power. It comes from the Japanese history. And normally you would see yourself had cares. You know, when bunch of maybe mid-level officers in the Japanese military. But who cares if they're Democrats or Republicans? Who cares if they're carrying away faction people or the other faction, which is still expansionistic and still doesn't love politicians and all that kind of stuff. They're more conservative, more opportunistic. The carrying away faction wants to take Manchuria and move on into the Soviet Union from there. Yeah, who cares? A bunch of colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors and captains, what are they going to do? The normal military, not much. Shut them off in front of orders. But we run into this key story. Another one of those distinctive things about Japan that goes back to an earlier era and provides an opportunity for a bunch of junior officers to hijack policy here. Possible in most great powers, possible in most great powers, unless things were going down a dark road, which of course, as we know, some are. There's a Japanese concept called picoftheday. It's difficult to understand. It's not one of those things where you kind of have a cultural difference into Japanese. It's also controversial. Historians wonder how much of a role is really playing the story versus how much it was exploited by, higher ups as a way to say, oh, well, we didn't do it, some captain acting alone did it. But the concept is not exactly unknown in Western societies or Western militaries, for example. The Japanese just take it to extremes. In the Western military, for example, the concept might be something like the American soldiers are in combat somewhere, some higher up orders them to commit some sort of atrocity. They have a responsibility to be in support of that situation, right? It's not only forgiven, it's kind of required. The Japanese take that to the next level sometimes. People have this concept that goes back centuries that essentially says lower ranking people in some circumstances have a right and a responsibility to act insubordinate, and sometimes that can mean extreme sorts of behavior like killing people. Some of the things I read are also portrayed as like a societal safety valve. The system, shaped like a pyramid in terms of its power structure. How do the people at the bottom never have a way to register, their displeasure with something, for example? Maybe this is one of those ways. The key to the whole thing, though, is you gotta be doing it for the right reasons, right? Your heart has to be in the right place. Sure, they committed an outrageous act, but they meant well. This is where something like a Joe probably doesn't work as well for your communist assassin wants to kill the prime minister and sees that as one piece doing it for a good cause, but the public can be really sympathetic. The Japanese public can be patriotic reasons, right? Well, clearly they love him, for sure they were misguided, but they meant well. They will see these people in office sometimes in these cases, and maybe that's a reason for the conspiratorial. In general, it doesn't want to be a firing squad for treason. You can just have some cafeteria penalty and say, you go and John, you meant well. Let's let them off easy. The upside of the policy of letting them off is that you don't create martyrs out of them. The obvious downside is it's not much of a deterrent anymore. So perhaps of this inaction happens on June 3rd, 1928. A car of officials from province, warlord province, Manchuria, in air quotes, gets shredded by a bomb. The governor of one of these provinces. It also kills the warlord himself, who died a few hours later. This warlord had been a friend of Japan's up until that very explosion. But a couple of Japanese mid-level junior officers, maybe as low as a lieutenant, a colonel, and a captain, took it upon themselves, we are told, to plant this bomb in order to create an incident that required a response that triggered a policy change that these officers thought was the smart move, right? That triggered something that may have led to the takeover of Manchuria. If you wanted to craft an analogy, you'd have to start playing It's like the U.S. Central Command forces in the Middle East having some mid-level officers there independently decide whether to spark a place like Iran because we think it's in the long term, good interest of the United States to do so. Right? It'd be better to fight them now than later. Everyone will thank me immediately, but I do. It's literally inconceivable to think about that. It has happened throughout history. It's not that inconceivable. But amongst the great powers who there's more control over that level of command. In this case, it's very possible. What you have here is a tail wagging the dog. People at this very low level are able to control policy. Perhaps that's one interpretation. The other is that they're just stooges acting for much more powerful generals who provide the interpretation of life. Nevertheless, this 1920 training bombing assassination, which goes by several different names, is the chainsaw explosion death incident. It sounds like a Tom novel type of thing. Nonetheless, it did achieve certainly what people didn't want. It did, in fact, prompt significant blowback across a number of different fronts. Front number one is global public opinion. 1928, it's where the Russian starts losing war, but you're already starting to see Europe bring some change in the way they think. The 1920s, post-First World War, rainbows in the forest, they all of a sudden, all volunteer and return to normalcy. So the clouds are starting to appear, and this is one of those incidents that cast a pall in our minds, in the United States especially. This assassination stuff just looks sinister by its very nature. But the real significant blowback is that this is, as my grandfather called it, a come to Jesus moment in the Japanese government system. Because initially, the Japanese government is not sure who does this, and it's supposed to be a bunch of the Japanese playing this on some Chinese and other things, elements of the Chinese nationalist army on that later. But almost no one outside Japan's mind, and the opposition party in Japan finds out that it's a lie, all hell breaks loose in Japan. The Prime Minister himself Tanaka survived. The problem with 2020 hindsight's total conclusion back on it's a moment where the military essentially pushes back against political leadership, and they get away with it. Because the Prime Minister is told by the Emperor a few times in his early young description, he says, returning to the home, something goes awry in this whole investigation. He can tell the Prime Minister gets the bottom of this. The Prime Minister says, I will, and they're making an army of people, I'm sure we'll take care of this. He goes back to his army folk. He now is a totally political general. He's not the comrade anymore. He might as well be a politician. You know, and when he says we have to look at it, he essentially says we have to cover it up. He gives them all the legitimate reasons why it should be covered up. Effectively, national standing, federal troops, and ensuring blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is he doesn't have the power to parent during this incident to tell them, no, I don't want to approach I'm the boss, we're going to do it my way. He essentially has to go back and his tail to the Emperor. The Emperor finds out again. The Emperor turns into the Hulk and blames him. The famous line saying, post-war conversations to allied investigators, the Emperor says he told the Prime Minister, don't you think you should resign? It's more powerful to the Japanese person, especially the General Tanaka, than anything a mustachioed, spitting, fascist dictator type king is threatening to. Just every 9 weeks to Sunday, Tanaka will not only fall from government and die soon after. By the way, according to Hirohito, from the years of the administration history, the English was sent to kill this poor Prime Minister by turning him over, not to do it again. Allegedly, certain matters. After the war, why the heck did he ever involve himself in these matters? Bottom line, if you look at it, yourself, there are higher ups who might be implicated in all this, and a real investigation of interrogation, torture. Level officers who carry out this stuff. A hearing says that the level officer in question threatened to sue the hell about everything. So he's covering up no investigation. Nothing to see here. Vaughn, in 1920, established this requirement saying it says that there's not much that we can do about that. Plus the hearing is involved. She says you know for this it's an interesting thing. Now I should point out that the 1928 called the Chancellor explosion death incident. The timing of that is not coincidental. It comes at a time when there's a lot of rising anxiety in the South Asian area about events happening in China, events that have the potential to go a certain way, maybe to cut off the supply of Manchuria in some future. There are people who really are that can't happen. We're already hooked. It's worth asking the question, so, are these corporate/government interests in the South Asian area really hooked? Or is the government looking at revenues coming in? Unfortunately, often the German background military expenditure is requiring troops and use of the thing that comes with the cost of security and protection. During this time period, open propaganda pushes made to convince the Japanese people that darn right we're hooked, not just us, we're hooked. They have this thing, a lifeline, the access to the Eurasian population. Since raw materials includes stuff back to Japan, keeps us all alive. The question about whether or not Japan needs Manchuria is an interesting one. Historian Sam Rose, the Manchurian crisis in Japanese society in 1931 to 1933, points out that the whole idea of Manchuria as this vital life form was part of the propaganda of the Japanese state. This stuff is used to justify whatever's required to keep using Manchuria. They're hooked. She writes, the principle that Japan was dependent upon access to the resources of Manchuria for survival as a nation was part of an attempt to create a narrative justifying Japan's claim to the region and was closely linked with the assertion that Manchuria rightfully belonged to the Japanese, despite China's technical sovereignty over it. She then goes on to describe this phrase that was in use, and she points out that it had some of the dry sort of diplomatic tone it referred to sort of the idea of what Japan has already paid in blood and sacrifice and investment for this territory. We talked about earlier, certain things attract you to the region, and certain things keep you there. She writes, far from being a dry diplomatic term, Kenny in the early 1930s was rather, as Mira Kamiyue has pointed out, a vivid word suggesting sacrifice and the shedding of blood, and it relied for its effect upon a certain view of history in which the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars figured prominently. Manchuria, she writes, was frequently referred to as the place where the spirits of 200,000 Japanese war heroes slept. The importance of the South Manchurian Railway and the large amount of Japanese public money which it contributed through the railway to the development of Manchuria were also evoked as evidence of Japan's right freely to exploit the Manchurian resources. And citing the sacrifices of 200,000 warriors, have a deeper effective tactical perspective today. We're patriotic. Talking about we're pandemic, that Western, for example, temperature. Have you ever witnessed right around the same time period as war noise time? So worry about your investments because events in China are starting to get to a point where it's conceivable to see somebody flying in not too distant future. Now, what's going to happen if that occurs? Remember, everybody's been taking advantage of China during the preceding period because it's been down. If it gets up, this is the state of China, the world's largest population of the planet, but it's only 200 times the size of the United States. The Japanese have been taking advantage of this situation while the Chinese are occupied places the Chinese consider theirs. What's going to happen if all of a sudden somebody else wants to come back to they'll have half a million people. Japanese have 7 million. How do the long-term trends here look? You can see positive possible outcome if you this lifeline to Japan. You've got to keep China perpetually divided or split it up permanently. You've got to take it over. You've got to control it in such a way that never lose control of it, which means intelligence have a powerful movement in China, because obviously that's going to be messy. You want your stuff back. There's policy approach you take. Let's have this cooperative Asian relationship with China. Japan and China, with their population, resources, and our high tech, nose to the grindstone, fanatical work ethic, and China wants to get back on their feet, but start negotiating now. There's still the Japanese are not in good graces with the Chinese population. China is already on the ground. The Chinese people are pissed off. They want history to play. First of all, when everybody's attention was on Western Europe, the Japanese tried to slip these treaties on America and China. Colonies down the Chinese. But the people freaked out. It wasn't a governmental thing. People started boycotting Japanese goods. Riots were killed Japanese officials in China citizen. It was anger. It was the same period nationalism was the way Japan had, the Commodore Perry and America's Black Fleet, came and rolled the headline. This awakening in the case of China, they were mad at everybody for what had happened. And taking advantage of the Japanese more and more specifically on their higher. So they want to forestall this. What does the giant map? Now might be the time to start patching on it. So 5, 6, 7 years before this period, Google something that is a repost. Of course, we're totally playing the Japanese were giving territory back to China. So that, they were trying. It was policy for minutes. The people in Tokyo aren't necessarily in control of policy. This is where Ted Brand and the dog comes into play, where a bunch of people on the ground can create situations that the military and even the government behind them simply have no option but to respond to. Once again, you're conspiratorial. You don't need any of this. Just like the GOP, it emanated from ground zero. Let's call it responsibility laundered the whole way. But the traditional story is out of control in Asia. The problems with events. Everybody has no choice but to respond to. For example, I think you're one. Another explosion on a railway track. You sense a pattern here. Also carried out supposedly by middle-level Japanese officers. Historian James L. claimed modern history of Japan describes it. Captain Kawamoto Sumimori laid the 42 yellow packages of plastic powder with care. Shortly after 10 p.m. on September 8, 1931, he detonated them. displacing a portion of the tracks of the South Manchuria Railway line as it passed the northern outskirts of Ootd. Kawamoto and his co-conspirators intended to derail the Darien Express just minutes later and blamed the act on the local Chinese warlord, Zhang Juanan. Incredibly, when the train reached the damaged section of track, it swayed only slightly and passed on safely. Unruffled, Kawamoto relayed a prearranged message to his home base. This is the famous prearranged message. Engaged in action with the Chinese forces who set off explosion along railroad. The author continues, quote, ostensibly, in response to that unprovoked aggression, units of Japan's Wantong Army immediately attacked the barracks of Japanese soldiers in Ootd and Changchun. Within 48 hours, Japanese troops occupied the two cities, and Noihara Kenji, a colonel of the Wantong Army, named himself to head an emergency committee to govern Ootd, effectively detaching that provincial capital from Chinese control. This event, by the way, is my cousin. It's called Manchurian Incident. This is an explosive moment in some people's kind of something talking about here. It was the result of so much James Bond undercover. You know, it's like the Star Wars bar with all the gunslinging, bootleggers from that time. Here's how the story goes. He's a pretty sober historian, so he like hardly understand how much like novel this is. Plotters had better success in Manchuria. In the days preceding the explosion that triggered the Manchurian incident, an unsavory group of Japanese had collected in Wantong Army headquarters. It was on the news before the first place got murdered until he left. That's right. He was there. Jensen says from money sent by Japanese rightists. But he says even better finance was this colonel, you know, the guy who had actually blown up the war train. So he's there too. Jensen says, quote, arrogance, avarice, and dishonesty found shelter under the claims of crisis. Wantong Army officers were in touch with associated figures in the Tokyo General Staff. But those men, doubting the timing, though personally favoring the coup, dispatched Takegawa Yoshitsugu, freshly disappointed that March, to the scene to urge caution and delay. Wantong Army plotters, aware of Takegawa's mission, deflected him when he arrived with a round of partying that delayed his appearance at headquarters. When he was ready to resume his mission the next morning, a bomb had already gone off on the South Manchurian tracks. So the government, not necessarily against the idea of this Manchurian deal, but doubting that it's a good time, sent somebody to say, don't do it now. He's deflected by a bunch of people who take him out drinking, so he can't deliver the message right away. By the time he's sobered up and ready to deliver the message, the event's already happened. That's like a movie, isn't it? But this isn't like the 1928. Everybody seemed caught off guard. There's a bunch of people who know this is going to happen. There's a lot more people who knew that at some point in the distant future this was likely to happen. When it does, the civilian government is exposed as powerless. Now, as an aside, we should point out that the Prime Minister empowers often lambasted he wrote an emergency note to one of the sort of old guard, wise men that are built into the Japanese system, the Genro, less and less powerful than they used to be back in the Meiji Restoration days. But this guy's obviously desperate. This note comes only hours after the explosion happened, where the government is finding out about this stuff from the newspapers. Their army, the Japanese army, they're not telling them anything. The Prime Minister's name, by the way, is Watsuki. Genro for assistance says, quote, I am not being kept informed by either the Foreign Ministry or the Army Ministry. I have just warned them through Chief Cabinet Secretary Kawasaki The Chinese forces in Manchuria and Mongolia number more than 200,000, while we have only some 10,000. I asked the army minister, what are you going to do if by chance your challenge causes something you haven't anticipated? Something that, given you are so outnumbered, you can't stop. The army minister told me, we'll send new troops from Korea. Indeed, they may have already gone in. I rebuked him. How can you allow dispatch of soldiers from Korea without government authorization? He said, well, the fact is that during the Tanaka cabinet, troops were dispatched without imperial sanction. I gathered he did not foresee any problem at all. Under these circumstances, I'm quite powerless to restrain the military. How can His Majesty's military act without his sanction? What can I do? Maybe I should not be talking to you like this, but can you do anything? I'm in serious trouble. Now, if the Prime Minister sounds panic here, it's not just my local interpretation. This is the way various agencies describes the situation. So all this is coming to light hours after the incident formed. Within hours, the Guangdong Army initiated its initial military objectives against defending an army. Once the forces were engaged, leaves of military necessity were used as justification for additional moves, giving the lie to promises from the Tokyo civilian government that these were steps taken to preserve order and that no further expansion was contemplated. Those in positions of responsibility were anxious to limit the incident and regain control of events, while the field and junior grade officers in both the general staff and army ministry were jubilant that the Manchuria-Mongolia problem was finally being addressed. In Tokyo, he writes, the atmosphere was electric with rumors of plots to take on the home government. The nervous government did its best to hush things up to avoid destabilizing the situation, but this had the effect of magnifying the rumors. The reality, he writes, was bad enough. So what was that reality? Well, some of the ultra-nationalists looked at this as the coming out party. Jensen continues, quote, a few weeks after violence broke out in Manchuria, Lieutenant Colonel Hashimoto Kinkaro of the 2nd Division, General Staff, and stalwarts of the Cherry Blossom Society conceived a bizarre plan to wipe out the entire government by aerial bombardment of a cabinet meeting. A crowd of rightists would then surround the War Ministry and General Staff headquarters and demand the creation of a military government. For this October incident, as it was called, which never took place, Hashimoto received 20 days confinement from superiors who did their best to deny that anything untoward had taken place. This guy's got a plot to destroy the government by bombing it while it's in session. He gets 20 days confinement from superiors. What's going to happen here, though? He's going to get Japan in all kinds of trouble because as more the months go on, the Guangdong Army just keeps rounding out the conquest and to create, it says, buffer zones to keep bandits and whatnot farther away. And conquering Manchuria, the people of Japan against this started coming around. For the first 2 weeks, since the Japanese populace wasn't sure what to think about this, but after incessant propaganda and talk about how this is the lifeline and stories and films of Japanese heroic victories, the public comes around and they support this being. So you're the politician kind of worried and say, you can control the situation, no more expansion. But every time the army expands, the public loves it. What do you do? Well, if there are no consequences, you just go along with it. There are consequences. Huge. You need to let the war. And let's remember, in this war, much of these patriotic civilians supporting the troops are going to die in their homes, burned to death. And conversations on what's called strategic bombing civilians in cities and suburbs where there are so many side issues and one of these leads to one that often gets brought up is this point in the story where it's relevant at all. It has to do with responsibility on the part of your average Japanese person for getting involved in the Second World War. Is that something that just deserves, right? Or is it an historical sort of lessons from is it sort of something that reminds you these sorts of things have consequences because they mean that the Japanese public were supportive of this welcome going down, but to not support it seems a little counterintuitive in how life is to imagine. This Japanese public tradition, we've talked about all the resistance, cultural headline, punishment for people who didn't toe the line, and all these other things. How likely is it to promote to any other support their troops? The troops are victorious in the field, and it's their own sons out there fighting. There's been a number of issues propagated all the time. How likely is it that you can see anything other than intensity once more? Forget all the cultural headline stuff that was going on. Just think about your own people. How hard is it to imagine? Most of them are coming out as troops. Something that can be reliably accounted for. So if that's the case, options as a group right now. Sometimes individual surprises, but in us, once they really get another level of Japanese patriotic sympathies to go along with the troops fight for freedom. It's an interesting question, as I said, but let me guess. Missouri. That's a scary one. She's a patronage of the Japanese period. It's actually scary. This is like a blank check. Whatever this one-ton army is going to do, control the central authorities tend to respect best. For the next several months, this one-ton army is going to destroy Japanese diplomatic credibility in the rest of the world, because over and over the Japanese government and even the top military officials are saying, we're not going to advance any farther. I mean, the stupid thing is, almost as they're saying it, the army in the field would advance. One point, the army itself, well, the army is not going to probably anything. So at a certain point, not only is the rest of the world the Japanese government, but it's making them extra angry. One story that we want to see. This is a really bad time for integration. Almost everybody's got their own problems. Every country on the world stage would love to be able to say, just release it a long way away. But looking like they're being played for fools over and over by the Japanese government, it's getting pushback that might not otherwise have been there. The Japanese government, they have believed it every time they said we're not going to move farther. And then think about the position in which the government, when the army does move farther against foreigners, has great victories, conquers more territory. It shows that there's a blaze up, the public is cheering. What he's supposed to do to denounce them. And remember, nobody in the foreign world out there at all knows that you don't control your own army. You don't want to admit that to them, so you kind of have to own these things now. It's a bizarre situation. It gets even more weird at times too, because you can't tell the force of feelings as if you feel like you have to do everything you want to. But I mean, the emperor has to have the general one-ton army for fatigue. Private meeting in the palace. This enormous honor. He's being honored for all these conquests in Manchuria that he went against orders to do. What sort of message are you sending? It's bizarre. I should point out there have always been some stories of where it suggests that it's possible that you can look at this entire situation as one-ton army acting its own. As a Kiko Joe on a mass scale, army-wide level, the entire army so highlight their armies in one place, meaning because of that you forgive them, especially if they keep winning. See how that goes. But if it's true that this army can take all this on its own, and for super patriotic reasons, right? What have they just managed to do during country and deify him worship because God changed him to a psychopath. He's not going to be reality. Best example I came up with is unfortunately practical values unless you've gone out to keep the ocean and breakers crashing on you. I have no idea. But in my head it seems like a perfect analogy. You've never done it yet. Trapped in that no man's land between the breaking surf and shore. Too far away from the shore to get to safety before the next giant wave crushes you. So there's only one option. You have to go out deeper into the surf so you can dive under that giant wave before it starts crashing. The problem is we all know is that when you come up sputtering from that, you have another giant breaker bearing down on you and you're even farther away from the shore. So you have to go out deeper and dive under that one. Of course, you can't keep yourself forever. Eventually, you drown. Following that strategy, the Japanese would drown in China. Army defenders out there trying to explain what they're doing. They're going to drown in China simply trying to find a defensible place to stop advancing. The Army claims it's got bandits contained within prison. These bandits are probably China's guerrilla fighters, and one don't fight 350,000 of them. That's a lot of bandits, by the way. Constant drumbeat makes their call incidents. Japanese troops and bandits, or Japanese troops and Chinese troops, or Japanese troops and warlords troops will have some sort of a gunfight or something, and all have to bring this for a while, and the Japanese take another city in response to that, and suddenly string all these incidents together from 1931 to 1937, you get to 50 initially. Sometimes you have a lot of incidents, and some historians like to refer to that whole period as the undeclared war between Japan and China. Neither side, by the way, wanted to declare war for different reasons. The Japanese are trying to make it look like nothing's really going on here. Nothing to see here, great powers. It's not really war, it's going on. The Chinese have their own problems. Large number of incident in late January in Shanghai, which would go on until March 1932. Shanghai, by the way, the second largest city in Asia after Tokyo itself, 2.4 million people. Giant city that is an urban environment. You can only imagine what it's like to have lightning come on the streets of Shanghai. At one point, it starts off in Japanese police, but they get in trouble because there's increased Chinese resistance to strict lightning. So the Japanese government sends more troops to them. You have 100,000 Japanese ground troops, several hundred planes, like 75 or so ships. That's incident doesn't really do it justice. In fact, the high number, you start adding up civilian and military deaths for this incident, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 killed. That's quite a few people. Sounds a small incident. I'm talking a lot about the Japanese here. Why nothing to fighting people? Chinese, but there are the Chinese doing this people resistance here. Resistance used to be taken for the first time in bunch of fragmented states. The United States and China were having a colony. But in consolidation, the number one consolidator was a guy named Chiang Kai-shek. He was a fascinating character, a Japanese protege. He was called the Chinese patriot. This guy who was military school in Japan learned a lot from the Japanese and that participated in the imperial system of the empire. The protege of the guy who started the first Chinese Republic He's been fighting ever since to maintain some China. He's a difficult guy to get down because he seems to know to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. His goals are going to prevent this, great China that he sees rising from the ashes of this terrible moment in Chinese history. At the same time, China might perpetuate. He's got this military dictator side of him. Hardballs. Hear that? He's a relatively remarkable person. About someone trying to put the United States back together. It's United States against the will of those states, by the way. The task we're talking about here. Most of the time, when you party going used to call it the Korean Tag. I was a kid, so I slept into that and that party are really big dog this Chinese reunification thing going on in the 1920s. He's the major threat to these Japanese people. And sure, they see China back together. His main competition in order to achieve this, though, are communists. Even help, for example, Chang, by the way, can help with the Soviet Union too. He'll take help from anybody, even to all he wants to achieve his goal. The communists are working with the communists. They're making the same power in China during this era. And Chang will have this terrible struggle with each other. Sometimes they'll basically got more than enough to fight the communists. But Chang Kai-shek's most of the time is that he wants to unify China first, destroy his internal enemies first, and then turn on the Japanese. So then during this period, the Chinese might not be fighting back too much and deliberately sort of taking the easy road, backing up, making nice. It's all because Chiang Kai-shek's got his eyes elsewhere. He's trying to defeat the communists in his country. By the way, as I said, this guy's taken money and arms organizations, so the Western press is portraying him as a communist. He's the red general to them. But later on, he's going to turn on the communists. He's arguing on top of it. They hold the record. Most of the communists were suspected communists killed. They killed like 300,000 of them. They have killed millions of them. And he may not have been communist at all. He's famous for his narcissism. But the phrase was something like, if you try to kill 1,000 innocent people to put one communist in charge. So under guilty. One innocent man be prosecuted. In any case, Chiang Kai-shek seems to be pretty focused on China and conquering it first and turning its enormous weight of the Japanese invader. Afterwards is his policy. That allows this to China. China's underlings wanted to. Meanwhile, Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese have complained off and on to that nations, prototypes of the United Nations, this week practical test for those aggressive war because the Chinese are asserting that's what you have here. Not only that, the Japanese are the signatories to a number of treaties, so-called treaties, designed to make war, if not uncommonly, even totally illegal. One is called the Cowboy Act, for example. And sometimes that's the way its supporters sort of tout war being it's easy behind guns. Unless the Chinese make a complaint, the nations has to respond to what they say. Investigators in 1932 released trade trucks talked to all sides. While they doing this, the Japanese military created a puppet state that we call Manchukuo. And the reason you create a puppet state is trying to conquer a territory. The reason is you just don't do that anymore. It's just not done. Great power don't conquer others. You create a sort of selfie, sort of common, call it turn manage people to control your own destiny. The Japanese were going to the last emperor of China and put him on the throne. They look like, hey, restore the Manchus, their rightful place. The Asians are all in this together. It's going to have this pan-Asian flavor to it. Meanwhile, the Japanese army is going to defend it. It's going to send economic anything Japan wants back to Japan. And the Japanese control the decisions. It's a puppet state. But the rest of the world is going to say, the United States will be most considerate scrutiny. And by the way, the U.S. is operating on the level. Americans have a lot of first issues. China, you need to watch a lot of this stuff. And it's horrible all around. So they're complaining from all of this. But the Americans have huge economic stakes in this region. So they want to policy that they want to keep. They don't want anything threatened. The good thing that they have going trade-wise with China, and if Japan starts taking all these areas or making treaties, locking China up for themselves, well, that cuts out the U.S. interests. So there's a lot of reasons the Americans are so happy about this. They'll invoke something called, from this period called the Stimson Doctrine, which basically says the U.S. is not going to acknowledge, support, countenance, or anything, any territories that are created through aggression. Not expression, nations. They do their investigation. They come back with a report that is actually so even have a great powers didn't want anything from anybody because, as I said earlier, they all have issues and that will be away. But the Japanese require accept to keep that change. Now we get that. So we're forced to make a choice between the steroid that could make the babies because they want or staying in the good guy column and off the global international naughty list. They chose keeping the injury addiction. This would be disastrous. In practical sense, what it means is when the Japanese don't get what they want from the nations, they walk out of the nations. Trendsetters are Germany and eventually China. But to people like the Americans and the British and the French, this looks like choosing the dark side in an ever-increasingly dark world as the storm clouds on the international horizon deepen, darken, and threaten. The Japanese decided to enter into this international community idea and this rainbows unicorns in the past just a plot by the great powers to keep the status quo out. Think of what options they actually had in this regard. What can the Japanese really do? Don't walk alone. This is the Japanese government to ask what choices they had in some way. Whether or not they're responsible for average Japanese and Japanese citizens. In this case, sometimes I think we pretend like there's some walk in the world here for these governments and become all direction choice. This is in this case, has to have to survive and protect themselves and powers. Nations are telling them they have to give it back. You can't have these steroids to be as big as they are. The Japanese is working now. There's one list of creates so much more. Talked about die to conquer this place, die to rescue this place, destitute safe area in China by the South Mediterranean enthusiasm not to political. See this as a way to avoid having this showdown with the great powers of the world. Your choices, you have to give this back. But you realistically but I think the loss of stage this would say from the I know that to politicians, voters, electoral system, what about opposed electoral? This is the people suggested sure great power telling you might not live to see it next month. Talk by assassination of Japanese history. This is the period that skyrockets against the high water mark of 1936. Not just gunned down. About the one in 1932. 11 people deaths from a faction in the Navy wanting military dictatorship and return to the Empire. That stormed into the building where the Prime Minister conversation that's recorded happens while it's going on. The Prime Minister says something to me. We talk to you, understand. The person who's about to kill him says dialogue is useless. Depth of emotion, anger, fix all the injustices. Look straight at the present state of your fatherland, Japan. Where, we dare ask, can you find the genuine manifestation of the godliness of the imperial country of Japan? Political parties are blind in their pursuit of power and egoistic gains. Large enterprises are firmly in collusion with politicians as they suck the sweat and blood of the common people. Bureaucrats and police are busy defending the corrupt politico-industrial complex. Diplomacy is weakening. Education is rotten to the core. Now is the time to carry out drastic revolutionary change. Rise and take action now. Challenge the Manchurian incident and the violence from the right in 1931 and 1932 marked a Copernican turn in Japan's foreign relations and domestic politics. On the continent, the conception of the new state, carved from Chinese territory and dominated by a wing of the Japanese military, soured Sino-Japanese relations beyond redemption, began the isolation of Japan from an infuriated West, which viewed Japanese actions as naked aggression, and propelled the island nation along a path that would lead it into more dangerous foreign competition. At home, the assassinations and attempted coups exposed the fragile structure of Japanese politics, contributed to a snowballing loss of confidence in party politicians, and encouraged the ideologues who romanticized the country's imperial past and sought to forge a new national polity. 1932 Chile Prime Minister is a perfect example of how so many attempts at assassinations that happened in 1936 is that put these young evil guys and assassins on trial, and they're all like 20 years old, kids, and they wrap themselves in ultra-patriotism stuff, and the public, very sympathetic, I think they did a petition, the court does, signed in the blood of hundreds of thousands of Japanese citizens pleading for leniency, which often die in place of the young naval officers. I mean, it's a level of fanaticism on the part of one segment of Japanese society that makes it difficult to just crush these people as anti-government terrorists. And by the way, for killing the Prime Minister, these guys can be sentenced to jail time without being able to go home. What the hell is that? several weeks. The 1930s culminated in the famous one of February 26th, 1826. This one you get some of these imperial faction junior officers, like 1,500 soldiers against the war ministries of major buildings. When they kill a bunch of officials, two former prime ministers. It's very dramatic, actually. Once again, they're sometimes talking between the assassins. Very dramatic, but the emperor's post-war comments basically turned into the whole thing at this moment. Imperial Guard crush the whole thing, and some people commit suicide, the rebels give up. At this time, there's a crackdown afterwards. So this is the bridge too far for the internationalists, right? The Japan Konoha faction, and they get crushed after several people against the age of 20. They have a fighting squad shot. A bunch of generals were purged. I think it's more than half of the church. Not take the advantage of China faction was. Other military officers that are not sort of ostracized, pushed off to countries where they can't cause the kind of trouble that somebody involved, for example, in charge of wanting army cars, and the military wants to sort of strengthen its hold on the government. We'll say to protect from these kinds of things happening. This, of course, is a period of growing global anxiety, as we all know, in the middle 1930s, tough time. Until one of the civil fascists come to power in Italy. Nazis come to power in Germany. These ideologies, of course, make it over to Japan. Pandora's box and influential contained an update to 47 match. But while most people don't think the Japanese towards Nazis, fascism is sometimes debated in the last world. The Japanese fascists. That's a more widely. This era provides frosting on the top of a very tall, multi-layered Japanese cultural cake. Each piece of which we've been lovingly talking about in this story. So, not Nazis or fascist, but both of those ideologies make an impact into some of these stories, influence these courses are experts on this from multiple countries have different views about proper classification. They want to just look at the optics, though, and try to make a judgment based on that. Well, the Japanese are like themselves in the fingers because they may not officially be fascist in my mind, but they sure play nicely with the very 1930s in Japanese and Nazi Germany. Some of the Comintern had, which is supposed to be communist efforts to undermine the world. The Italians will actually sign Spanish fascism. So these are basically fascists. You're not a fascist, you're sure. It's like the same the Japanese are all not making wonderful press in places like the United States. It's just me. Now that the Japanese have this puppet state of attention, jury used to be, means they now have the same papers that jury used to have, which means Japan now has a giant puppet stage. Now has a giant silver and another giant Mongolia, which is a puppet of the silver. So now, I feel they need to get involved in this China take a significant amount of effort. Looks like it might take troops away from this giant war. Maybe a giant tank attack, maybe infiltration by communist hordes. In 1970, the Japanese do not want China. The problem. This is exactly the time of course, for the longest time, the same way China wanted multiple Chinas, or balloons, multiple different states, and keep track of it for so long. But in 1936, something happened to change the entire thing. So against the will, Chiang Kai-shek is going to be kidnapped by some of his subordinates, whispering information to try to convince him that he has to stop reaching his subordinates and communists to turn against the Japanese. He has like a mafia sort of get together where it's going to put on the table and change policy. Chiang Kai-shek. Communists show up, they've been invited. Some sort of small changes for Japanese. Chiang, choice of course. They're actually getting some major money printing Chinese history. Peter anyways decided to colonize. Fight the Japanese instead of fighting each other now. Let's just place it in the cards. Chad will eventually execute one of these guys that lured him to Mr. James. And there are a couple of reasons that suggest that the goal of the communists, rather than some high-minded international unity, the positives for them getting the nationalist Chinese enemies and the Japanese enemies appears to fight each other. Each other as they can. So you can always go there if you want to. But on the surface, this looks like a really patriotic, heroic moment in Chinese history. You can certainly see it in the ranks of common soldiers who saying things like, for the first time in my life, I get to fight, in a united effort against an outsider. And the Japanese are unaware, basically, that he is. So in July 1937, when another one of the incidents breaks out in Asia, just push the world in China, everyone thinks it's the same old same. But there's Japanese troops in small numbers all over China for various reasons, back to the troops decades ago. In this case, though, the ones in Beijing open fire against Chinese troops, vice versa, they wait for the bombs. Japanese kind of embarrassing terms that they read to routinely. That doesn't happen this time. Instead, a public proclamation from Chiang Kai-shek is released on the stage, throwing down the gauntlet, saying, "We're not going to take it anymore." He says, quote, "We allow one more inch of our territory to be lost or sovereign rights to be encroached upon, then we shall be guilty of committing an unpardonable crime against our Chinese race. China's sovereign rights cannot be sacrificed, even at the expense of war, and once war has begun, there is no looking back." This proclamation is made for several different audiences. It's obvious that the Chinese people are in large part hugely excited about the chance to strike the outside enemies, we say. But it's also the Japanese public. They for the most part, biasing towards the generals and bureaucrats who call China to be chastised and punished. Unfortunately, Chiang Kai-shek great powers. Listen, how much of the rainbow are still left? Politicians in all these countries like France, Britain, and the United States, these people are all talking games to the high-minded moral sentiments and chase messages coming from saying what your mouth is. And answering a key question a lot of people who are wondering about supporting China have, which is when they meet around 5 minutes after real fighting starts, is it worth my investment? Will the Chinese army still around by the time the rifles that I buy from them get there? It's a legitimate question. The women are probably in the best position to answer this question, although they're probably biased. The Japanese military, after all, they've been fighting the Chinese now for years. It's undeclared war. They're apparently telling the emperor that they can handle this Chinese problem. Just give them 3 months. So not exactly how to explain the Chinese military. Let's remember they've not seen anything back in China. Or have they seen anything fighting an attempt to sort of answer these questions. The global audience out there, Shanghai generally chooses strategy. It's got a lot of reasons why it chooses it. There's a lot of downsides too. Everything that's going to happen. As much as China has an opportunity to do this anyway on the other side of the world for nuclear power, it's going to put all these events front and center in front of the leaders. Opinion matters in this case. Send arms, maybe launch embargoes on Japan, maybe troops. The possibilities are endless if you just get interested. What if you spend you're already interested? Let's take all those great powers have more money invested in every country we just had. In most cases, thousands, in some cases, tens of thousands of their citizens living there as expatriates or workers. I'll let you just go from war to Shanghai or the entire what if you throw in a ton of strength sort of safeguard and kept just education so that it became a huge display of like the Japanese way you want to. So if you do all that and trap these technologically superior, better trained, better coordinated, supply better weapon, more experienced in many cases, Japanese troops, you trap them in narrow alleyways of the city of Shanghai and its dense cores like a modern European city stone with buildings. Trap somebody there, you can be, and this is a good type of Peter Harp's Stalingrad and the Yangtze. Things like street fighting, that all falls into tactical questions, obviously. And zoom out here, look at this from a strategic point of view. Look what Chang has done here. As I said, it's a double-edged sword. He's essentially sort of calling Japan's bluff in terms, I would say, a true great power. Because there are several great powers that don't have the land mass, raw materials, foundation, to read the very top class of great powers. It's not Germany, for example, but they make up great quantities like the Japanese do. The Chinese are legitimately huge. You're talking about land masses that Soviet Union type size things are the United States type sizes. It gives them a luxury most places don't have. It gives them a luxury of space. Space is huge, might be understood. It might be a determining factor in Russian Chinese will sometimes trade space for time. One of the times we need to look at what they've done. If you look at that, the Japanese are up in the north, like above Beijing, stuff. Shanghai is 600 miles to the south. The whole way. The Japanese are using the fight as his navy to ferry troops continuing through other areas and amphibious operations around Shanghai. Creating an ocean going logistical supply line all the way back to Japan. That's more complicated. Chapters of the Life of Dragon Spring. The story's energy tried to put it in U.S. terms. They say they can locate Beijing, used to be called Peking, locate Beijing up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. That would put Shanghai, from Washington, D.C., Canton, down by New Orleans. They write for St. Louis approximately, and John King would be in southwestern Kansas. Imagine somebody landing on the East Coast and trying to conquer into Mississippi. Now imagine it's a small island nation about 70 million. Then less than 75 years ago, this military shogun was closed to the Western world. China's gonna call Japan's bluff here, right? How long, John? You want to play this game? You're beating us in single deck poker. How about we throw out 5 decks and see if we can still play? Of course, let's not forget the downsides of fighting a place like Shanghai. I mean, if you're Chinese, Shanghai is your commercial capital. What is your commercial capital? How much you a couple of mid-20th century armies, hundreds of thousands fighting it out anywhere in your city. Once they get into the industrial outfit, strange than that, there's a certain dynamic modern battles, big cities, and that's you can have fighting rage in one part, and yet peace in the other part. So imagine New York City has this fighting rage in a place like Queens or Brooklyn, but it's peaceful enough in Manhattan for you to take a date up to a skyscraper, have martinis, and watch the puffs of smoke in the distance when the fighting's raging. That'll happen in Shanghai too. Come out to watch and don't get me. Everybody coming out to watch. That's the other problem we decided to have not in Shanghai. The people. Beautiful cities. Start to fight modern value. What happens to them? Well, mass exodus begins right as the fighting starts in Shanghai. It'll be the largest in the city's history. And at times stampede-like levels of panic. And you have to imagine that in all the books trying to convey this, the scene of humanity in the city of the street is already present. All through the bridges, it is jam-packed with humanity. Other heroes in Shanghai some stomach on the recalls one account of something was called Rage, which is trying to get one perceived unsafe district in the city to a perceived safe one. The foreigners of Shanghai, visitors and residents alike, war was a rather violent diversion, but nothing truly dangerous or so not. For the Chinese, life was falling apart. As the fighting intensified around the Japanese district, thousands of refugees fled through the streets, heading for Susao Creek in the Garden Bridge, which was the only link to the international settlement that remained open. It was a mad and merciless stampede with weak headline chants. My feet were slipping in blood and flesh, recalled Rhodes Farmer, a journalist for the New China Daily News, who found himself in a sea of people struggling in Hong Kong. Quote, half a dozen times I knew I was walking on the bodies of children, or old people sucked under by the torrent, trampled flat by countless feet. End quote. Thompson continues, quote, near the creek, the mass of sweating and panting humanity was almost beyond control as it funneled towards the bridge, which was a mere 55 feet wide. 2 Japanese sentries were nearly overwhelmed by the crowds and reacted the way that they had been taught, with immediate reflexive brutality. One of them, he writes, bayoneted an old man and threw the lifeless body into the filthy creek below. This did not deter any of the other refugees who kept pushing toward the bridge and what they believed to be the safety of the international settlement. They could not know it, but they were now moving in the wrong direction, towards the most horrific slaughter of innocent civilians in the entire Shanghai campaign. These refugees are trying desperately to get to their safety because they know that neither army wants to kill couriers or bring powers. This is the French concession of the city of the international settlement of the cities of TRILLIONAIRE. It's an already crowded, nice part of town. So as these refugees pour in, swell the numbers in the air. Now they're running away from the first combat, which gets going on August 13, 1937. But it's more the strategic taking places in preparation for the big attack. The big attack will come the next day, almost at exactly the same time Murphy's Law comes into play. its population centers, and in an attempt to bomb Japanese warships in the river running from Shanghai. Twice in 15 minutes, Chinese planes would instead release their bombs. And places nationwide to design an experiment in arms manufacturing for data. They wanted to get maximum government. One bomb in a given situation would be not designed and tested ground positive results as you would see in that situation. Choosing this part of Shanghai at this time. Some it's on both sides and absolutely jam-packed. They're extra jam-packed here as well because they're watching. There are thousands upon thousands of people like them watching these Chinese planes and shooting them on as they try to hit these Japanese ships in the river. So when these bombs go awry, thousands of people watching. Actually, accounts actually see them coming down at them. They had a split second to think about what was just about to happen. Two groups of rights quote. The two bombs released by the Chinese airplane had struck at exactly 4:27 p.m. The attacks stopped at the arms of a clock at the entrance of Cathay Hotel, freezing in time the moment of the twin blasts. The shock waves and the debris had both taken a toll on the mass of people who had crammed into the street. To Percy Finch, a foreign correspondent, it was as if a giant mower had pushed through the crowd, chipping it to bits. Here was a headless man, there a baby's foot wearing its little red silk shoe, fierce dragons, it wrote. One body, that of a young boy, was flattened high against a wall, to which it clung with ghastly adhesion. Now Harmson continues, quote, a sickening stench of burnt flesh filled the air. As the wounded came to, they started moaning. Some were screaming. Part of the facade of the Palace Hotel had been blown away. On the fourth floor, a man clung desperately to the remains of the wall with one hand, waiting for help. It came too late, and he eventually let go, crashing into the glass awning of the hotel's entrance before hitting the pavement. Others attempted to crawl to safety, scrambling with fumbling limbs over mangled bodies and slipping in the blood that covered the sidewalk. Now let's understand why there is such graphic detail, this kind of stuff. Well, we got it. Our author just quoted was a foreign correspondent who was in the street when the event happened. The press is there. It makes a big difference. You want to know how you really get foreign countries interested in events far away, overseas places, have their own citizens die there. They'll pay attention. Reporter can tell you practices known as localizing a story. Easy to get people to relate to something that seems like it's closer to their lives than something far away that the survivors are much money. In this case, Harmson knows the situation involving 66-year-old Frank Rollins. He's been in China for a long time. This particular day, he's driving his car with his wife and passengers use their daughter down Avenue Edward VII, that's British news, probably not in the Chinese part of town per se. Chinese news, it's all Chinese, but anyway, Avenue Edward VII. Reverend Frank Rollins, about to run people over with his car. It's so packed in the street. His wife says she'll get a better view. He's trying to see something. Bombing in the river like everyone else. But he gets out of his car. And he gets out of his car. And he gets held in his chest. Wife gets out. Sees her husband leaning out in front of her 13-year-old daughter. Gets out of the car and sees this horrific, traumatizing sight in a way because we can't believe how to function. To be able to repel that event back to the folks back home. Because that bomb killed his reverend on Avenue Edward VII. Also, This description describes a 6-story shopping mall, much less structurally sound, amusement center. It's packed with thousands of Chinese people. Right now, it's packed with thousands of Chinese people who have mostly refugees, where they normally live on site getting a rice handed out, and mommy is there. The bodies are stacked 5 feet high. Himself author Peter Parks describes it. The moon was excited once more at about 4:45 p.m. when 2 Chinese aircraft seemed about to make another run on the Japanese positions. Cheers and applause rose from the street. Then sharp-eyed individuals noticed 2 small dark dots drop from one of the planes. The same bombs that had seen. They fell with deadly haste, hitting the busy street before anyone had time to react, let alone escape. One left a huge crater near the traffic control tower in the middle of the road. The other exploded a few feet above the ground, causing shrapnel to fly over a large area. The explosions were so powerful that they killed a servant in the building of the YMCA nearly 700 feet down a subsidiary. The casualties included several foreigners. On Avenue Edward VII, Reverend Rawlinson lay dying in his wife's arms while his teenage daughter was watching. Just yards away, 2 other Americans, Hubert Holmesburg and his wife, were killed in their car. It was the same type of carnage as in the Nanjing Road earlier, just larger. Death on the most massive scale was at the entrance of the Great World Amusement Center, where the fatalities were piled 5 feet high. The victims, men, women, and children, had been thrown up against the walls of the buildings. Many were stripped completely naked after the intense gas pressure from the bombs had torn off their clothes. Death toll from the Great World surrounding areas were in terms of public opinion, after all, something American Christian missionaries daughter watching the fire inside all this stuff that attracts American attention. These are Chinese bombs that accidentally did this. Most of the items direct attention. After all, one can ask the obvious question. What kind of Chinese but it's just part of the atrocities it's international civilians sometimes eventually that brings them. So, for example, one YouTuber was talking to the Japanese catch a photo, snap a photo, destroy the bodies of the blind and a baby, I guess 6 months old, 7 months old, sitting there, covered, burnt, but crying. And he sent this image back to the great press outlets. It got published. It's one of the most demanding photos of the war. And this kind of thing plays into the change, especially when it's like that. Trying to that's gold. How do you use that person suffering, and the baby suffering on the railway platform after bombing, Ray serving the interests of Chinese nationals, by helping to publicize and ask China separate. We lose people, so he has to concentrate on oh my God. Localize your stories so you can compare. Chinese military attack against the Japanese, the one, by the way, suggested to them by a German general, because the Germans are training the Chinese. This is very important story. Like 5 minutes from now, the Germans and the Japanese are their allies. But in this battle, there's some Japanese referred to as the German War. The Germans are helping the Chinese to equip the Chinese with German helmets and German steelheads. Africa Corps, the Asian edition, Asian features they have advisors at the officer level, sometimes there's advisors in combat. The Chinese amongst a number of other troops, there are foreign troops, the Japanese are starting to develop, have these two things that also have stuff that Chinese do make money. And beautiful, small, obsolete cars. It took forever to build. They saved it up, and they're going to throw all into this fanaticism to interesting. They're going to fight the Japanese the same way the Japanese will fight the Allied powers the same way. From a position of being the one who has to have sacrificial suicide attacks to make up for material differences, there are stories of the Chinese throwing themselves at the Japanese tanks and blowing themselves up to stop the tank column. Shades of what the Japanese were in the Second World War. Officer casualties on this first day for China were replaceable and shocking. Like one author pointed out, fighting rubble in the streets for minutes, having people shooting at you from behind. It's crazy kind of Stalingrad type fighting. First day, the Chinese suffer irreplaceable losses. First and foremost, however, the massive fatality rates among officers and to an even larger extent the rank and file were the result of Chinese forces employing frontal attacks against a well-armed, entrenched enemy. As a result, were dying by the hundreds, were China's elite soldiers, the product of years of effort to build up a modern military. They formed the nation's best hope to be able to resist Japan in a protracted war. Nevertheless, on the first day of battle, they were being squandered at an alarming, unsustainable rate. By not sweeping away the Japanese, the German general advised here, they allow things to stay in place, everybody to reinforce this thing to go on for 3 months. Now, I suppose looking at the bright side, it's a kind of a victory for the Chinese forces because the Japanese thought they'd take Shanghai in 3 days, so 3 months is a lot harder than the Japanese thought. It's a lot harder than the Japanese thought. So they use his casualties. His numbers are sketchy. The Japanese suffered about 40,000 casualties in this 3-month period. Number of casualties are killed, captured, missing. By the way, in this entire year, Stalingrad line almost attack around the city on both sides. They get ready to close it off, so the Chinese forces have to cross and they don't get conquered. The Chinese suffer something along the lines of 250,000 casualties. 3 months. 250,000 casualties is hard to get those numbers I just gave you, Japanese and Chinese casualties are going to 3 months of fighting have almost as many dark years as the United States lost in its entire war. It is short, but more than a year in the First World War. But the Chinese numbers always have something like that. It always looks like something multiplied by some strange large number or something. It's part of what makes China's history so awe-inspiring. You can hardly get your mind around the numbers sometimes. Consider an episode where the Japanese are giving extra dose of intensity, the Chinese are getting extra dose of numbers. When the Chinese forces are sort required to withdraw from Shanghai, now you begin to see maybe the downside, or another downside of expanding this area. Because if you leave Shanghai, now you have the victorious Japanese in now they're in central China, and they're pursuing the Chinese forces on the road back to the not very far from Shanghai Chinese capital, Nanjing. It's called Nanking. The Chinese are in no position necessarily to stop and halt the Japanese advance, what are the Japanese going to do when they get to the Chinese capital? It's a controversial story. But in short, described the traditional way it looks like a Mongol sacking the city. Arguably, most horrific atrocity occurred in 15 years war in the Pacific Invasion theater. Occurred when the Japanese get to this Chinese city. That's coming up next. Just strap yourself to the computer. It's probably the best thing to get past the creepy. I have a confession to make. I did not like the idea of the Harry Potter books when I first encountered them. You have to understand, I am a fantasy snob, I'm a reading snob. I'm the kind of guy who likes my fantasy to go so deep that they have legitimate conversations with the proper use of pronouns and language. I'm not talking about the high house, I'm talking about the southern Berkeley dialect. That's how I like it. Big long poems in language some guy invented in his head. So I scoffed at Harry Potter books to them. And then I started getting into them. It's funny, they almost start like a book for like a 7 to 10 year old, and I think the next one came out like about 2 years later. It's almost like that book is for the same kid that read the first one, but now 2 years later, and they get increasingly dark. I just remember one day I came up to the realization at 4:45 in the morning for 6 straight hours, and I'd say just one more page while I read Phoenix. You know, after one day, that's what I could do. So much to like the guy who's out to the whole honor series right now. Click on a few samples and you can see if he doesn't just have one of those voices. The first one, just like this to anyway. But second, it just sounds like a person that you would read a Harry Potter book to. It's great. It's on Prime News right now. July 31st, 2018. Get all for free here at $4.95 a month. That last week. Audible members, just so you know, get credit every month for any audiobook in their store, regardless of price. Unused credits roll over to the next one. If you don't like an audiobook, you can exchange it for no hassle. Plus, your audiobooks are yours to keep forever, even if you cancel like that. If you're somebody that never gets to go out and enjoy summer activities and whatnot, audiobooks are, of course, a great thing to enjoy while you're doing it. Dark Harry Potter world while you are taking on the video is the best way to do it. Audible, by the way, has the largest selection of audiobooks on the planet, which lets you fill your summer with things like, well, as you large, so you can go all, Woody Elfish, you go, and get the Lord of the Rings too. This sounds like a good deal to you. Why don't you go to audible.com/hardcore history. You can also text hardcore history, all one word, all lowercase letters, to 500 to get started. Once again, that's audible.com/hardcore history, or just text hardcore history to 500 to get started. Wrath of the Khans, Judith Nightmares, Apache Tears, and of course, Ghost of the Ostrom. Just a few classic hardcore history titles available from DanCarly.com. Every true fan has heard these favorites. And great gifts too.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, download it. Love the app. Love the show. It's all we ask. Go to DanCarly.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Get your first audiobook free when you start a 30-day trial. Just visit audible.com/Carlin or text Carlin to 500 and listen for a change. What you're about to hear is part 2 of a multi-part series of wars in Asia, Pacific, called the Imperial Japanese Empire, and many other countries and powers. If you enjoy context, don't get too frustrated. Back to things we talked about earlier, please feel free to listen to part 1 and catch up. We don't care about those things, of course. Well, please feel free to continue. Hopefully enjoy part 2 of Surreal Beast. It's history. It's hardcore history. Why did Donald broadcast news evidence? It's part of the fight solution. While it was going on, right there, Joseph Coles from the industry set up these industrial killing facilities, but we're working with the death force to keep strong. Explain this last month, 1,000 of these people won't stop till they're all gone. Stalin, yelling, shaking his finger, gulags that explain what the gulag system was. All you have to do is leave the country and come back for us to be suspicious. Why didn't he get up there and say this is what's going to happen to you if you don't stay alive? No one admitted it, right? Why didn't the careers take photographs as they wiped out the intellectual class of Cambodia because they thought people were classes, intellectuals, and intellectuals were all around the town and sent some to the foreign media outlets too. It's a Syrian kid done back in the Iron Age. Dr. Level a place like Babylon, he's going to make sure everyone knows about it in detail. He's going to that Arab right out there on the way. It's carved in 2 stone. A lot of that stuff was in style after it was what everyone would expect. That's why you still see Egyptian fashions in the New Kingdom. Egyptian fashions from the Old Kingdom. There's a style that becomes the style. What does it say about you? The style you use is to announce the atrocities that you commit, and as close as possible, replicate them on the walls of your waiting room and the embassies while you wait to talk to the Sennacherib destroyed Babylon and wrote about it. The scribes record the words of Sennacherib. What style also? What a style! Said of his leveling of his being the greatest of all time. Babylon, level Babylon, 600 BC, by the way. Like the oncoming of a storm, I broke loose and overwhelmed it like a hurricane. With their corpses, I filled the city squares. The city and its houses, from its foundations to its top, I destroyed. I devastated. I burned with fire. The wall and outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as there were, I raised and dumped them into the Irracha Canal. Through the midst of that city, I dug canals. I flooded its site with water, and the very foundations thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood. That in days to come, on the site of that city and its temples and its gods might not be remembered, I completely blotted it out. Floods of water made it like a meadow. All those later kings broke the journey. badass Paul, Pastor Paul II, that was introduced from that time. Nonetheless, you got to appreciate his owning it and using policies against his Aaron Helen. That was the style of the times, and one could see that not playing particularly well in the 20th century. And let's ask why. Make a list. Genocides, attempted genocides, atrocities, war crimes, all these things fall broadly in all the numbers of the 20th and 21st centuries. How many of the, let's just call them accused perpetrators of these acts, into it, own it? And if they do, how many of them do so unqualified? Because sometimes the evidence is so overwhelming that even the deniers can't figure out how to fill out the facts, so they start rationalizing things. Numbers are inflated, or there's mitigating circumstances. And here's where things have some complicated. Sometimes they're right. If you look at the history of the 20th century, start off relatively some of the more famous genocides, attempted genocides, or alleged attempted genocides in history. Going from there, more than 100 years now, is a society trying to codify laws and courts of communication and systems and organizations to help create rules about atrocities, genocides, and killings, and crimes against humanity. Create a timeline, start before the Hague Conventions and things like that. But you go all the way through the United Nations creation, into the United Nations creation, into Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. There's all these sorts of things. We have this extensive body of many of these organizations created in large part in reaction to horrible atrocities and genocides and things that must never happen again. And yet, let me ask you, what do you think would happen if it happened again? Spent an enormous amount of time and effort on a fantastic cause, right? Let's never have a final solution, for example, happen again. What if it happened tomorrow? Of course, if this is going to be some super which you have to imagine happens powerful stuff. If it happens in Albania, there'll be no problem. We'll start this soon after. If it involves, if this crime against humanity involves any war, because in many countries have interest in this, Jewish folks are an example of that, and it's a very kind of situation. We're talking about a people that almost nobody really knows about in some faraway place, and they're being persecuted by a powerful state. The ramifications of confronting, would not be like Albania and committing to some major stuff. Holocaust number 2 starts tomorrow. If it's China or Russia, apologies to both those nations. They start killing 1 million or 2 million of some unpopular minority that most of us don't know a lot about. I don't have a whole lot of dog in that fight. How well are all these wonderful organizations? How well is this mechanism place and function to stop something like that? The people at the time were to stop the Holocaust or atrocities that happened all throughout the Second World War on many major fronts. But I think we sometimes forget how hard it is to do that. We have many more mechanisms and tools at our disposal created in many cases specifically for this purpose that I still think, remember, I'm not cautiously optimistic personality wise. I'm cautiously pessimistic. I'm not all hardcore pessimistic, but I'm mildly both. And I think if the state is powerful enough, we could have a weaker version of the final solution happen over the next year, and the world kind of sit around and look at each other most of the time for some sanctions, maybe, and push it. I bring that up because we're coming to a part of the story where it's, let's call it a milestone, a potential milestone on that timeline that begins maybe, say, in the 20th century to now, concerning these kinds of events. And I mean, look at your newspaper today. We still haven't figured out how to deal with this. We just had some problems in the Middle East where everybody was going, how do we influence this humanitarian crisis? We had it when the former Yugoslavia broke up. You had a genocide in Rwanda going on. Everybody looking at each other and thinking to themselves, what do we need to do? Meanwhile, the killings are every day, and everybody's sort of deliberating for these, their own personal country strategic interests and no humanitarian questions. It's all understandable, but it boils down to the same thing. If this is 1943, and this is how we're behaving, more Jewish people and gypsies and homosexuals and Polish people and priests are dying every day. And what's the responsible speed? And what's a responsible level of force we can expect nation states to employ in situations like this? So as we ask ourselves that question, we realize that the people in the pre-Second World War era had less in the way of tools, less in the way of structure, and probably less in the way of leverage. Talking about television, and they're confronted with this sort of situation. This is what we still do today, and we still controversy. And that's why I brought up the point about denial, minimization, rationalization when it comes to questions of atrocities. Last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Shanghai, a little known battle, by the way, in the West, but its participants like to point out. By the time it's done, and it went on like 3 months, something like that, you have as many dead on the Chinese side as either side kind of a little less. But in the Battle of Verdun in the First World War, the historically has the battle that went on longer. The strategy in the Battle of Shanghai was influenced by global public opinion, or a desire to influence global public opinion. Shanghai Shek and the Chinese wanted to prove that the Chinese could put up a fight against the Japanese, and they wanted to send a message to the world that we're here, we can resist, if you want to help us, it's worthwhile investment, and it's awful, and you should help us. Photographs, pictures, stories, accounts from Western Shanghai had quite a lot of Westerners. So the Chinese threw in all their best units, stuff that they had stockpiled for a long time. In other words, they were going to shoot off all of their fireworks in order to be the biggest bang they could and see if they could attract global attention. Well, they did so. The upside of this is they did. The downside of this is when it's gone. It's gone. The Japanese, after several months of fighting, launched an amphibious invasion and opened up another front to the city of Shanghai. That's the story. In terms of resistance, and the Chinese resistance collapses. They've suffered some casualties. They're out of stuff, and they stream back, sort of routing, trying to get their act together towards the capital and kill Beijing. The Japanese are close on their heels, and as they chase them, an atrocity begins to occur, letting them back up in the I was fascinated, and yet I got pulled down the rabbit hole reading about the various points of view on history calls. Some people call it the Reign of Nanking, other people call it the Nanking Incident, the atrocity. The reason there are all these different names is because it's controversial. In fact, it's about as controversial as all those other genocides, war crimes, and atrocities that you will see on your list if you make a timeline, as I said, from the start of the 20th century. Go to the people accused of the crime and ask them to admit it, or ask them to talk about it. You'll find a percentage always that will. But most people defensively being defensive. Let's understand this is a human thing, and let's understand just how widespread it is. Every now and then, right, you will see a poster involving the Japanese education system. The story's always the same. The Japanese textbooks, specifically the history textbooks, are whitewashing, as they say. Whitewashing, downplaying, covering up Japanese atrocities during its aggressive period, aggressive era. Oftentimes these complaints will come from people who suffered at the hands of Japanese aggression. China, the Philippines, the entire area around Malaysia. I mean, there's a bunch of places that order the Japanese over for a time. Those are often the people that get angry with Japanese atrocities around them. Sometimes the most angry are the Americans who fought in that war, veterans from Australia, Canada, all these people that want the Japanese to confront what they did. But here's the way I want to portray it in terms. We have similar textbook issues here in the United States, and many other countries do too, and they often involve history books, middle schoolers, junior high schoolers, high schoolers. Arguments are over how your own country's bad periods are portrayed. In the United States, we often have these controversies because nasty things that happened in the past are downplayed or sometimes excised altogether, and the more patriotic things are played up. Now, the Japanese will often come back with a similar sort of response. I don't mean to get political, but both of the right-wing extra patriot sides of both countries actually have similar views on the textbooks. They want their people portrayed positively, creating a sense of citizenship, pride in your heritage, all that kind of stuff, and appreciation. Special. And I do find it's very right. My country, ask them about Japanese textbooks. They would definitely want the Japanese, in most cases, to have to confront these sorts of things. Patriots in the United States are pretty aware of the Japanese confidence and they want that shown. But if you then try to put the shoe on the other foot and say, okay, in our own history, which we're talking about, how much full color photography and witness account should we devote to something like the My Massacre? You know about the My Massacre? 1968, Vietnam War, American soldiers went into the hamlet. And when they came out, 300 to 550 feet inch dead, rapes occurred. It was very, very nasty, very disillusioned. That experience. 10 years afterwards, as Americans confronted the fact that we were actually just like everyone else. We were not this special lone ranger come in and save the world in a couple of world wars, rebuild it afterwards with the Marshall Plan, defended during the Cold War. I mean, we were all those things too. But if you had said to Americans in the 40s that Americans would do the my type of thing, and find out, that in certain situations, it's when there is a lack of strong leadership in those situations, they can become deadly. I want to draw a distinction between two kinds of atrocities. You saw both kinds in the Second World War, and trying to link the two of them not only twisted some of the post-war crimes trials into knots, but affects us even today. The difference between a top-down atrocity of the sort, for example, the Nazis were to find a solution, the kind of Syrian, Babylonian final solution, top-down order. And if you're the guy on the ground, you're killing people and executing people and committing atrocity because you're ordered to. Or the kind that happens of the sort, for example, ancient Roman/Irish Tacitus says how they were Roman Senate place pro. This was a scandalous war. It's almost and the story basically goes. It's a story about troops when they get their blood lost. It's us that, people can be in large groups that can come out more pronounced to make proponents so terrible. It's a second of the city, which is what the destruction of Babylon was, and when the destruction of the city made Jesus it's a second of the city. And Tacitus says that these soldiers wanted to set the city, that they were worried that the city would surrender, and if it surrendered to their commander, the Roman general, but he got the spoils, so the army Cassidy says, and he was a veteran. Really wanted the city to not surrender so they could loot it. The city did surrender. It was a Roman city, by the way, and the citizens in it were Roman. The Roman army outside the city still wanted to loot the city, so they did for several days. The count is the count's mansion. And it's funny though, because if you took out the particulars, you would probably reasonable description. 10,000 sackings of cities. Destruction of Cremona, Roman city by Roman soldiers after surrendering. 40,000 armed men forced their way into the city. Neither rank nor year saved the victims from an indiscriminate orgy in which rape alternated with murder and murder with rape. Graybeards and frail old women who had no value as loot were dragged off to raise a laugh. But any full-grown girl or good-looking lad who crossed their path was pulled this way and that in a violent tug-of-war between the would-be captors. A single looter trailing a hoard of money or temple offerings of massive gold was often cut to pieces by others who were stronger. In their hands they held firebrands, which once they got their spoil away, they wantonly flung into empty houses and rifled temples. There was a diversity of wild desires, differing conceptions of what was lawful and nothing barred. Cremona lasted for 4 days. You would be mistaken, thinking this is something ancient. There's something that goes on in certain situations, reliably December 1937. And Kingo is so much harder to get than something like a Iron Age destruction of Babylon, because it's still a white-hot, it's incandescent in terms of how passionate and upset this was. Especially if they like this stuff. Some of the Man King stuff is positive, and the assassination is in terms of big points a lot of people love that stuff. And one of the great The Man King atrocity, 1937-38, complicated picture, has different scholars write each chapter why enrage people, and one of the things that the Japanese editor said in the introduction is that several other contributors had their lives threatened, some of them face to face. Writings, research, teaching, lectures, and stuff don't have a whole lot of people threatening trying to talk about this. If you wanted to make a graph range of opinions on death totals in December months. On one side of the spectrum, you have the Japanese people who fall into the last 9 years. Consider everything. Caused by a combination of contemporary wartime propaganda and a lot of Marxist stuff, especially by leftist Japanese Marxist teachers who are being brought to their children. I mean, it's a super patriot point of view, the tinge of conspiracy, and would probably resonate in a bunch of countries. They are probably all conversation, like the Jewish folks that this phrase was originally applied to. The Japanese are really intense. They're like everybody else. So we're just thinking about this. I mean, you see the passions here too. So you're saying about besmirching the reputation of the Imperial Japanese Army and the country. Especially if you don't think it's deserved. People on one side of the spectrum here, maybe 45 people die in this and those may have been justified one way. Now, on the far opposite end of the scale of the spectrum, you have China's history and China's official government line. They've actually carved their number into the rocks on the tree. It's a little like, proverbially carving in stone. And the attempt is to create a number that has the same sort of intellectual resonance with the population of 6 billion. Everybody knows 6 billion. Okay, when you come up with that number, 6 million and 1. I mean, nobody knows, right? 5 million, 7 million. But you come up with a nice round number, and eventually people go, oh, no, so it's a million. The Chinese are trying to do this atrocity. And the number that they've settled on is 300,000. There are Chinese historians, and let's acknowledge maybe not. There are Chinese historians that will bump that number. 350,000 just over. If you want to go crazy town, very respected, it's the largest number of years. 500,000 is all half. 45 is not great. Now, on that scale are a bunch of different gradients of people and their views on this subject. That's why it's really difficult to talk about this. It's not just that it didn't happen. Yes, it did. It's, well, sure it did, but it only happened here. Or yes, it did, but it only happened to these people. It's not, I mean, just the lawyerly breakdown over the geographical boundaries where someone dies in this quadrant counts as an atrocity casualty, and someone who dies outside that quadrant doesn't. It's silly like that. The Chinese historians point out that supposedly this is why China didn't make a huge deal specifically over the Nanking situation the first few decades after the war, was because this was more par for the course than not. And part of the way you get some of these really large number counts is the Chinese historians sometimes include these soldiers from the Battle of Shanghai who died, in part because the Japanese troops who took their surrender or who captured them or who found them wounded on the battlefield executed them. This is another part of the great discussion count. If you're talking about soldiers, do they count an atrocity? Or what if you killed them after they surrendered? As I said, a bunch of different people have different opinions along the spectrum. Now, if you're looking for a mid-range to try to get sort of a little ballast on this question, a lot of the mainstream historians will range from like 100,000 to 250,000. And that is a the question that always comes up not the situation, but is who's responsible? Who's the responsible? Often here in this situation, sometimes it's valid compared to the sacking of Cremona. Also, or callous disregard for what lower level groups for despoiling, whatever, like that. Not enough. But I think you should point it out. I am very other circumstances. This was wartime propaganda. The point is that every power that fought the Japanese, their atrocious behavior, This guy's up to 75 now. Oh, 3 hits today by the other guy. He takes the lead. And it was always side of this brutality happened. We're celebrating the Japanese neighbors. Speculations forever. The early ones doing racist and cultural, just how the Japanese are. Punched in the face hard. Westerners. There's British. Boats. Ships. The Yangtze River. Outside this area, genocide, war crime going on somewhere in the world, let alone and all the great powers of man together. Everybody's China's forces retreated to the capital and during Shanghai, during the retreat, the Japanese tried to surround the Chinese. Like the Japanese had high percentage also civilians very rapidly spreading bombing the roads. They get this sense of chaos and claustrophobic. I've seen war footage since that time, since of a combination of and also what's going on outside their field. Every person has to say, combination is panic this line of humanity pursued by the Japanese runs toward the Japanese arrival also mostly surrounds outside these walls. Surrounded the Chinese general some of them green, some of them old reservists, some of them from the battle that just was over in Shanghai. None of them don't have their weapons there. Elitist, I mean, it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're going to be insane. So for 4 days, hold out that retreat. The government hundreds of thousands of refugees that seem fine and no governmental services charge Japanese and most of the Western freedoms, but I want you to do business with there to take care of there's a little ironic twist to this. Basically, the guy that was was a Nazi. Chinese refugees, hides them from aircraft under a giant swastika flag. I don't know about you, doctors, ministers, businessmen, and they say but large part of the have a lot of experience. John Rabbi almost it's called every day or terrified or outraged as the situation stands. Monsters. Virginia Japanese soldiers. Letter from John Robinson. Thank you so much. Shouting is nothing more than part of the city blocked off, and on the sides of the streets were the Puerto Rican international flags. I think it was December 1st that the day tells all the civilians to run into the safety zone because the safe paper, which allows the Japanese to get himself back there on that. It's happened like the Japanese start searching for Japanese the Japanese are supposed to kill Japanese as a war crime, right? The shares are questioned. That allows something but I deny the civilians. In this case, what happens is they take look at it. In order for Chinese troops to get out of Nanking and get away from the Northern Japanese, they would have to cross the border or go over Chinese side. Normally not a problem, but of course, we're trying to where the Japanese will blow up the bridges and the Chinese of Chinese troops just at the riverbank, thousands and thousands of people across the river, and the Japanese are on the way. There's 100 people that know the Japanese are not taking Chinese prisoners as Chinese soldiers. So this sense of unity is powerful. And let me turn to some of the sources. And my apologies, as I said, I like to just there are several that are like where they're trying to tell the Japanese at this hour, this moment is right over here, and the Japanese soldiers still their shirt ringing. It's literally like it's all I can think of is how the Japanese would have some words. And you could have had a similar document like the sack of carnage by the Romans, in ancient times. I mean, this is a modern account of something that we just don't know a lot of, but it's happened a lot of times in history. Out of control so responsibility to spend talking to Japan, what's going to happen, it's much out of control. Japanese units learned of this retreat on the morning of the 13th. Skirmishes broke out in many areas as small groups of Chinese troops outside the city, now lacking the chain of command, desperately trying to slip past advancing Japanese forces and the surrender. Most of the Chinese troops still inside Nanking rushed to escape helter-skelter through the Pachi Gate, which led to the Shakuan warfare. From Shakuan, they hoped to cross the Yangtze by boat, by raft, or by clinging desperately to scraps of wood, where they madly ran up and down the river, only to encounter Japanese forces sent to cut them off. Huge numbers of Chinese troops became prisoners of war on the 13th of August, and Shakuan, Washan, Changchun, and the Shaohan, with no avenue of escaping, Chinese soldiers lost all fight. Despite trying to surrender and grow, most were killed in the pell-mell battle. From December 13, 1937, of two Japanese soldiers, 16th Division Commander, these are from their source documents. His son knows dial. We see prisoners everywhere, so many that there's no place we can take them. The general policy is accept no prisoners, so we ended up having to take care of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But they came in hordes, in units of thousands or 5,000, so we couldn't even disarm them. Later I heard that the Sasaki unit alone disposed of about 1,500. A company commander guarding the entire gate took care of another 1,300. Another 7,000 to 8,000 clustered at the Shinho gate are still surrendered. We need a really huge ditch handle of 7,000 to 8,000, but we can't find one. So someone suggested this plan. Now, someone else's plan. Divide them up into groups of 100 to 200, and then lure them to some suitable spot for finishing off. The number of abandoned enemy bodies in our area today was 10,000 plus thousands more. If we include those Chinese whose escape rafts or boats on the Yangtze were sunk by fire from our armored cars, plus POWs killed by our units, our detachment alone must have taken care of over 20,000. We finished the mop-up and secured our rear area at about 2 p.m. While regrouping, we advanced through the Hopi gate. Later, the enemy surrendered in the thousands. Frenzied troops, rebuffing efforts by superiors to restrain them, finished off those POWs one after another. Even if they aren't soldiers, for example, medics or priests, then we yell, kill the whole damn lot, after recalling the past 10 days of bloody fighting in which so many buddies shed so much blood. Anyway, so what do you see? Another one of those lines, some people take a chance. Superiors tried to restrain them, but they were killed and they were understandably upset enough to do atrocities. There's also a time that there was a take no prisoners policy. There were no orders to raid Nanking, nor did Imperial headquarters ever order the total extermination of the enemy as the ultimate goal of the Nanking encirclement campaign. Standing orders to take no prisoners did exist, however. And once Nanking fell, Japanese soldiers began to execute en masse military prisoners of war and unarmed deserters who had surrendered. They also went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its adjacent rural villages for 3 months, and far exceeded earlier atrocities committed during the Battle of Shanghai and along the escape route to Nanking. General Nakajima's 16th Division, in just its first day in the capital, killed approximately 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war and paid soldiers. End quote. There were charges that these orders to kill all prisoners coming from the highest level. By the 13th, I believe the Emperor decreed of the execution of the after the war, trying to figure out who's responsible on the part of the how high the should play is. What do you see this combination or crime from Western prisoners killing of surrender or capturing POWs, because after all, you go look at the Soviet Union and the number of prisoners they found in Germany and up to Kesselschlag is called captured 50,000 times. These photographs of the Germans making long columns stretching off the distance, killing tons of death. Them trying to figure out how do we barbed wire these people in a pen and keep them, and then how do we beat them? This part. So, this sense of panic is trying to make an analogy. It's a little like picking 100,000 more points in the soccer stadium and having someone tell you when you're coming to dress that the doors out have been barred and armed gunmen are coming in to kill all 100 or 150,000 people in the stadium. What is the panics and then understand that this is when sort of a hinge moment. We're talking about diseases or epidemic. This is when it jumps to the scenes from newly infected soldiers, civilians, and quite understandably so, one of his Chinese troops, an undetermined number of his Chinese troops, throw off the weapons, dressing in a civilian crime. They may be aided in this by the population, because after all, this is a Chinese city, it's Chinese troops. But the Japanese started looking for Chinese troops. They started kicking people out of the crowd, many of whom are civilians, and executing them. Just takes this to crazy enough, which is what starts to happen. This is where it should go. Because you have starts on the third team, you start to get requested for military police officers out on the street because the soldiers are under control. A lot of it is right. Go from one slaughterhouse to another because it gives you the time and sense of what's going on all over the Dominican International Savings, where they were getting more than 1,000 reports of rape a night as one from the humanitarian working with the Japanese turned the International Safety Zone into a public house, a poorhouse. It's worth giving an account from Chinese side. Have the Chinese historians giving what is, I guess, it's the recognized Chinese news that fools no punches. He wants you to know how nasty the person who says it only people died this woman to call the Chinese liar, the government, a bunch of people just wanted to hold this over Japan's head. Chinese historian, Sun Xiaowen, in general, the massacre itself can be divided into two types of killings: mass killings and sporadic killings. Incidents of mass killing range from the murder of 10 to 20 to the slaughter of tens of thousands of people, with the greatest number admitted one incident reaching more than 50,000. Sporadic killing, varying numbers of individuals. Among the mass killings, in addition to those who died by the sword and firing squad, others were burned, buried alive, or drowned. Several, under the assault with gasoline, were set on fire by gunshot, causing the person to lie covered in flames, rolling and writhing on the ground, until finally dying a miserable death. Individual sporadic acts of torture and killing included splitting, gutting, slicing, piercing alive, and dog hunting. Some were even burned with acid and then left burning all over. Others were tortured to death. Two Japanese lieutenants amused themselves by having a killing contest. The first one to reach 100 killed won the day. Then they raised the limit to 150. In addition to killing, the Nanking Massacre also involved rape, arson, theft, and other violent crimes. The Japanese troops who attacked Nanking raped tens of thousands of Chinese women. Many of them were then murdered there. Anytime I find this, Chinese stories way too large. According to Tacitus, they're not remediating what we should say. Capacity is the moment for women to love. But if you got Direct causes of death because of abortions and babies. You should understand. In 20 million levels, just caused by violence. It gets down to 12 just 12 2/3 of each population are civilian. Relatively and comparatively well-attested to situations. Allegations of igers well-attested to allegations in the worst case scenario. Let's let those such a reason is perhaps one of a bunch or atrocities as well. It's to set up this area where you have totalitarian type markets in Western democracies. The on the margin is the bad guys in the story. The bad guys is interesting. Most wars, especially wars, stuff like that, they come to betray a pocket the HUD, British propaganda, rape of Belgian stuff, time, shocking how exponentially that can grow, the outrage of Belgium, 6,000 China. Several times less are nearby states so much atrocious. Nasty souls. But the Japanese are power to the workers on Brad Rim. He's one of those people. Countries like China have problems with things. In their minds, they're not confronting this fact. But you know, some of this war is a strange thing. No talking Jake is on from the Mongol of what constitutes this is a perception. If the Nazis had somehow won the war, we were all that regime, no different conduct, for example, Wehrmacht carried out on Hitler's orders is made the Soviet Union far all lost on conflict. How different does that look in the picture? Nazis, empire, perspective of something democracies, Western democracies, have concentration camps, genocide, factory assembly lines, much by our value system, staked out where you are on the side of the clock. Stuff like that. From our Western that's yourself out of yes, but yes, people are terrible. Often admitted to accepted by the World Democratic Post-Quantum strategic bombing. Sometimes multiple times, sometimes with bombs. You have to just be respected on it. Never forget one of them saying, yes, result in how does it look then? Time started what you've done backwards. So, and I got bombed by them. Would I somehow sometimes other Asian people also think it's Japanese. Well, during this conflict, what looked at the situation after the conflict, or what looked at the situation before centuries of colonialism, add up all that stuff and all those things, and put them on the balance scale. The Japanese are terrible. It's not the Japanese. comes after these sort of things. Just as you are necessary because of the type of things we're talking about. That's why we're supposed to trust because it's hard. One part of the curriculum is always on China because the Japanese biggest fear is all down is for Chinese going to come through to the nation. Therefore, they don't know how to adapt. When they come, the worse their troubles are. When the atomic bombs are dropping in more, the Japanese are still locked down in China. Strategic situation in China. It's not easy to turn around the United States. Strategic development. Here you had this giant continental power, the U.S., bogged down and unable to extricate itself. These sort of peace terms they can live with in a place. Just a vague size of Japanese. The Chinese version of this, they're more like the size of California. They're bogged down in a guerrilla war and not always in a continental landmass the size of the U.S. First thing I think about if I could be a Japanese leadership is I don't want any more trouble with anyone else. I'm busy. Japanese would take to conquer city after city after city. Regular lines that come from the Chinese. And the Chinese can just keep moving their capital as far away as they need to go to be out of the Japanese. Range their bombs on countryside, investing in nationalist armies, communist armies, since early 2010s. Hundreds of thousands, usually close to a million. Japanese turn some of their best forces to, all requiring supplies all the time. In this need for the entire world. That is surround advancing elsewhere. What happens in this part of the world, and anything that's happening in this part of the world. For example, as the Europeans begin to slide toward the Second World War, the Japanese are watching. As that war breaks out and gets underway, paying attention to the results and reacting accordingly as these Western powers trying to and as the Second World War works out, these lands will change quickly. Which force to bet on so say the 1930s has been pointed out that easy it's a pretty crappy decade for most countries. It is the great depths of the Great Depression, and it is hard to enjoy economic hard times like open torture, all sorts of problems on every front. Some people, frankly, lose everything. Have their hands full trying to nosedive. Nobody is prepared to spend a lot of money or a lot of political capital or ask the country to do some great sacrifice for some cause around the world. Hard in the streets of your major cities. I suggested very easy to out of 1930, it's happening. Nationalists, this is Austria, you have the huge situation, Czechs blocking us, that stuff, you have peace in our time, and I should point out something amazing. I'll try not to go so crazy. Conference with Hitler comes back, gets on the plane, and I see what is this document? His signature on it, declaring this is Totally forgetting to start from a Great Depression levels of economic health, proper price that all this sort of a more bellicose policy to ward off all this stuff. Now, that is derived by is a hormone, so these sort of outsteps the attitude of the times. As we all know, this a month after it breaks out, One in 3 Watch this. What is it responsible to expect? How many people what's more, in a philosophical sense, are supposed to fraud inside the course of the nation. If 95% of them wants to take a left turn, moral justice. Not necessarily. Winston Churchill. Famous bellicosity. Like John. Churchill was a bit of an antagonist and feisty, which is exactly what you need now that the war is over. is also totally flow through a couple of cultural countries. France is widely considered the strongest land power. This assumption shocking this time period. We're talking about a country that 20 years previously had spent more than $1 billion for soldiers' lives, holding arguably the greatest army in German army for one of the remember, not only is France defeated, but the Dutch are defeated as part of the Germans blowing through this area, and the British look like they're 5 minutes away from succumbing as well. Making calculations based on world events in Japan, all of a sudden all of these valuable areas in North Africa were controlled by the Dutch, French, and the British. So and remember, your Japan might not be at those places. Just hold on China and our resources. That's all they think. Japan's looking at great power. They haven't sucked up China. Every their politics is based on some more obvious avenues to supply more machinery by other powers. Just very popular. All of the axis powers, self-sufficiency, and this is actually quite a trade situation involving economics and very well, but previously countries like Germany, our countries start first trends come along. These countries wanted flexibility relatively to other countries. Pressure challenges fortunately, this time to the regret of many Japanese economic players, in the late 1930s, Japan still depended upon the United States for nearly 1/3 of its imports, from cotton to scrap iron and oil, and matters seemed to be growing worse. Between 1929 and 1932, Japan purchased from the United States 36% of its scrap iron, used to manufacture steel for munitions and ships. By 1938, American sources were supplying 74% of Japan's scrap. Similarly, in 1938, Japan received more than 60% of its imported machines. And nearly all sophisticated alloys, such as vanadium and molybdenum from the United States. Traditionally self-sufficient in copper, Japan in 1939 extracted 90,000 tons of that metal from its mines. But industry was gobbling up so much for detonators and shell casings that the nation that year had to import 105,000 tons of copper, 93% of it from the United States. The situation for oil, the most critical of all commodities in the estimation of military planners, was extremely desperate. Japan relied on America for almost 80% of its needs, and for special distillates, dependence stood at more than 90%. The eyes of economic and military strategists, by the summer of 1940, Western colonies in Southeast Asia had come to represent trove of raw materials, whose possession would allow Japan to vault into the ranks of the economic haves, to recall one of the Prime Minister's phrases, and thus to free itself from dependence upon an increasingly hostile West. And you can see why the concept of national associations attractive to some of the Japanese are dependent on its outside powers to self-employment, especially when it is national. Selling stuff or wishing money stop selling stuff. How to use this stuff. There is no technical involvement. But you can see a similar pattern in this particular case. Pattern of sort of some to break out of the pattern question. It's this dynamic. And I was trying to Japanese government, just like the Western democracies, there is no hiding. Based on events, some factions exalting, others decline. There's no policy without events that starts at certain ways of Japanese. And talking about governmental side is all not one turns we start getting to how the hell does that happen? This is very controversial because everybody's argued forever what the cause of this was wrong. But if you look at conspiracy, Japanese priorities, Americans and British priorities clash. The priorities have to do the Japanese are related to China. It's not like the reality. We turn the Japanese are going to they have to stop inflating themselves on the steroids that are the Chinese resources. And if they don't stop them, it takes the means to that cut off. Now, one point out is it's hugely important to Chinese understanding. The Second World War was the first one. Something that wasn't at all. Petroleum, bronze age, is critical. So have the Air Force and nothing else, but also, since the First World War, started changing. All of the ships, all of these mountains, everything's managed to have a lot of oil. But almost none are in a bind. Normally buy oil from this is an interesting every time she's called crisis. Long story short, the cartel one of the United States going on, decided to squeeze the oil supply, the price to rise to sort of coerce like a strong foreign policy. The attitude that the government has is no great power to let anybody dictate what the foreign policy might be. Or the restriction. Talking about no sell at a decent price where you can't monopolize the world with social government. That's all it is. Understand that. That's exactly the same way it's hard to imagine the United States not to demands an oil cartel and changing its foreign policy. It's hard to imagine the Japanese publicly turning their legs, completely altering more than decades of foreign policy. Great power tells them to because it is so obvious that something there is always one side of the debate in the United States and elsewhere about how much when we talk about economic markets and sanctions, asset prices, how much that was express the moral outrage of the public, the Japanese, the Chinese, all this kind of stuff, versus the shoved direction of people. That's why this is not set in stone. It's very hard. Power politics of moral outrage intersect. Power politics without politique and moral outrage from a country like the United States, treaties that keep nuclear war from breaking up at the same time, how do you expect the public who's reading all this terrible stuff coming out of China, being bombed, rapes of cities about to happen? So, how do you tell that public that they should just sit idly by? What's more, what if your country is providing necessary for these events to take place? So we can go into war. One of the options that the president has in a situation to Happens when it's on the horizon. Shanghai always happens. Roosevelt talks about reservations. Talks about conflict, contagion, spread. Here's to what you do. People have decision warranty, like decisions to you. That's what you do. States. The unfortunately true that the epidemic of world wars is spreading. And the mark is well. When that epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patient in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace. It is my determination to adopt every practicable measure to avoid impossible war. Important to me is conceivable that in this modern era and in the face of experience, any nation can be so foolish and ruthless as to run the risk of plunging the whole world into war by invading and violating, contraventing the solemn treaties and territory of other nations that have done them no real harm and which are too weak to protect themselves adequately. Yet the peace of the world, the welfare and security of every nation, including our own, is today being threatened by that very thing. Now it seems like rather weak speech in terms of specifics would be the only person that said so. Francis Pius kind of weak on all this stuff for a while, and he said that this speech was just because of some testing waters, but it gives all the information that gives you an idea about the attitude. I'm going to return to this topic. The President of the United States thinks that there's a serious election the country needs to know, but the country doesn't want to know what should the President of the United States do. That's what he said. He was elected twice as many terms as the Constitution that would never happen. But he gave him an unparalleled amount of actual practical capabilities to members of government. Nobody ever knew better than Franklin Roosevelt. Roosevelt truly hard to figure out the U.S. president. People are looking at all sorts of information attached to his opinions about things. He died in office. Which meant that even if it's a pack of lies or self-serving justifications, historians have a use for that to flesh things out. That's what I'm trying to do. But you know, he had Roosevelt, and he was a hard guy. He would almost lie. His very nature. Still elicits extremely strong emotions. Many generations. Times we hated his guts. They would mention his name and call it that name in the White House. Damn near socialist. Voting size. Putting in all sorts of areas where he never stuck his goes in transferred money from wealthier classes, poorer classes, set up all kinds of agencies, appear to be doing all kinds of things, spending all kinds of money before there really any results. Followed by the Second World War, all kinds of ride the storm. If he wasn't achieving things, it wasn't for lack of trying. He was literally doing, programs where people did all kinds of things that weren't even necessary in the government paycheck, although they also we still think from today, all kinds of conservation reports and all these things to work. At the best of times, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a difficult man. Henry Wallace, former vice president, he doesn't know anything. No man knows him. Even his own family was a I am like a cat. I make a stroke. Loved and respected as a leader, seemingly happiest in the company of women. He was an enigma, detached, enigmatic, and ruthless. While flying over Cairo, Roosevelt glanced out the window and said, "Ah, my friend the Sphinx." That makes 7 presidents. Roosevelt was the first FDR brilliantly oversimplified. His best remembered single statement, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself," is patently absurd and was probably excellent tonic for a country whose banking system collapsed. But in the early and middle stages of decision making, before it was time to simplify and oversimplify, Roosevelt became impenetrable. Rexford Tugwell, one of the early real brain trusters, wrote, "No one could tell what he was thinking, to say nothing of what he was feeling." He clearly relished being hard to figure out. He liked secrets and had a few. He was often devious for good reason, but could also be devious just for the fun of it. General Douglas MacArthur, who despised him, said Roosevelt would never tell the truth, but a lie would serve him just as well. This was considerable slang, but FDR unquestionably did enjoy manipulation and maneuver for their own sake, all part of the great game of politics and power. He was also a man of deep convictions and dedication an unquenchable idealism. He was firm and serene in his religious faith, and had a decent sense of privacy about him. It is impossible to imagine him in a congressional prayer breakfast. He was impatient with the abstract or theoretical, in no sense profound, but spacious in vision for America and ultimately all the nations. He believed, if not in the perfectibility of man, in a rather spectacular improvement in man's behavior worldwide. And oftentimes it gets wrapped up in politics, ideology, desperately trying to warn Japan lost in regions in ways. Far side, organizes and pushes the Japanese into it. He knows about it in advance. He's also new battleships, modern infantry. Nonetheless, once again, there's this Franklin Roosevelt guy, right? Let's remember, he was elected way back in 1932 to the Depression. Like somebody was finally doing something. Left behind a lot of legacy. It's argued among government departments to like Social Security. Distortion. Jobs. Which job that was really hard to imagine anybody doing anything about was totally impossible in World War II. Charm, bravado, charisma, hyperbole, marketing, appeasement, and persistence. Roosevelt says this was that while never not the information, he sort of made the country just forget that it was paralyzed below the waist. You didn't see pictures of a turtle seated with other workers, fully appearing there was talk that everybody would just make it. Nowadays, if something was celebrated, exalted, and used as an example of a possible that the president himself that's just Roosevelt was an interesting sort of thing. Steve Jobs says she's not a bad description. But if he didn't like his policies, that would be distortion. Most of Or it was a competition to see who was most passionate about something. Trying to get the president more on get the president more violent. Not long after the election, in October 1940, Roosevelt references all the other times that he said, quote, I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. Now, write that off as a promise. This is like, I won't raise your taxes. There's a problem. Just precious. The president break those promises. What is that? For example, some of the people most upset with Roosevelt is gone are people who see through his lies. They see these lies. This is a country what's actually happening. And Roosevelt is giving it Democratic President Woodrow Wilson before the U.S. got into the First World War. Wilson also promised it, by the way, won't get our boys. Give their money to the European War. What is it, 5 months after the election? They're there. Roosevelt. And I hope I can talking about American historian Charles Austin had his reputation as after the Second World War that treated Roosevelt like a document across the military. He was trying to use Roosevelt's involvement in conspiracy to take the country in the country. Some historians are mad. Charles Austin he says the conspiracy is not the problem. It's discredit. Here was discredited because Roosevelt turned it out to have done what the American people afterwards decided. So, church was out of power. His bellicose nature was out of touch of those times. Roosevelt was more farce than the American public, maybe 95% of us who thought for sure before Roosevelt knows better. And after the war, the approval rate the fact that a guy who didn't want to be in that war, Charles Austin, appeared to have the public turn him because it's such a popular idea. That's right. I'm ahead of the curve. But you also have an overwhelming majority that want to see free France prevail. So those are the parameters. What sort of help the allies. That's a bit of a problem when you're portraying yourself as a neutral country. Some of the First World War as a neutral country. The arguments again, General Marine Corps General Smedley Butler, I think. So go to whole book, pattern again, and we're just going to run into the same kind of problems. And the people in power know this already. Charles Austin himself used the war for provocation. Here we go. Torpedo British merchant ships 5 seconds after the Eastern Seaports. Maybe with some Americans on East Bench setting up a provocation. He said that exactly like what happened in the First World War. I think there's a Life magazine photograph showing the explosion of a tank or something heading for Britain right off the west shore. You see the lights of like Jersey's boardwalk or something. You gotta be crazy. That's not do something that sucks and that's more. What's more, Roosevelt's got an undeclared zone going, and it's understood why he would send U.S. destroyers out to stalk those German submarines like a neutral country. Roosevelt could have the submarines torpedoed so close to us. He said he was pushing it to the limits of the law, but he made it argue just like he did one thing after the war. Every step of the way was absolutely conscious and certainly you can make a better argument for that. He has one name. He's going to need it. Nazis, promising great victories and laying things on. All became about the Ho Chi Minh Train. Shut down that war. Outside powers like China, Soviet Union more supply than North Korea's perspective. The North. Sure, you can snuff over Hong Kong, Burma Road, there's stuff coming over from French Indochina, starts to sell at the low cost, all kinds of things. It's always deliver like 800 planes nice victory in China. This is a Japanese sat down a giant plate of pancakes, and they're halfway through the pancakes now. They're starting to realize, holy cow, I'm not going to make it. Meanwhile, other people are sleeping. So, piling more pancakes on. You're addicted to it, but you got too much. There was no comic book movies. This power you couldn't handle it all. You just overdosed on it. Well, Japanese were circumstances pumping governments. They want to replicate what they did in Germany. Just like Korea, it's a lot harder to do that against the size of China, especially when you have it to China. In 1939, China's won a couple of battles against the Japanese. Boom. Japanese are always most confident to continue to incidents where clashes happen between the army and the Japanese army. Led to some reforms in the Japanese army, but also one enthusiasm running the Japanese leadership service, crusade against the Soviet Union, which also kept Japanese citizens from the country. The cost of the results was this type of Japanese the South is the position all of the China. All these things happen. All of this is intended on how so to your satisfaction. And how large anti-communist Japanese and tell themselves that they're using propaganda public and maybe there's some truth to it. But this war in China is a large part of war against communism. They have their own version of the West will have 10 or 20 years after this. The West will domino effect. Communism spreads one country to another dominance. The Japanese understand. China, and it's becoming stop it over there. When it comes to the homeland, meanwhile, they're telling themselves that they're paying all this money, sacrificing all these lives and effort to keep and protect the Chinese people who haven't fallen under communism's sway free, and even to roll back communism and free Chinese people who are the slaves of the Bolshevik and Leninist thinkers. We talked to the Japanese people who lost a son in that fight. Some sort of martial after all, it's the son died. Japanese in their minds some sort of just like the US had some sort of gets the boxes ticked off in its head so it can in Japan's case, those boxes are controlled with Chinese resources. This is not something that the Western powers have. So how do you build it around? Well, it's a Japanese. I have third option, right? Give up the drugs, we're going to cut off the ones who can't buy drugs. Maybe I have friends. Right around the same time, the Japanese called the Axis powers. None of them have oil. Japanese Axis powers is one of the terrible avoid that at all costs. How do you end up there? How about Besides this, access how about this radio how all sometimes all that's how they're going to react. Somebody on your side, otherwise you would negotiate. Like the Luftwaffe, the Pacific, Wehrmacht, some of the Japanese, Northern Islands, trying to convince them to sign this. We're sort of hinting that that's how that's a worst case scenario for the Americans to take situation. It's just Japan. Germany's ready. Right away. The Eastern Wing, the Axis Alliance, tentacles are now stretching out over the Pacific. Runs. Had some worst dress the Japanese PR wasn't good already. We talked about like Mexico, babies being robbed in China, all these kinds of things. Persecute minorities, governmentization programs like Bristol, freedom of thought, speech, freedom of religion. They don't have they have harsh occupation. The West, we see this as Asia, a lot of these countries this time, it's a lot more questions. I might be too bad guys who inside this like as a whole part of trying to respect. It's not that you don't see Western democracies all that good, and a lot of Asian policies of self-determination holders that can be important, and people that have their own states. I mean, all that stuff is kind of several freedom fighters. It's out a lot of those died. That didn't apply to them. It was a racial conflict, deceptions, colonial peoples who highlight incentives and trotted out the reason why we fight. In this case, it's out horrifying countries in Asia were darn happy to see anybody punching a couple of protesters in the face. They didn't like those people so much. Strategic. Try to figure out how do you ever win 3 conditions for Japan and only middle Asian players apart. Well, Japan's a long way away from anybody. Used to rule by we were sent by the that actually works. Imagine somehow all of a sudden, this is why Japanese are undercutting this message by raping and pillaging all kinds of horrible things to other nations. It has a lot of people that sometimes you our local bad guy, and that was a good thing. It's like what was always said about the greatest Catholic lines on some of because they couldn't Japanese didn't have those things and expand into other territories, even though we are totally tied down in China. Once again, Congress of mine, perspective, something now, but Japan obviously has its hands in so after they aligned with the Nazis right around the same time, they're able to arm troops puppet French government and militarily this is kind of small that starts the dynamic. It's a chicken and an egg thing because this is just an attempt to shut down another one of these areas where support is coming from China. And everybody wants us to wind up this poor China. Just trying to the other thing, though, is that their raw materials cut off, they're looking for ways to supplement that. One of the things they buy unlike anything about the films, these are hard to do. Only all the secret chapters occupied the reaction of the press, parties to watch. Just about a little bit over is turned upside down. Take France and Western Europe. The Germans turned the world upside down. Then, more shocking fashion. In 1941, the Axis powers would be surprised at happenings. To say that sounds ridiculous. They're launching attacks several times the size of Napoleon's Grand Army. Several times that, and on a front that stretches from like the width of a continent. How the hell does that fix? One way or another, we have the same effect as a surprise attack, and initially very much ViralRabbi especially, but the axis are in general. But they could have the same kind of success that the Germans had along the lines. Again, bombs surrounding not radar, but radar news. Shock the Germans was one of the things. And like many of the Japanese leaders were too, they are looking just like I am. They have their hands full of machinery. There's these images. To not miss the bus. Don't miss the bus. The golden opportunity. So much almost nothing, but for their opportunity for a lot of information as well. The first one is the big level. We don't have any response. Puts a lot of pressure towards aggressive stances and shouldn't otherwise be other than and it must play and it's waiting is the fact that these Japanese demonstrates killing that's still a problem. And in your two, let's just say, non-superpatriot, shot, head cut,
to the limits of your phone. Protecting your identity and finances is a valuable tool for peace of mind. Turn likeforlike today so that the 25% off your first year goes back to the top time you can improve to.
Aggressively sometimes puts public safety on the line. Global situations. Cutting. Is to take the rest. Start picking not quite bloodlessly, but mostly bloodlessly. And the rest of friendship. Just because they try to reach out to obviously, but also because it's hard to do without raw materials that they're actually creating something security are raw materials that places like the US as well. You know, it's not just about cutting Japan off, it's about Japan cutting the United States off. This is a heavy and it's funny because it's a long term. Listen, you got also as a empire got drastic application of economic sanctions in July 19th brought to a head the internal crisis in Japanese politics. Conservative elements were shocked, and the moderate leaders escaped. The domestic prestige of the Japanese army as a constitutional factor in shaping Japanese policy was already involved. Hitherto, the Navy had exerted its restraining force, but the embargoes which the United States, Britain, and Holland had enforced cut off from Japan all supplies of oil, on which the Navy, and indeed the whole power of Japan depended. The Japanese Navy was at once forced to live on its oil reserves, and at the outbreak of the Pacific War had evacuated its 418 months supply. It was evident that this was a strike, and that the choice before them was either for Japan to reach an agreement with the United States or go to war. The American requirements involved Japanese withdrawal, not only from their new aggression in Indochina, but from China itself, where they had already been fighting at heavy expense for so long. This was a rightful but a hard demand. In these circumstances, the Navy associated itself with the Army in the policy of war if an acceptable diplomatic agreement could not be obtained. Navy doesn't want the war, but because of the sanctions and the supply slowly but surely. Still may die with the surgery, but if you don't give him the surgery, it's certain. I should point out that while some people say that Princess Mike's seriously everyone As the situation in China worsened after 1937, Secretary of State Hull became the primary proponent of waging an economic Cold War against Japan. In his view, Japan's reliance on the American market for strategic goods made the smaller nation particularly vulnerable to economic sanctions, and the systematic application of ever greater amounts of pressure would, at some point, bring the Japanese to their senses. The Secretary of State realized that he had to be careful about his calibrations. He did not wish to push Japan into a shooting defense, but he did need to convince the country's leaders about the folly of playing a high-stakes game in which the United States could continually up the economic ante. At some point, Hull hoped, moderates would return to power in Tokyo, Japan would fold its hand, and peace would be possible. This is why the history of Japan to sort of set up the context. Let's just call it the national psyche. Of course, I don't know that it's something that helps. In fact, Japanese have only second class, and some of this is racially oriented. And in the minds of a lot of those people, this just looks like the baddest example of the same thing over. And certainly asking the Japanese, would any of these treatments give us this war in China? Does everything cost something like 100,000 Japanese lives, untold amounts of money and effort, and intense work for generations of Japanese statesmen? There's nothing like the Japanese certainly saw it's not true because all of the Japanese are sweet. Any true artificial time deadline. If you ignore the time deadline we have, that's no longer negotiable. But because you want to keep the option open, use as much of an artificial time negotiation to solve this problem some other way. If they had the first one was all about mobilization timing, more plans that would require precise improvements in keeping our schedule in place, because otherwise the whole board could go down. That would be this conflict. It's worse than that, though. It's easy to predict. Francis Pike describes something that sounds benign. July 1941, Roosevelt signed Executive Order Number 8, subjecting all of Japanese monetary assets held in the United States to control by license. The White House press release stated that, this measure, in effect, brings all financial and import and export trade transactions in which Japanese interests are involved under the control of the government and imposes criminal penalties for violation of the order. End quote. The order, Pike writes, extended to Japanese colonies, including Manchuria and China, to protect them from looting by Japan's puppet government installed in Nanking. All assets owned 25% or more by Japanese interests were frozen. When Wall Street opened for business on Monday, 28th July, the foreign exchange market for yen, the Japanese currency, simply disappeared. Japanese dollar bonds crashed to 20 to 30% of their par value. The Yokohama Silk Exchange closed. The New York Commodity Exchange suspended silk futures. In effect, the entire Japanese international payment system seized up. Japan's gold held in America became immovable and unusable. In South America, modest amounts of gold and foreign exchange were similarly immobilized by governments that followed Roosevelt's lead. Cargoes destined for America remained stuck on Japanese wharves. When Great Britain and Holland followed America's lead, the yen could only be used and traded within Japan's own empire. Another way to put that is catastrophic. The Japanese are also good. So now let's see how much not just triple his budget and spend all kinds of money. So, while the U.S. needed these funds, have to spend some time with you to say, oh, we have to go there. Where's our place? Roman agent style. Adventures army was tradition lights. Officers tradition. And whenever war was going to happen, all of a sudden you found yourself with all sorts of volunteers, truck types, truck operators. There are always enough Americans to do action. Never. And of course,
Completion of 18 seconds left. Another person left. 11 seconds left. Yeah, sure that. Sweet white challenge and keep pouring in. It should be. If I have to say those 22 seconds and 2 views, that right now. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no.
So when you put yourself in such, why the heck do you let's remember the other Chinese bear started in 1931. That's not to say the U.S. doesn't have some advantages in pocket. The U.S. is leading the Japanese. Despite the Japanese possibly in the 1930s already, they don't always have all the problems. So while the Japanese push Americans are often messages the Japanese to each other, Germans, that's powerless. Japanese situation. There's not many possible such a sense. Why on earth aren't they stopping it?
You wouldn't at all? Nope. Yeah. You got like her for home. Because she looks like Holly Berry, I'll be fine with I might gently use the most to kind of help. And I'll just say,
Just two characters. It's a lot of Earlier on, is this is a ViralRabbi pro-Nazi guy.